Hello everyone and welcome to another ethical hacking tutorial. In this nearly 8-hour long video, we will get started with the very basics and move on to a few pen testing exercises where we will actually write our own programs. Before we get started, there is a new holiday course bundle available on my website. The bundle includes all 19 technology courses which cover topics such as Python, ethical hacking, web development, Linux administration, and much more. If you're just interested in ethical hacking, you can also get the complete ethical hacking course bundle and get help with any questions you may have throughout the tutorial. Thank you to everyone who has already purchased a course bundle. The proceeds help us to provide you with new content. As always, I will include timestamps in the description of this video. If you enjoy the video, feel free to leave a like, subscribe, all that good stuff. So without further ado, let's get started.
Hey guys, my name is Nick and I'm going to be the instructor for this course. Now this course is an ethical hacking course, and in this course we're going to be learning about two main elements. One of them is hacking and one of them is a distribution of Linux called Kali Linux, which is a Linux distribution that's been designed specifically for hacking. So in this video I'm going to keep it brief. I'm just going to go over a few terms and an introduction to hacking in general, and then ethical hacking, and I'm also going to give you guys some requirements which you'll need to successfully complete this course, and a few other ideas which are optional. So first off, the big question: what is ethical hacking? And to answer that question, we first need to know what hacking is. You guys probably already have a pretty good idea. And even if you do, or even if you don't, basically what hacking is finding vulnerabilities in systems and exploiting them. Or in more general terms, it's basically it's successfully getting a system to do something that you want it to do, in spite of the fact that it was not designed specifically to provide that functionality. So I'll give you guys an example. Let's say there's a website and you're logged into it, and you want the system to, instead of thinking you're signed in as you, to think you're signed in as somebody else, so that you can essentially log in without a password. And so hacking would be the act of tricking the system into thinking you're that other user, to the point where you can either get all the information of the other user, or you can just log in. So that's what hacking is. Now, ethical hacking, the term ethical, it basically refers to a sense of morality. And so ethical hacking is hacking for a beneficial reason, or a moral reason, I guess. So to put that into context, I have here a picture of a white mage. Now, if you guys have played Final Fantasy or any other role-playing games that utilizes a job system and also magic, you guys will know that a white mage performs healing magic, or just general good magic. And so a white hat hacker is the same way. They're going to be the ethical hacker. Now, on the other side, you have a black mage in Final Fantasy and role-playing games, and a black mage is a magic wielder who uses magical powers in a destructive way to cause damage to things. So in the same way, a black hat hacker is a hacker who does bad things, definitely illegal. If you're a black hat hacker and you get caught, you're going to go to federal prison and it's going to get really bad. But on the alternative, the white hat hackers can actually get employed. They can actually, Facebook and Google and a lot of other big companies, they hire hackers specifically to attempt to hack their systems. And once they find a vulnerability and know how to exploit it, they'll basically write up a ticket and they'll say, here's a vulnerability, here's how you can replicate it, and you should patch it like this. So white hat hacking does actually have career opportunities. Not a whole lot, I don't think, and most of them are bounty programs. So If you wanted to go sign up for Facebook's bounty program, you could, and you wouldn't get paid unless you do find a vulnerability. And sometimes they tell you exactly what kind of vulnerabilities they're looking for. So that is a white hat hacker. Now, in this course, we're going to be setting up a Linux distribution on a virtual machine. I'm starting by using Mac OS. You guys may be as well, or you may be using Windows or even another Linux distribution. If you're using another Linux distribution already, you're probably going to have an easier time with this course just because we're going to be using Linux and you will already have an experience with that. And I'm not going to go too in-depth on teaching you guys Linux. I already have a course up for Linux system administration, and it was recorded about a year ago or a year and a half ago. And basically the entire course is still valid because it focuses on system-based programs. So I teach you guys how to use grep and which and find and all these other, system level applications in the terminal. So if you guys want to check out this course, it would probably be beneficial for you if you want to learn about Linux as well. All the stuff we're going to use in this course, I'm going to teach you guys how to use. But if you're also interested in Linux, go to udemy.com/Linux system admin. They're separated by dashes, as you can see up here. And you will find my course you can jump right into. There's 87 lectures, almost 8 hours of videos, and we currently have almost 500 students in it. So that's probably going to help you a bit. Now, as for requirements, it's very, very important that you know computers. You don't have to know them really well. You don't need to be able to take it apart and reassemble it. But you should know what RAM is, what a network adapter is, even the master boot record. If you have some of that information already, that's awesome. You guys are going to do great in this course. Another beneficial thing would be if you have a programming background. And so we're going to be exploiting systems, specifically computer-based systems. So if you have experience with the code base that goes into them, you'll have a better idea of how they work and the types of vulnerabilities that they may have. So having a programming background is definitely going to be a benefit, but it's really not necessary. Now, as I said before, hacking is exploiting a system. This doesn't only mean computers. You can actually also hack humans, and that is called social engineering, and that's definitely outside of the scope of this course. But I think that would be really interesting to do, sometime in the future. So maybe we'll do that. In this course, we're specifically going to be using Kali Linux. If you go over to kali.org, this will show you guys the Linux distribution we're going to be using. We're going to be installing VirtualBox, which we'll be doing in the next video. And then we're going to run Kali Linux from our host machine. My host machine is Mac OS. It's going to create just a little window here on the screen that we can run Linux inside of. So if you guys have experience with that, that's cool too. If not, again, I'm going to show you everything that you guys are going to have to do. In the next video, we're going to get started with VirtualBox. All right, guys, in this video, we're going to be installing VirtualBox, and this is going to allow us to install Kali Linux on our machine without having to reboot and do partitioning and all that stuff. It's a way to basically what's going to happen is it's going to open up a window here on our existing computer, and we can install an operating system within that, kind of like Inception, if you've seen that movie. So let's go ahead. We're going to need to grab two things. The first thing we're going to need to grab is the Kali Linux ISO file, or the disk image. So go to kali.org, and go to downloads. Now, you're going to need to make sure that you get an architecture that's going to match your system. So if you have a 32-bit system, you're going to want to grab Kali 32-bit. If you have a 64-bit system, you can use either of these, but it's recommended you get the 64-bit system. So the download size is going to be marked here. I'm going to go ahead and download ISO. You can download the torrent, which might be a bit faster just because it's pure traffic. Your ISP might actually throttle that kind of bandwidth, which I'm pretty sure is illegal, but internet service providers still do it. I'm just going to grab the ISO file here. And then we need to also go over to virtualbox.org. Now, something else is I'm starting this series of videos using Mac OS. You guys may be using Mac OS or Windows. The process is going to be essentially the same with a very small difference. If you've ever installed software on Windows, which chances are if you're watching this series, then you'll know a little bit about computers. You just launch the setup file, hit next, 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 and it basically installs itself. So follow along with this video anyway. It's going to be essentially the same. Click that big download button there. And then you're going to need to make sure you download the correct one. If you have a Windows machine, you're going to download this file. If you have a Mac OS, you're going to download this one. And if you're using Linux already, then that's awesome. You probably don't need help to install VirtualBox. It should be in your repositories to begin with. If not, just do a quick Google search. If you're using Linux, you're probably already familiar with Google searches. So let's get started here. So while the ISO file is still downloading, I'm going to go ahead and get VirtualBox set up. We might have to leave this video paused. Just pause it if your download speeds are going to interfere with the pace of this video. But when you're ready, go ahead and launch the VirtualBox installer. On Mac OS, the installation, traditionally you just drag an application file to the applications directory. But VirtualBox has actually made an installer package. So go ahead and double click that. The process from this point on is going to be similar to Windows. You just hit next, next, next. I need to put in my password here. And then it's going to write the files to the hard disk. Now, while we were doing that, my ISO file here is already downloaded and ready to go. So we'll just wait for this to finish up. And I'll move that installer file to the trash. There we go. So now in my launch pad, I have VirtualBox. You guys should as well, or your start menu. You should now have a VirtualBox application. If you do not, if it's still installing, please pause the video. So you're going to launch VirtualBox here. And I already had this installed at one point. So this looks like a complicated interface, but there's very few steps to actually getting this set up. So let's go ahead and start. We're going to click New in the top left. We're going to name the machine. In this case, I'm going to call it Kali Linux. And we're going to choose... Oh, there's only 32. Really? Oh, that's terrible. I might have to go actually download another ISO. It's only showing 32-bit options here. The recommended memory size is 512. Now this is going to be something that it's really going to depend on your system how much you can allocate here. You definitely want to stay in the green. I'm going to put a 1 gig of memory And it's actually going to assign, if you were to go into your actual computer and look at the RAM, it's going to assign that amount of RAM exclusively to the virtual machine while it's running. So you still need RAM on your host machine, so you can't like crank it way up and use all your RAM. You're going to have problems. So I'm going to keep it at a gigabyte. You guys, keep it in the green range. Make sure you have enough for your host system as well. Then hit continue. And we're going to create a virtual disk now. It's going to create a virtual hard drive. We're going to leave it as VirtualBox disk image. And we're going to allow it to be dynamically allocated. And what this means is it doesn't reserve the total space that we're going to use. I'm going to use 20. What is that? That's 100 megabytes, 3 gigabytes, 20, there. All right. So basically what dynamically allocated disk space means is that if the guest operating system that we're installing here, if we only use, say, 3 gigabytes on it, the rest of that space isn't going to be unusable by the host system. So this is kind of like a maximum size. The disk will grow as needed. Now, we're going to go into settings here, and we are going to go over to storage. And here we're actually going to pop in our disk. So go to where it says controller ID and it shows the little CD there, and it's going to say empty. Highlight that, and then over on the right hand side you're going to see a disk icon as well. You're going to click that and click choose virtual disk file. Now in here I'm going to select my Kali Linux ISO and hit open. And we're good to go. Let's save this, and now let's start the machine, and we're going to start installing. VTX disabled. Okay, so I've actually got, this is a good point. I'm glad this happened because now I'm going to talk about it. Basically, in order to virtualize a machine, you will need to have virtualization enabled in the BIOS of the host machine. So this may be a little bit involved, and I'm going to see if I can grab a picture so you guys can kind of see what I mean. What you're going to need to do here is this is what it looks like on my laptop, which I'm not using right now. These are the kind of BIOS that I have. So basically what you're going to do is you're going to restart your machine. So I want you guys to take notes or watch this on a separate machine or a phone or something while you do it. So pause the video, switch around, whatever you need to do. What you're going to have to do is determine which key is going to allow you to enter your BIOS. So which key to enter BIOS? So on mine, I believe it's F2. And what you're going to do is you're going to turn your machine off, and then you're going to turn it on. And as soon as it starts, you're going to repeatedly tap this key just to make sure that you get it at the right time. So yours may be F2. It most likely is. I think a lot of them are F2, possibly F10. Let's see. On old computers, try F1. So probably, type in your manufacturer, maybe the model number of your machine, and try and find out which key will allow you to enter BIOS there. Generally, it's F2. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to restart now and go into my BIOS. Now, once you're in the BIOS, you're going to be looking for anything that says virtual. It might be called virtualization technology, might be enable virtual machines. It could be anything like that. So just look for the term virtual, and you're going to need to make sure it's enabled. Now, once that is enabled, that's the only complicated bit that I can actually go through and show you guys me, enabling this. But if you have any problems, leave a comment. I will try and help you as best I can. It should be pretty simple, and if I'm not mistaken, like most machines support this. I'm sure there's a few that don't, and in that case, that's really unfortunate. But yeah, so we're going to end this video here, and I'm going to come back in the next video, and we're going to continue where we left off with booting our Kali Linux machine. Hi guys, welcome back. So in this video, what we're going to do is, in the last video, if you watched the installation of VirtualBox in macOS, I said that the steps are basically the same in Windows, but if you'd like to see a Windows installation, if you feel more confident, then we're going to do that. So the first thing we need to do is go to virtualbox.org. And here we're going to click that great big download VirtualBox button. Now, in the macOS video, we downloaded this one right here. This is, I think, the only real difference in installing. We're going to download Windows hosts. And we're going to wait for that to download. It's going to take a few seconds. And while this is happening, you can actually go over to kali.org. I'm not sure if this is something I covered in the installing Kali video or installing VirtualBox. You're going to want to download Kali Linux. And here you're going to want to choose an architecture that matches your system. I'm really not sure right now if I have a 32-bit or 64-bit. We're going to go find out. So you're going to right-click the Start menu. We can't do it like that. Interesting. Let's go to Control Panel. We're going to go into Device Manager, which is right here. I'm using a classic Start menu. Basically, if you're running Windows 10, you have the Start menu there. Just right-click, and it should give you a big list of places that you can go to, and one of them is called Computer Management. So click that, and then go down to Device Manager, and you'll see this one. And if we go into Computer, we'll see ACPI x64 based PC. So we know that this is a 64-bit operating system on a 64-bit processor. So I could go ahead and download 64-bit, but I think VirtualBox has a restriction on Linux operating systems that you can only use 32-bit. So just to be safe, download the 32-bit system image. Now, when the file is downloaded, go ahead and click on it, and it's going to open it. We're going to actually run the installation now. So go ahead and just hit Next. These should all be pre-selected as needed, so just hit Next. Here you got some options. I'm going to leave them all to the default and hit Next. And then it's going to reset the network connection and temporarily disconnect me from the internet. Sure. And then hit Install. And the reason it disconnects you from the internet is because it needs to install, it's like if you go into Computer Management again here, I'm going to show you what it's going to do. Go into Device Manager, and under Network Adapters, you'll see that I have my network adapter here. But then I've also got a VMware one, and there's going to be a VirtualBox one here in a few minutes, and that's because they're going to use these virtual devices. They're not actual devices, but they're virtual devices, and they install it to the host Windows operating system, and these have a certain way that they actually interact with both VirtualBox and the network, the internet, so that we can get network connectivity inside of the virtual machine. Now this has taken a few minutes, so I'm going to pause this video and I'm going to come back when the process is done. Alright guys, so during the process it's going to pop up with a little box that says, do you want to install this device from VirtualBox? And you're going to want to click Install. But then you'll get this finished box here, and it says Start Oracle VM after installation. I'm not going to do that because I'm going to continue in Mac OS, but if you guys want to start up VirtualBox right away, go ahead and leave that checked and hit Finish. And then we're all done. So thank you guys for watching this video. Join me in the next video and we'll continue from this point, again on Mac OS, but you guys can follow along from that point on Windows. Alright guys, welcome back. So I did restart my computer and I enabled the virtualization technology. So we shouldn't have a problem now. Hopefully guys, you guys made progress with that as well. So let's go ahead, now that we're back, and launch VirtualBox. Now in the last video we set it up so that we don't have to do anything now. The only thing I'm worried about is that possibly I have a 64-bit ISO and the VirtualBox system. So let's go ahead and try. I might have to download the 32-bit ISO. In fact, thinking about it, I'm not sure if my host machine is actually 32-bit or 64. I have no idea. Let's go ahead and start the machine, see what happens. So, all right, so here we have the VirtualBox. Let me see if there's a way I can left command. There. So that's something. You're going to have a host key, which if you click into the virtual machine, it's going to capture the mouse. And if you want to release it, you hit the host key. So on Mac OS, the host key is the left command button. On Windows, I believe it's the right control button. I'm going to attempt to zoom this in a bit. Scale factor 150 there. That might be a little bit easier for you guys to see it. So here we have the splash screen and you have up and down mouse control through here. And we have some options, so I want to talk about a few of them just before we jump into actually installing so that you guys will know what we're doing. So most Linux distributions come with the option when you first launch it that you can just try it out. So it loads the entire desktop environment and you can just use it without having to install it. And you're going to be using it if you have it on a USB drive and you boot from that USB drive. What it's going to do is just load the entire Linux operating system into your RAM. I believe, and then you can just use it, or it loads, most of the stuff into RAM, what it needs to, and it just runs it right off the USB drive. You don't even have to install it, but you can. So from within the live environment, from the try it out method of booting, you will have the option within the operating system to install it to your hard disk. This is a failsafe. I guess kind of like a safe mode. And then down here we have the ability to install and use a graphical install. So we're going to be going with the graphical install here. So highlight that one and hit enter. Yep, so I need to download a 32-bit version. So I'm just going to power off the machine here. Jump back into Chrome and go to kali.org. Go to downloads again and download the 32-bit system. So this is going to take a few minutes. Yeah. So what we're going to do in the meantime, actually, is I'm going to talk a little bit about Linux and Kali Linux. So Kali Linux uses the GNOME desktop environment, and if we jump down here, no? All right. Let me jump over to Google. Search for Kali Linux. I'm going to describe the operating system a little bit, so we need to be able to see it. So GNOME 3 is it's a desktop environment for Linux. You can install it on basically any Linux distribution, and it's really clean. It has a top bar across the top. You have an applications menu, and now what makes Kali different from other operating systems is that it comes preloaded with a lot of software for hacking. So you don't even have to install anything. And that's why we're specifically using this distribution. Now, another thing is if you've ever used Ubuntu, Kali Linux is based on Ubuntu. So what that means is in the Linux world, there's thousands of Linux distributions or different operating systems. So Kali is a distribution, Ubuntu is a distribution, Debian, and so on. And there's thousands of them because the main philosophy is, kind of do whatever you want. If you want to take an operating system or a distribution and change some stuff and then re-release it as a new one, you're completely free to do that in the Linux world. So a lot of people have. And there's a lot of distributions that are minimally different, and I'm talking really minimally different. Maybe a new graphical theme and wallpapers. When you can install the same things on any Linux distribution. And then you have bigger ones like this. So what the developers did is they took Ubuntu, which is an amazing operating system that's actually based on Debian, which is one of the first distributions, and they preloaded it with software. They configured it specifically for hackers, and then they released it as Kali. So the great thing is that if you have ever used Ubuntu, then you're going to be familiar with the apt package manager, and that's what Kali uses. So you can install anything in the same way that you would on Ubuntu. So now that the ISO has finally downloaded, let's jump in so I can show you guys. We're going to go back to settings, storage, and I'm going to change this to my i386 version, which is my 32-bit ISO. Now we're going to start it again. You guys didn't have to do that, I hope. If you did, then, we're at the same point. We're going to go to graphical install again. This kernel requires the following features not present, PAE. This is a new issue. I've never got this before, so let's go look that up. Okay, so I'm just going to power this off again. Jump over here and go to settings, and under system, processor, we're going to enable PAE. And also here you have the ability to change how many CPUs you want to use. So, I could afford to go up to 2 or 3. No. Oh, I hadn't enabled that, so I'm only going to use one. So we need to enable PAE in the system tab, in the processor tab, and then hit OK. Now hopefully this is all we need to do for Kali. Let's go ahead and try this again. Jump down to graphical install, and I think it's going to work now. It's made more progress. Can't mount dev SDA, shouldn't be a problem. All right, so we have mouse control in here, neat. Let me click into it. No? Okay. So the first thing we're going to need to do is choose a language. Now, I'm monolingual, so I'm going to choose English. It might be better for you guys to go with English as well, just because everything in this course will look the same to you and me. If you're really more confident and comfortable in another language, then we can try that as well. So once you've selected your language, go down, hit continue. And now it's going to ask for your location. So the main reason that I've seen, or the most prominent reason rather, is it's going to select servers for the package manager based on your location. So it's going to try and find the closest server to download packages from, which is going to make sense because the internet speed might be a little bit faster. If you choose, if you're in India and you choose United States here, that might, cause some lags with installing packages because it's going to try and jump over to the Kali servers in United States. So choose the location that you're in or the closest one to you and hit continue. I believe my keyboard is American English. So I'm going to select this one. It's the safest one to choose. And we can update these all later on if there is a problem with anything. And now it's loading things up, I believe, to the RAM of the machine. And it's going to, or to the hard disk itself. So we just wait and let it run. It's configuring the network. All right. So now it's going to ask for a host name. So basically, this is just the name of the computer. It doesn't need to be anything special. You can actually name it randomly if you want. The only time this is going to really make sense from our perspective during this course, which even then it won't. But it's if you have a modem in your house, chances are it's a modem/router combo. If it's not and you have a router, then basically if you were to open up a web browser and go to 192.168.0.1, that would go to the router's configuration page. And the router's configuration page would show all of the machines connected to it. And if the machine has a host name, it's going to identify the machine by the host name on that page. So you can see, which specific machines are connected. That's the only way it really matters in this sense. So I'm just going to leave it as the default and hit continue. And now it's going to ask for a domain name. We don't need to put anything in here. Just hit continue. And now we need to set a root password. So in Linux, root is the super user. It is the equivalent to the administrator account on Windows, except much more. It can do anything. So there's security built into Linux, which allows regular users to not be able to access, either modify or read files outside of its own user home directory. So the directory that contains documents, pictures, all your files. It won't let you go in and modify system files. But the root account has complete access to the operating system. And there is a way to just be a regular user and make changes to those files. And we're going to talk about that later. So right now, you just need to set the administrator's password on the machine. So when you're choosing a password, it's important that you choose a strong password in any live environment. I'm going to use a really ridiculous password here. Just the word password, actually. But when you're choosing a real password, you want to make sure that it's long enough, like longer than 8 to 10 characters, has some special characters mixed in, like an exclamation mark, some numbers, capital letters, lowercase. And you don't want a dictionary word or a dictionary phrase in your password. And that's the hardest part in choosing a password. There's a website called How Secure Is My Password, I believe. Let me go check this. howsecureismypassword.com is not it. So let me just type in howsecureismypassword.net. So here you can type in your password. I'm going to type in PASSWORD. And the password would be cracked instantly. Now, if I had something a little more involved, as you can see, if this was my password, it would take approximately 7 quadrillion years for a machine to brute force my password. So make sure that you guys choose a secure password in live environments. This is not a live environment, so I'm just going to use password and hit continue. Now it's going to want to configure the clock. If the desired time zone is not listed, please go back to choose language and select the country. All right, so Eastern time zone is my time zone. I'm going to select this. You guys select it. It really doesn't matter. This can be changed as well once we get into the operating system, and hit continue. And now it's going to ask what we want to do with the partition table of our machine. Now, again, the way this differs from a live environment is we don't really need to do anything here, but we are going to go to manual because we're going to set up swap space as well. I'm going to go to guided partitioning and continue. And we're just going to use the, well, no, let's go through here. Click on the hard disk here and hit continue. You've selected an entire device to partition. All current partitions will be removed. Yes. So we can configure the volumes here. So click configure and hit continue. Continue again. The default no, we're going to go back. We're seriously just going to install directly to here. Then we're going to hit yes and continue. And then we're going to click finish partitioning and write changes to disk. So basically this means that this is now available to be partitioned. So we're going to, once you select the disk, then we select this partition here and hit continue. Click create a new partition and continue. I'm going to go with 18.4 because we're going to leave a bit for disk space. We're going to set it to primary, beginning, and we're going to use it as ext4. So this is the file system that's going to be on the machine. So ext4 is a Linux. I believe Mac OS actually uses ext as well. I think it's ext3 though. Windows typically uses NTFS. But I mean, it should be pretty standard anyway. We're going to leave mount point to the /. This just means that the entire operating system is going to be installed here. Bootable flag is going to be on. Just double click that. Typical usage standard, label none. All right. Going to done and hit continue. And now we're going to set up swap of 4 gigabytes. So what swap is, hit continue, primary, swap. I'm going to go back here actually. So basically, once you're at this point, we're going to need to change a few things. The first one, we're going to be using this as swap space. So what that means is that's a little bit of hard drive space that acts as fallback RAM if you run out of RAM. So I've personally never seen my machine use swap space, and I've used Linux for years. However, that's not to say that it won't ever happen. Swap is quite a bit slower than RAM. That's why it's used as a fallback. Now, alternatively, if you don't set this up as a swap area, what would happen if you max out your RAM is that the system would just start shutting down programs as it saw fit. So we're going to use that as swap area. Click Done setting up the partition and continue. And then we're going to hit continue. Oh, we need to come down to finish partitioning and write changes to disk and hit continue. So we've got our main partition here, which is going to store the operating system. We've got a swap partition here, which is essentially just backup RAM that's stored on the hard drive, and we're going to hit continue. Now it's going to install the system to disk, and this is going to take a little while. So what we're going to do is we're going to end the video here, and then when the system has installed, go on to the next video, and we'll actually get to the first boot of Kali Linux, and we'll look around the operating system. All right, hey guys. So before we actually get into booting the system, this is still on the installation step, so we're still booted off of the ISO image. At the end of the installation process, we get this question: do we want to use a network mirror? And basically all this means is, do you want to be able to install things? So we're going to need to set up the package manager. Use network mirror, let's say yes and hit continue. If you need to use an HTTP proxy, we need to enter information there. We don't, so just hit continue. And it's going to configure the apt package manager, which is the same one that's used in Ubuntu. So once this completes, we should be good to go, I believe. So let's just see what's going to happen here. It may have frozen here. Doesn't look like it's doing anything. Oh, there's a progress bar. Awesome. So now it's installing a bootloader to the machine. And this is the bit of code that actually allows our machine to boot. It's stored in a special boot directory on the root of the hard disk. It seems it's the only operating system to install. Yes, so the master boot record is a little bit of hard drive space at the very beginning of a hard drive. And this is an older form of booting. I mean, in the recent years, EFI has really grown, but we're not really going to get into EFI right now. Just it's a better way to boot. However, we've installed the system assuming that we're just going to install to the master boot record. So just leave it selected to yes, or select yes if it isn't, and hit continue. We need to make it our newly installed system bootable by installing grub on a bootable device. The usual way is to install grub on the master boot record. Yeah, okay, so we're just going to select dev SDA. This is our main hard disk, and we're going to hit continue. Now it's finishing the installation of the operating system, and we should be good to go pretty soon here. Generally, this is the last step in installing Linux. When it says finishing, that's how you know it's getting close. All right, so the installation is now complete, so we can restart the machine. So just hit continue there. And it's just finishing up a few things, and then it will reboot. Looks like this might take a few minutes actually. So. As soon as it does finish, though, we're going to be good to jump into Kali Linux and have a look around, and then we will jump straight into hacking, which is it's the reason we're all here. Not in any philosophical sense. There we go. So the virtual machine is now going to restart, and we have this bootloader here. This is Grub. This is the Grub bootloader that we just installed to the master boot record. And here we have advanced options, which we're not really going to jump into. Instead, we're going to select Kali GNU Linux. Let's jump in there. I've seen this printout at the beginning of Linux boot processes for a while. I know it never used to be the case, but recently it has been. I might have to adjust the scaling here. Looks like it's going to use a bit of space. Let me scaled mode. There we go. I can just like that. Awesome. So here we're going to need to log in as root for the first time, and we're going to add our user manually. So go ahead and type in root, and then the password, which I've assigned the password as password. So type that in, hit enter. And should start to load here. All right, guys. So this is Kali Linux. This is the GNOME 3 desktop environment. I'm not sure exactly what version it is. We're going to check a few things just before we do anything. So as you can see here, it shows a plug that's plugged into another plug. This is our network, and it says wired connected. I'm just going to attempt to make some type of call to the internet. So curl google.com and just make sure we're connected. And it is. We've got a result here, so we know that we are in fact connected to the internet. So the first thing we're going to do is add a user. And how we're going to do that is through terminal here. Now, before we do that, actually, let's have a look around. So in the top left, you've got your applications. If you click on this, it's going to drop it down and give you categories here for information gathering, vulnerability analysis, password attacks, etc. And we're going to go through a lot of these. I don't think we're going to focus on all of them. Under usual applications, my mouse wheel is not working. Is it? No. No, it's not. All right. So that's the applications. The places menu is kind of like shortcuts to your home directory there. And it will open it up in the file manager. As you can see there, this is the file manager in Kali Linux. I'm going to close that. Then we've got the current running application, which you can drop down and get some options. You can quit, new terminal, etc. Then you've got the clock up here at the top in the top center. Over on the right, you've got your system tray, and it will show icons, according to if it's supposed to, the application. This is froze. It's froze up right here. Just give it a moment. There we go. And this is the system menu. So if you drop it down here, you'll see you have volume control. You've got your network, your proxy, your user account, and then you also have access to settings. You can lock the machine or turn it off. So if we jump into settings here, this is going to be the traditional GNOME settings application, and you can, access your hardware, system tools, stuff like that. So if you were not able to select the correct time zone before, if you go into settings and go down to date and time, you will have the ability to select automatic time zone. Also, if you don't, then you can manually choose it, on this map here. All right. So this, guys, is Kali Linux. We're actually going to stick with the root account for now. I think it's going to make some things easier. So in the next video, we're going to start talking about specific things that we're going to be doing in this course related to hacking. All right, guys, so here we're going through the install of Kali Linux on Windows, just to have an alternate video if you guys feel safer. This is the exact same setup as the other video, so let's go ahead with graphic install. Saying it can't mount SDA, which is perfectly fine. I'm going to go ahead with English. My location is going to be United States. I'm going to be using an American English keyboard, but I'm pretty sure actually that this keyboard that I have is a British or a UK keyboard, just because the shift key on the left is small, and there's some other differences as well. But I'm just going to go ahead with American English. Should work for the most part anyway. Let me disable notifications here. There we go. And I'm actually going to view, I'm going to go ahead and scale this up 125 so you guys can see it better. Now, setting up Kali Linux is really simple. It's going to ask you a bunch of questions, and for the most part, it's pretty straightforward. The only thing that might seem new to people just getting into Linux is the partitioning, because it is a little different. So it's asking for our host name. So basically, this is just the name of this computer on the network. So if you've got a router at home, if you go to 192.168.0.1 or .2.1, it depends, but it's usually .0.1 or 2.1. If you go to that address in your browser, that's going to show you your network administration screen. It's going to show you the router's configuration page, and there is a section that will show you all connected devices, and it's going to show you the IP address, usually the MAC address, and then also the host name if it's available, so you can quickly identify machines that are on the network. So that's the only real instance when this is going to be relevant in this course. So I'm just going to leave it Kali. We're not going to set up a domain name for this, so just hit continue. But if you're setting this up on a server that you have, that you're directing a domain name to, it's going to be a good idea to enter that domain name in here. But that's outside the scope of this course. So continue. Now we're going to set up the root account. So basically, this is the top level user that has full access to the system. Now, when you're choosing a password for any password, your local machine, your email accounts or social media accounts, it's gonna it's going to be important that you choose a secure password in a live environment. Now, where this is just a virtual machine, I'm going to use a really weak password, but there's a website called How Secure Is My Password? I believe it's .net. HowSecureIsMyPassword.net. And you can go there and type in a potential password, and you can see how secure it is. It's recommended to use uppercase, lowercase, numbers, special characters, and not dictionary words. So for the sake of security, my password here is just going to be password. I'm going to hit continue. My time zone, this is going to be Eastern. Now it's going to load up the disk partition manager. So the easiest thing to do in a virtual box where you've just created the virtual hard drive and there's nothing on it, you can just use entire disk. If you want something a little more verbose, then we're going to go with manual partitioning. Now we're going to click this one right here, hit continue. It says you have selected an entire disk to partition. Yes, there we go. Now that we've got the partition table set, that just gives us one big chunk of free space. So we're going to have to talk about a few things. First, I'm going to go click this free space, which is 21.5 gigabytes, and I'm going to hit continue. We're going to click create a new partition and click continue. And now the max size of this, I'm going to make it 18 gigabytes, 18.5 I guess, and hit continue. It's going to be primary. It's going to be beginning, so this is going to use that 18.5 gigabytes starting from the beginning of the physical hard drive. I'm going to hit continue. Now, this is the configuration of this partition that we've just created. So a partition, to put it more technical, it's a collection of space on your hard drive. So you can have multiple partitions, each with a different operating system on it, and that's what you're going to be doing if you're dual booting. We are not going to cover that in this instance. However, if you're installing Windows, the format system or the file system is going to be NTFS, which stands for New Transfer File System, I think. New technology, I think it is. And that's a Windows file system, which has certain restrictions on like file names and the way the file system works. Now the default for Linux is going to be the ext4 file system, so we're going to leave that like that. The mount point is going to be at the root of the drive, and we're going to learn more about the structure of a Linux drive as we get further into this course, so don't worry about that. Mount options, I'm going to click here so we can look at these. We don't need any of these. If you want to read right quick on them, then you can. The label, I'm going to double click in here, and we're going to label this as Kali OS. Hit continue. The bootable flag we're going to set to on, so just double click that. And then we're going to click done setting up the partition and hit continue. Now by setting the mount point to the / there, that means the entire operating system is going to be installed right there on this partition. Now the reason we've set up this like this is so that we can have another free space partition that we're going to set up as swap space. Now this is, from what I understand, the equivalent to the Windows page file. I'm not really as familiar with the Windows things as I am with Linux things, so I'm not sure if that's a good analogy or a correlation to draw there. But we're going to select the free space partition now, which is 3 gigabytes. You may have a different sized one depending on what you chose. We're going to create a new partition and hit continue. It's going to be 3 gigabytes, so the remaining space on the drive. And it's going to be primary, and hit continue. Now, double-click the Use As field, and we're going to drop down here to Swap Area and hit Continue. And that's all we need to do. So click Done Setting Up the Partition and Continue. Now, swap space, let's say we have 8 gigabytes of RAM in our computer, and we're not going to be talking about from the perspective of a virtual machine in this instance, but it does apply there. Except we only have 1 gigabyte of RAM assigned to this machine. So with a swap space, what happens is, let's say we have 8 gigabytes of RAM in our computer that our operating system is using, and somehow we max out that RAM. In Linux, what's going to happen if we have no swap area is the operating system is just going to start finding processes that it thinks it doesn't need, and it's going to shut them down automatically to free up a bit of RAM so that it can continue operating how it needs to. Now that can be a dangerous, scenario. You can end up with programs closing that you don't want closed. Let's say you're working on a document and you haven't saved it in a week, and you've just written this book and you haven't saved it for whatever reason. You always want to save. It comes back to video games. When you have the ability to save, save. So with any document writing or any work at all, you always want to save. But let's say you haven't, and the operating system thinks, well, we need to free up something, and this program hasn't been used in a while, so let's just close that down, and it's going to. So what the swap area does is it's a little bit of hard drive space that can be used kind of like extra incredibly slow RAM. RAM is really, really fast compared to disk write and read speeds. So swap area is going to be quite a bit slower than RAM, but it's going to make sure that programs don't get closed automatically by the system in the event that RAM runs out. Now, I've never seen an instance using Linux where my RAM has maxed out. I don't think I've ever seen my swap space get used, but it's still ideal to have a swap area set up. So once we're done with this, let's go finish partitioning and write changes to disk and hit continue. It's going to give you a recap of what you've done. So just when you're happy with it or confident with it, select yes and hit continue. And now it's going to say installing the system, and this is going to take an incredibly long time. So I'm going to pause this video and come back when it's done. All right, guys, so after the installation process copies everything to your disk and everything, it's going to come back with a configuration of the package manager, and it's going to ask if you want to use a network mirror. And so we're going to select yes and hit continue. You can skip through the proxy settings here. Just click continue. That's as long as you're not using a proxy, and we're going to talk about proxies more as we get into this course, so that's something we will revisit. Now, I believe at this point it's going to configure the package manager and the bootloader. So once it copies the bootloader over to the root directory on the hard drive, at that point the installation should be complete. So I think I'm going to pause it again because I think that's the only user interaction we have to, have with the remaining installation process. I'm going to pause this video and I'm going to come back when it's all done. We're going to load up Kali, and we're going to do a few things that we need to do before we even get started with anything. Install grub bootloader to the master boot record, yes. So click yes and hit continue. We're going to select our hard drive here, hit continue, and this is just going to install it to the virtual hard disk for this virtual machine. So don't worry about messing up your host machine. It's not going to do that. Maybe I won't pause the video. It looks like it's going to be done here in a few seconds. All right, So when you see this screen saying that the installation is complete, all you have to do is click continue here. It's going to remove a bunch of the packages that it used for installing the system that we no longer need. It's going to unload the RAM and everything, and then it should reboot. And once it reboots, we can finally get into our installation. So we're just going to let it do this here. This process is probably going to be quicker if you assign more RAM to the machine. I've just assigned 1 gigabyte, which should be sufficient for most of the things that we have to do. It is taking a few minutes. All right, so now when it reboots, you're going to have this grub menu, and it's going to automatically boot into Linux if you just leave it. So we're just going to wait for the boot process to go through here. All right, so we're at the login screen here, and we need to type in the username. If you guys don't remember creating a user, that's okay, because technically we didn't. We're going to be using the root user account for now, so type in root and hit enter. And now our super secure password goes here, and hit enter again, and it's going to sign us in for the very first time. Now, there's really only a couple things we need to do as soon as we get into the installation. And I'm going to cover it more when I actually get into the package manager itself. But for right now, the first thing you absolutely need to do when you install a new Linux operating system is you need to make sure all of the packages are up to date. So I'm going to go ahead over on the left-hand side and open up Terminal. Now, with Terminal opened, just type in sudo apt-get update and then hit enter. This is going to update the package index. So this is just a list of packages and their corresponding versions that are on that are in the package manager. Now the second thing we need to do is upgrade. So we need to make sure all of the package versions are installed to the latest version. So type in sudo apt-get upgrade. And if you guys don't know what sudo or apt-get means, don't worry, just type this in. We're going to cover it more when we get into the course. But just type in what I'm typing in and hit enter. And it looks like another process might be using this. So I'm going to hit up on my keyboard and try again. It's not able to get a lock. So there's a file that's created when apt is being used to make sure that it can't that multiple things can't happen with the program at the same time to prevent issues and stuff with the operating system. And it looks like that's happening. So I'll just leave this. We'll just get to this later on in the course. For right now, you guys have successfully installed Kali Linux in a virtual machine. Good job, guys. Hey guys, welcome back. So in this video, what we're going to do is we're going to install the Linux VirtualBox guest editions. And what that's going to allow is a better performance within VirtualBox. So I'm going to go ahead and log in as my regular user and my password. And what we need to do is in VirtualBox itself, in the menu bar up here, you need to click Devices and click Insert Guest Editions CD. Now I've already got this loaded, so it's going to show here on my desktop. Now what I'm going to do is right click and click Open. Now this is going to open the disk in my file manager. And what we need to do is we need to copy the run file here over to our downloads directory. Because we need to make that executable. So we're going to copy vbox edition or Linux editions.run over to our home downloads. Now once we have that done, let's go ahead and change directory back into our downloads directory and just confirm that we have it. And we do. Now I've already done this before, so it's going to show this as green. It's going to show it as executable, but that's not going to be the state that you guys have on it. So we need to modify those permissions at this point in order to mark this executable. So how we do that is we run chmod, and we're going to set 755, and we're going to do that on the vbox Linux editions.run. Now when you guys run the ls command, it should be green, and that means we can run this. So go ahead and run sudo vbox Linux editions.run and enter your password. It's going to scan it and make sure that it's verified, the integrity of it, and then it's going to install it. Now I already have it installed, so it's going to remove my current installation of it, and it's going to copy and then set it up, and then that's all we need to do. Vbox add just trying something here. All right. So what we need to do at this point is just restart the computer or the virtual machine. So I'm going to go ahead in the system menu and click restart. You guys do the same, and on the next boot you should notice some performance improvement if this has worked. And if it has not, leave a message in the discussion area on this video, and I'll see if I can help you guys get this up and running. This takes quite a while to restart like this. I'm not sure why, but for me, running in VirtualBox, it always hangs at this point for about 2 minutes. So I'm just going to go ahead and reset. And we're just going to wait it out. It should restart fine. And there we go. And at this point, even just the fade in of the login screen or the display manager, you guys should notice that it happens more fluidly and that it's more responsive when you type things in. It's almost immediate, as you can see here. So what we've just done is we've just installed the VirtualBox guest editions into the virtual machine itself to improve the performance. Now, moving forward, we're going to be getting into proxies. We're going to be covering proxies more and how to protect your anonymity on the internet while using these tools that we have available to us in Kali Linux. And then we're going to get into actual hacking. I think I want to start with MySQL hacking, because that is the most, I'm not going to say it's like the most common method of hacking, but it applies to a ton of opportunities to hack websites. So let's jump into proxy chains. So I'm not sure what's wrong with the VirtualBox guest editions that VirtualBox tries to install. But you can actually install them from the package manager, and they work. As you can see, I now have a full screen. Oh, that's not my password. I have a full screen resolution, which is exactly what I wanted. So we're going to go over the steps to get this working. It's really simple, but I'm going to go ahead and do it with you guys to an extent. So the first thing you need to do is purge the virtual guest X11 package. So to do that, we're going to switch to the root account. So enter the root password there and run apt-get purge VirtualBox guest-x11. And I'm not going to run this command because I've actually got it working. So just run that command. And then once that is done, you're going to need to run apt-get auto remove --purge. So let me select this again. Apt-get auto remove --purge. What this is going to do, when you uninstall a package on Linux, it doesn't get rid of all of the configuration files and leftover files and stuff. So by purging in the previous command, we did do that. Now, what auto remove does is it removes packages that you no longer need. It removes remnant packages that were required by something. And the something that required those packages is no longer installed. So again, we're going to purge that. Now, when you're done with these two commands, just go ahead and run reboot. Your system is going to reboot. So I recommend pausing this video and coming back when it does come back up and you've got the terminal back at this state. Now, when it does come back up, what you're going to need to do is you're going to need to update the package index and then do a full dist upgrade. So back in the root account, just run apt-get update. This is just going to update the package index file. So it's going to jump over to the repositories server, get a list of all packages and their versions, and then just download the list so that your computer knows what it can install. Now after this, you're going to run the command apt-get dist-upgrade. And this is going to take a while. This is going to do a distribution upgrade, which is going to catch packages and update them to a more recent version than just upgrading. So run that command. I don't even know how long it took my machine to run it. I actually left and then came back the next day and it was done. It does not take overnight. It was likely just about to complete. So I'd say this might take like 10-15 minutes depending on your internet connection. So go ahead and run that and then pause the video and come back when that updates. Now at this point you do need to reboot again, so just type in reboot and then pause the video and come back. Now the next commands, they cover actually installing it, and we're going to install actually the same package that we purged. So again, it's really simple. All you need to do is first update the package index with apt-get update, and then once you get that done, you're going to run apt-get install -y, and this just means it's going to answer yes when it says, are you sure you want to upgrade these packages? And then VirtualBox -guest-x11. And this command is going to take a few minutes. It's going to prompt you if you want to, I think, remove or upgrade or keep your existing configuration file or some file. Just hit enter. Leave it at the default. I think the default is to keep the one you have. And then when this is done, you're going to reboot one final time. And when the machine comes back up, if you go into the view menu, make sure this is toggled on, and that'll make it that when you have it at this size, it's going to figure out what resolution this should be, and it's going to set it. Alternatively, the virtual screen 1 now has the options to resize to a bunch of different resolutions. And the performance, it's still not the same as running natively on a machine because it's virtualized, but it is a little better. Apps open quicker, and this is going to make it a lot more fluid moving forward. Hey guys, welcome back. So we actually need to divert from the actual course content for a moment, and I didn't think we'd have to do this. I thought that using a virtual box would be sufficient for what we need to do, but here's the problem. When you're using VirtualBox, and I'm not sure if I talked about it in the last video or not, but when you're using VirtualBox, the network adapters are bridged, meaning that, one sec, let me jump in here. If I go into settings and down to network, right now I've got no networks attached, but if I had a wireless card in my desktop here, the only way the VirtualBox would see that would be a bridged connection, which means to the guest operating system, it would just look like a like an Ethernet connection, right? Now, what I want to do next is I want to actually get into hacking Wi-Fi networks. So I've tried to work around this, and I'm going to explain what I tried and why it didn't work. It is possible to install the tools we need on Windows. However, the tools we need don't work in Windows. So, not exactly sure why they'd even release Windows downloads. Maybe there's another use case of that software that I'm completely missing. In fact, that's most likely what it is. So, yeah, so we can't use VirtualBox. And we can't use Windows, which leaves us with one solution. And that's going to be to actually run an installation of Linux directly on a hard drive. So what we're going to do for this is I'm going to end up using my laptop. So the scaling is going to be a bit funny because I'm going to scale it up to 1080p. But the actual resolution on my laptop is 1600 by 900, I think. So what we're going to do is I'm not going to install Linux on my laptop. I'm comfortable with the operating system I have there. What we're actually going to do is we are going to run it live off a USB stick. So what you guys are going to need are three things. One thing we already have. It's the ISO file of Kali Linux. The next thing you are going to need is a USB hard drive. Or rather a USB, what do they call it now? Just a USB stick? Yeah, one of these. Mine is, I think, 16 gigabytes or 8 gigabytes. That should be sufficient. I don't think you will be able to run this with anything less than 2 gigabytes, though. So make sure that you have one of those. Now the alternative would be if you already have Linux installed on your hard drive, then you're going to be able to follow right along with not this video, but the next one. So if you've already got Linux installed, go ahead and skip to the next video. If you don't, then stick around. Now the third thing we need is a program called UNetBootin. And you're going to download the Windows file like this. Now this is the program we're going to be using. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to stick my USB drive into my USB port here. And I'm not sure if you guys heard that ding, but that means that it is installed. If I go to disk management, we're going to need to format the drive before we put the Kali Linux on it. Whoa. All right. Actually, the last thing I used this for was to install a Linux distribution on one of my machines. So what you need to do is open up disk management. Now, the steps are going to be different if you're working from a Mac OS or a Linux environment. And so in Mac OS, it's called the disk utility. And basically what you need to do is just format it as a FAT32 partition. So I'm going to right click format, and we're going to call it Kali. I'm going to leave it to FAT32 and everything else the same, and hit OK. Did it do it that fast? All right. So now what you're going to do is you're going to open up UNetbootin. And what this is going to let you do is just copy, it's going to let you essentially unsquash the file system. So within that ISO image, there's some boot files that tell systems how to boot, and then there's one really, really large file. It's a squash FS file, and what that is that's like an entire file system of Linux squashed into one file. So this is going to copy the stuff over to the hard drive, and then when we boot off it, it's going to unsquash it. So go ahead and select disk image. We're going to leave this set to ISO, and then we're going to select the disk image. Now I've got mine on my desktop. It's Kali Linux. So I'm going to select that and hit OK. And then I'm just going to refresh this just to make sure it gets the, yeah, that's the only USB drive I have in there right now. And then hit OK. Now this is going to take a little while because it's going to copy the files, and it's about 2 gigabytes. So copying over to a USB stick might take some time. So what I'm going to do is we're going to leave it here, and hopefully this succeeds for you guys. What we're going to do starting in the next video is we're going to actually boot from the USB. Now the process is going to be similar to how we first booted VirtualBox. So unfortunately, where I'm actually going to boot it on a hard drive, there's going to be no way that I can screen capture that. So what we'll do is, starting in the next video, that's going to start off with me already booted into my Linux environment on my laptop. Hey guys, welcome back. So in this video, we're just going to go over some basic terms so that you guys can have a bit more of an understanding as we move forward into the kind of things that we're going to be demonstrating. So demonstrations are going to be a huge part of this course, and the first one is going to be on SQL injections, just because that's really simple. It should be really quick to do, and I think that's a perfect first example of what hacking can be. So before we get to that, we're going to cover all these terms, and then we'll cover them more in depth one by one, I guess. So the first one here is DOS, or denial of service. And what this basically means is, let's say you're attempting to do something on the internet, let's say interact with an application or maybe a game, and denial of service would be when you're attacked in a way that would make it impossible for you to get service. So if someone were to overload your network connection with just junk data, and we'll go through some examples of this in the future. Now, a DDoS is the same kind of thing, except it's on a bigger scale and it affects more users. So rather than targeting an individual to carry out a DDoS attack, you're going to attack the server itself. And how you do this would be when I open up a web page or a web browser and I type in, say, youtube.com, what happens is my browser sends a tiny bit of data to YouTube's server. And it basically says, this is my IP address. I want you guys to send me a page. This is the page I want you guys to send me. And then what happens is the site will parse it and respond with that page and send that HTML file and all other resources to your IP address. Now, when you're behind a router, what happens is it's going to send it to your public IP address, or the one IP address that your internet service provider has given to you to use. And then when it gets to your router is going to say, okay, well, this request came from this NAT address or this specific machine on this network, so now I'm going to send that to that machine. And actually, I believe there's some hacking that we can do with just intercepting network calls, so you could exploit that as well. So what a DDoS does is, let's say I send 1 billion requests per second, which that's a pretty high number, but I think you can imagine what would happen is that the server would be like, okay, well, I can't handle this much data. And then anybody else trying to get on at the same time is not going to be able to, because the servers are overloaded trying to serve junk requests, basically. And so that's a dedicated denial of service. There's a few big companies that have been targeted with such a thing. And there's actually an interesting way that these happens. So basically, a single machine cannot overload an entire server. So what you do is you collect a bunch of machines, and this is why malware is targeted. It's basically why you may have malware on your machine, is because what I would do in this case, if I was attempting to DDoS a huge site, is I'm going to build a little piece of software and have it install on users' machines without them knowing it. So, you need to do it in a stealth way, let's say, and I'm not saying go do this, I'm just explaining how it happens, by the way. I would package it stealthily with a legitimate piece of software. So people, let's say, if you've ever played Skyrim on the PC and modded it, there's this program called the Skyrim Script Extender, which is a small program. It's like 4 files that need to be copied over to the root directory of Skyrim. So what you could do is build an executable file that will, label it SKSE, and people will download it and install it and copy those files over so it looks legitimate, but also copy another service over that's always listening for a request, basically. And so let's say you have 1 million people download this piece of software. So you have 1 million machines that have also been injected with your piece of software that's basically a trigger. So when you send a specific command to all of these machines, all at the same time, they're going to start pinging with junk requests to a server. And you see a lot of WordPress sites get compromised as well. And there's a name for it. I can't recall what it is, but they're basically sites that are ready to perform a DDoS attack without the owner of the site even knowing it, usually. So that's a DDoS, and that is very damaging. And there are ways to protect against this. For example, having load balancers. But also being able to check the type of user agent that's requesting a site and IP address, and maybe limit requests by IP address, or if an IP address with a shady user agent that maybe an older user agent or a Python specific, you can tell when requests are coming from applications and when they're coming from actual browsers, and you could, build in some load balancing there. Now, phishing is a fun one. Everyone loves phishing. Square Enix is releasing a VR Monsters of the Deep, which is a phishing game. It's kind of like a Final Fantasy 15 spin-off. That looks neat. But this kind of phishing is much more destructive. So basically, in order to pull off something like this, and email filters are getting really, really good at blocking such things. You need to make your email look legitimate. So let's say you want to hack somebody's Facebook account. And again, these are just examples. Please do not do this. You will get in trouble, chances are. The NSA is getting very, very good at being able to track. What was it? Very recently, I think it was the NSA. They took over a Tor web. We'll get into that when we talk about Tor. But phishing, basically, you send an email that appears as though it's from Facebook. And let's say make it look like it's from Facebook. You can even show whatever from email address you want, so it can really trick people. And then just say something like, your account has been compromised. Please click here to verify your identity. And then host a page that looks like Facebook that just asks for the username and password. Or even just send a basic email that says, you have a new message or something, and then they'll click it and they'll go to this site and it'll look like Facebook. So they'll just log in thinking that it's Facebook. But what actually happens is where that's a page that's owned by you, instead of submitting a login request to Facebook, what it's actually going to do is it's going to send their username and password to you so that you can go to the real Facebook and log in as that user. Now, if I were to do this, I would also, actually submit, once I take the information for myself, I would also submit that information to the Facebook login page to have it redirect and look as though, it's actually Facebook. So the user still has no idea that anything happened. They'll still be logged into Facebook. That's phishing. Now, moving on, we've got SQL injections, and this is something that is getting more and more difficult to do. So when we jump into demonstrations, I'm going to show you guys how to do an SQL injection, and then probably it's going to be a separate video. We're going to talk about the ways to mitigate that and also the ways to exploit the mitigation techniques of SQL injections. So basically what it is you have a form set up and you have a website that connects to a backend database, MySQL, and you have a form, and basically it looks something like, let me see if I can pull up a text editor here. Would it be gedit? Get it, I believe. All right, so I'm going to write a bit of pseudocode here. This is not going to be actual code. We will cover actual code when we get into it. So you have a form, and then what happens is when somebody submit that form, let's say there's a username and password field on it, right? You would have a bit of code on the receiving page that would get the variables password and username. And then there would be an SQL call to the database that would say, basically, get user where username equals username and password equals password. So this would also be wrapped in quotes. This is not actual SQL code. This is sort of like it, but I'm just trying to make it a little simpler. So what would happen is normally a username would just be like this and the password would just be like that, right? So it would say get user where username equals Nick and password equals password. But what you do is you can add a quote there and a semicolon, and then you can start your own SQL command. After this, then you could say something like, SQL equals update users where username equals, username, or whatever username you want. Let's say you're targeting admin, something like that. Set password equals my own password. And then you would close that off. And then what would happen in this instance, when you would type this all into the password field in the form, and you would hit submit. What would happen is it would do this one, okay? But what would happen, I'm going to copy this, okay? Because this is the code our form is going to submit. And I'm going to change it here where it intercepts the, actually it wouldn't be that. It's just the password field. So let me copy this. That's not copying. That's zooming. All right. That value would go right here, and it would begin to look something like, hold on, why is it not copying? All right. It would, so I'm on a Mac, and I use Command. I actually have to use the Control key here, so there. It would look something like this. So now the SQL call becomes this. You do this call, and then you can have your own, action performed right after it. And that's SQL injection. Now, some of the ways to mitigate it, we're going to get over it, but there are ways where you can escape, certain character sequences. You can remove quotes and semicolons so that, if someone tried something like that, it basically wouldn't work. So that's SQL injections. This one's simple. A VPN is a virtual private network, and it's every time I request a page from the internet, what happens is my public IP address is sent to that server to return a page to it. So that server now has my IP address, and if they log IP addresses, then they would be able to. So what a virtual private network is it's a service you can set up, and you can configure your browser or your computer to use a virtual private network. And what will happen is, instead of sending any of your requests to any of the servers that you're telling them to, it sends all your requests to your VPN with your IP address and what request you're making. And then your VPN, your virtual private network, will send the request to the server, get the response, and then the server will see the VPN's IP address and not yours. So it adds a bit of anonymity to web browsing. We'll go over how to set those up as well. A proxy is essentially the same thing. It's just having another IP address perform your web actions for you. Now Tor is a little bigger, and I need to open up a web browser you guys to see Tor. It's called, no, it's not what I want. It's called the Onion Router. And they have an infographic somewhere. All right, here it is. And so basically, how this works is when you request a server, your machine will go directly to the server, get the page and come back, which gives the server your IP address. So if you're doing anything illegal, it's going to know your IP address, and then they can find out what service provider owns that IP address. They can call your internet service provider. They can get your name and address from, basically when you were using the IP address, even if it's dynamic. Even if you have a different IP address every day, ISPs will host log files to, determine who used what each day. So that's how a network normally works. But with the Onion Router, what will happen is your machine connects to another machine with a request, which then sends it to another machine, which then sends it to another machine, which then connects to the server. So the server just gets this IP address. And then, you can trace it back. When the request goes back, or the response from the server, it's going to bounce across the same servers and then go to your machine. So it adds 3 layers of network requests, essentially like the layers of an onion. And that's why they call it the Onion Router. And this was actually invented by the US military, I believe, in the 60s or 50s, a long time ago, I think. I mean, I could totally be wrong. It may have been like in the 70s, but it was a long time ago that this was created. And you can, each request you make will use a different hop. And so that's useful, obviously, when you're doing things with hacking. A VPS is an acronym that stands for Virtual Private Server. And it's just like having a hosting account anywhere, except it's, you have full control over the server. So you can go to GoDaddy or register.com or Network Solutions, and you can get hosting, which will give you access to a cPanel, a limited set of tools to manage a website, but it won't give you the tools necessary to manage the entire server. So a VPS is actually a server that you own. It's privatized, so you might have different instances, different people who have the same server, but have their own installation of Linux on it that they can use, and they have their own IP addresses and stuff. So this is actually what I have for my websites. I have 2 of them actually, and I host client stuff on there. So basically you can log in through SSH, and I can show you guys a quick example of that in the future as well. And you can, use Linux, basically. I'm sure you can get Windows VPS machines as well, but Linux is the most common for web development and servers in general. So you could log in, you could, you can even completely wipe your VPS server, and you can reinstall a new Linux distribution. I had one running Arch once. Right now I have 2 that are running Ubuntu. And you can install packages. You can set it up however you want. It's completely yours, essentially. Keyloggers are little programs. We'll build one of these, actually. This is going to be fun. Basically, what it does is every time you hit a key on your keyboard, like this, let's say you're just typing a letter to someone. If you have a keylogger that's been stealth installed to your machine, what happens is every time you press a key, that key is logged into a log file. And let's say every day or every hour or something, it's sent to whoever wrote the keylogger. So let's say you open up a web browser and you're typing, facebook.com, and then you would have a little enter. So you press the enter key, it would look like that. And then you would type in your username, so that, and then press tab to go over the next one, and then your password, and then enter again. Now, if somebody saw this who wrote a keylogger, they'd know that your Facebook account is exactly this. They'd know exactly how to log into your Facebook account, and it gets more dangerous because your email accounts, you might be typing in your username and password to as well. And keyloggers can be very sneaky, and you won't even know that you've got one installed. A lot of people who use computers, I'll be honest with you guys, a lot of people don't know the first thing about computers. And so they all use Windows, basically. And where Windows just has a huge user base, it's pre-installed on so many machines, it has a very large market share. Windows machines are targeted for programs, for malware specifically. Malware programmers will target Windows because they know that there's a lot of people. So even if they get a percentage of those people with this installed, they've got a lot of people sending their specific data. And let's say you're on a website and you're typing in your credit card number. Oh, that doesn't work. This is not my credit card number, by the way. And then you press tab, and then you type in 0516 and tab, and then 991. Guess what? All of your information, a hacker can then go use your credit card, with these to purchase something. Which gets a little dangerous if it's a physical good, because, if you're purchasing something with a credit card you don't own, your address, they're going to need to ship it to an address or something. A lot of people are going to get caught with this. Don't do it. It's a bad idea. That's how damaging a keylogger can be. Terminal, you're looking at it. This is a terminal. It's all text-based. This is actually Nano, which is inside of a terminal. I'm going to open up a new tab. Come on. I'll just open a new terminal. All right. This is a terminal. This is called Command Prompt on Windows. There's a different set of commands. It's basically a text view of the machine where you can interact with the computer via text. So you can issue commands to it. You can list a directory. You can maybe copy files, etc. That's terminal. You guys are going to be using this a lot, so I don't think we really need to go into that anymore. A firewall is it's a piece of software that's going to be actively running on a machine that's going to be actively looking for, malicious network activity. Or if you go to a website that is known to be malicious, it's probably not going to let you in. And then the last item that we have here is a rootkit. So a rootkit is really simply just a way to root a machine. If you've ever rooted your Android phone, it's the same thing. It's just a collection of software that can get you root access or administrator level access to a computer or a network. So you're going to need to, if you're a hacker trying to install a rootkit on someone's machine, chances are they're going to be running as a regular user. So what you need to do is you need to find a vulnerability or an exploit that will allow you during the installation process to get the administrator access. A lot of installers, though, you have to run as administrator, so I'm just going to put that out there. So those are the terms that are going to be most relevant, at least to the first part of this course. I think the entire course, it depends on really where we go with it. But in the next video, let's start with SQL injections, just because I haven't thought out the phishing demonstration yet, but we will get to phishing as well. So yeah, let's jump into it. Hey guys, welcome back. So in this video I said we're going to jump straight into SQL injections and actual hacking. We need to understand Linux a little better first. So if you've already seen my other course on Ubuntu system administration and you've learned all this stuff, then just move on, because this is going to be a pretty boring video for you. Everything works the same way. If you're a new student, new to Linux in general, you may want to watch this video. So let's get started. I'm going to open up another terminal here. And we're going to cover the terminal in this video and probably the next video as well. They're going to give you guys a really good understanding of how to use the terminal properly and how to use Linux. So these are all built-in system software. And what I mean by built-in is you don't need to install any of this. I'm going to open up the file manager here and I'm going to show you what I mean. How do we, other locations, there we go. I'm going to go to the root directory and I'm going to go into bin. Now these are all programs that are installed by default. So as you'll see, there's a program specifically for copying files. And when we type into the terminal cp, it's going to run this command, or program rather. So these are all in the root directory bin, and these are all like part of Linux. So open up a new terminal here. We're first going to talk about moving around in the terminal. So we're going to be able to list directories and change directories. So the change directory is cd, and you're going to type it and then put a space and then type the name of the location you want to move in. Now there's a few different ways to do this. The first we're going to talk about is relative directory changes. So we are in our home directory, and in our home directory there is a documents directory. And now you'll see that I'm in documents. So that was using my current location, finding a folder in the current location called documents and changing directory into that. Now to move up a directory, you're going to type cd space dot dot. And this is going to go back up one level. So we're now back in our root directory, in our home directory. So the second command we're going to talk about is going to be necessary for showing you guys how to do absolute change directories. The second command is called ls, and that's going to list the current directory that you're in. So I'm going to type ls, and you'll see all of these directories in here. Now if I change directory and go up another level and type ls, you're going to see now we're at the root of the hard drive. So we were in the root in the home folder before. So if I change directory into home from there, ls, or no, we were in root, sorry. We're going to cd into root and ls. This is our root's home directory. This is where, you know, where we'll store like downloads and stuff. So that's how to change directory in a relative way. Now, what if you know from the root directory, and on Linux, root is defined as just a /. So this tells it, if you begin a path with the /, this tells it from the beginning of the hard drive. So if we try and change directory into documents, it's going to say it doesn't exist, because if you look at the listing of the hard drive's root, there's no document in here. There's no documents directory. So what we can do with that is say we're like in our documents directory, and we want to really quickly switch to the bin directory, which is at the root of the hard drive. What we're going to type is cd /bin, and it's going to put us right into that directory. Here's a bonus command, clear. Clear is going to make all the output on the terminal go away, give you a fresh start kind of thing. So we're still in the bin directory. So I can, if I want to switch to my downloads directory, there's two ways I can do it now. There's three ways actually. I can go cd up one level, root documents. This is a relative way, because we're using our current location and saying up a level from this, then find root directory, then find documents. So this is the relative way. The absolute way is just this. So from the beginning of the hard drive, we're going to go into the root directory and then documents. And then the other way is to use the user directory symbol. Let's call it, and that is the tilde. That's what that's called. It's directly to the left of your 1 key, and you activate it by holding shift and pressing that key, and it will put that tilde key. That means my home directory. So what I can do from the bin directory is I can type cd my home directory documents, and it goes into our home directory. Can we echo the actual location? All right, so if you echo that symbol, this is just an alias that types this in prior to that. So by typing this, it actually becomes this. So that's how to change directories within Linux. Get used to this, because we're going to be doing a lot of stuff. If you guys want to just play around with it and just navigate the file system and list the directory that you're in, that's probably a good idea. Just get used to it, because this is the most used command that we are going to be using. It's going to be the most used one. Now, when talking about ls, there's a few different things that we can do. So I'm going to just type in ls with no other parameters. It's just going to list directories and files. So what we can also do is we can type ls and pass the flag. So when you're passing a flag to a program, you're going to use the dash symbol. And the flag we are passing is L. So it's ls space -L, and it's going to list more information about the directories. So we can see the owner's user account, the owner's group account. We can see the permissions, and we'll get to all these. We're going to be modifying the values and stuff. We can see the size. Now, if you're looking at a directory, it's not going to tell you the size of all of the contents of the directory. It's just going to tell you the directory itself. I believe, unless that's changed. And it's going to tell you the time that it was last modified. Now, we haven't modified any of these directories yet. We've just installed this, so mine shows all at the same time. Now, you can also type ls-a, and this is going to show you everything. It's going to show you all items in this directory. So in Linux, you hide a directory or a file by preceding the name of it with a dot. So if you create a file named .config, this is a directory, but if you create a file with .config, it's going to be hidden, which means when you open up Nautilus or a file manager and you're looking around, you're not going to see that unless you select Show Hidden Files. So in Nautilus, you've got the menu icon right here. You're going to click that and go down to Show Hidden Files. And now we can see that there's a lot of hidden files too. So that's how to use the ls command a little bit. That should be enough for what we're going to need it for. The next command is pwd, which you may think means password, but it actually means print working directory. This is just going to print whatever directory you're in. This doesn't get used a lot, but it does for different reasons, but I don't think there's ever going to really be a time when you're like, wait, what directory am I in? Because, specifically, when you change into directories, as you can see, it tells you right here where you are. So print working directory, that's going to be used more in a programming sense. You can assign a variable, so that you don't have to type the entire root directory. And we'll get into that when we get more into Linux in general. Now the next, let me move up a couple directories there. The next command we're going to talk about is touch. So if you want to create a file and you don't want to actually have anything in it, if you just want it to be there, and the quickest way to do that, to have a file created with nothing in it, is just to use the touch command. So I'm going to type touch here, and then you're going to put a space, and you're going to type the file name. So log.txt. Now, if I list the directory again, you're going to see log.txt exists there. That's the simplest way of creating new files. We're going to talk about using nano in the future as well, which if you want to create a text file with something in it, you type nano, then the file name, and then you go in, you type the file, and then you save it. But if you just want an empty file, touch is the way to go. So I'm going to clear this again. I'm going to list. Now we're going to talk about copying files. So this is really simple. Again, you can use relative paths or absolute paths. It doesn't really matter. Well, I mean, it matters based on, the situation. So in this case, I'm going to use relative paths. So I'm going to copy log.txt into downloads. And you can rename the file while you're doing this. So if I want to copy log.txt into downloads/log1.txt, I'm going to do that. And I'm going to change let's just list downloads. So that's another thing. You can list directories without having to go into them. And now you'll see that I've got log1.txt. I can also copy log.txt into downloads. And now if I ls downloads, it's going to retain its original name. It's just going to be put into that directory. So that's how to copy. I mean, you can use absolute paths if you want to. You guys can probably see how that would interact with this copy command. Just replace the relative paths here with absolute paths. Now let's say I want to move a file. So if I list the current directory that I'm in, we'll see I still have my original file here. So if I want to move this entirely, then I'm just going to just type mv log.txt, and I'm going to move it into documents this time. Now if I list the directory that I'm in, you'll see the original file has been removed and it's been placed into documents. Now there are two flags. Well, there's one flag for both the copy and the move command that tells it to be recursive. If I were to try to copy a directory into another directory, it's not going to work. I'm going to copy downloads into documents. As you can see, the flag here is not specified, so it's omitting the directory. In order to do this, what we have to do is do cp space -r, and then we're going to say downloads documents. What this is going to do is it's going to copy in a recursive way, so it's going to copy the directory and all of the directory's contents, this one right here, into this path right here. I'm going to hit enter. Now I'm going to list documents, and we should now see a new downloads directory. If you hit up on the keyboard, you can access your previous command. You can keep going up and down if you want to. This can make it quick if you need to run a similar command again, because you can still edit it. If I list documents/downloads, it's going to have all of the downloads contents within it. So I'm going to clear this again. That's a few commands. I think I'm going to end this video here, and then we'll come back and finish the rest of this list, just because I didn't think it was going to be this long just to get through those ones. So in a matter of attempting to keep these short videos, we're going to end it here and pick up in the next video where we left off. Alright guys, welcome back. In this video, we're going to start off with covering Nano, the text-based text editor, the terminal, command line interface text editor. So in order to do this, what we're going to do is we're going to create a new file here. Let's see. We're going to create a file. So use the command nano and then space and then the file name you want to create. So in this case, I'm going to type iplogs, or rather random.txt. Hi, this is a random file. I'm just typing some stuff. Signed, Nick. Now, in Nano, if you look at the bottom, there are certain commands that we can use within this, and that's by using the control key. So this little symbol right there, the up arrow, that's the control key, and then, you know, whatever other letter there. So to find something in here, you're going to type Control W and then type sign, and it will take you right to that line. To save the file, you're going to press Control O, and you're going to just hit enter at this point because we want to name it random.txt. That's what we told it initially. So hit enter, and then Control X leaves the file. So now if we list the directory, we've got that random.txt file. And so now we're going to learn about the cat command. This is a way to just print out the contents of a file into the terminal. So I'm going to type cat random.txt. Now there's another thing we can do here. We can actually, instead of outputting to the terminal, we can output it to another file. So it's essentially the same as copying it. I'm going to type cat random.txt, and we're going to use a little right arrow here, which tells it to put it into r1.txt. As you'll see, nothing happened, but if I type ls, you're now going to see r1.text. So if I type cat r1.txt, we're going to see the same file. That's a verbose way, I guess, of copying files. Let's clear this away here. So what we're going to get to next is the less command, as you can see right there. So what we're going to do with this command, it's basically, it's the opposite of more. Let's go ahead and type less random.txt. As you'll see, it reads the file. Basically, type end here, Control X, C, Z. All right. If you type more random.txt, it does essentially the same thing. In a default mode, it's going to do the same thing as the cat command. You can also look at help with generally any program. You can type -- help. So if I type less -- help, it's going to show you all this information. You can search with regex through files. You can jump to different line numbers, etc. So I'm going to close this. Control Z will close that. We're going to move on to grep. So grep is a way to search through something. So if I type ls home directory, and then I'm going to put a pipeline here and type grep documents. It's going to print out documents because it found that directory. Alternatively, it's not going to print out anything there because it didn't find anything. So what it does, we run ls, and this is the output of that command. What you do with the pipeline there, it's called piping. So we're going to pipe that output over to the program grep, which we can then search through that output. So I'm going to type cat random.txt grep signed. As you can see, that was found. This has more uses with different commands, and I'll come back to this. We'll grep certain output files, and you'll see how this really makes sense. Actually, let's do that right now. So I'm going to type ps aux, and this is the output that we get. We get all of the running directories, or running files here. And it will show you this output right here, including the ID of the file running, the command, the time, etc. Now this is big. Let's say we're just looking for bash. So what we can do is we can type ps aux. We're going to pipe that over to grep, and we're going to type in bash. As you can see, it's going to return these right here, including my grep of bash. So we can just ignore that right there. That's grep running. And these are the two programs I'd be interested in based on my search. So you can really hone in on certain log files or, system programs like this. So that's how to use grep. Now echo really just means print something out. So I can say echo hello world. Now, additionally, if you type echo, put quotations here, hello world, put it into f.txt. If I list the directory now, you'll see f.txt. And that's because we've sent the output of this command. That's what this little right arrow symbolizes. We've sent the output into a file. So if I cat f.txt, you're going to see it says exactly what I told the file to say. So that's echo. It's really simple. You can also print out variables. So if I say export name equals Nick, and then print, or rather echo, name. One sec. I'm doing something really small that's wrong. So what I'm trying to do is create a variable called name, and then echo name. Oh, it's just I had, I thought that's what it was when I did it this way. I had spaces between that. So you can echo variables as well. Export is how to create a variable, as you see there. I don't think I really need to talk about that. It seems pretty straightforward, but I'm going to go ahead one more time. You're going to type export space, the name of the variable. In this case, it's going to be age, equal sign with no spaces, and a number or a word. And then you can echo by using a $sign and then typing the variable name. So that's how to export and echo. I'm going to clear this. Let me list the directory here. So we've already got some files happening. We don't have any new directories, so let's get into that. By using the command mkdir, this is saying make directory. So I'm going to make a directory here called secret. Now if I ls again, you're going to see secret appears there. So as you'll notice, it's been created in a blue text in my terminal, and that's because in this terminal, blue text shows directories, or directories will show as blue, where regular files will show as white. And I'm sure there's other color coding involved. That's all we're going to be talking about right now. So you can now make directories, and you can even make them in an absolute path. So now, ls, I'm going to type lsl, and we're going to talk about permissions. So to do this, I need to add a user. So we're now going to be talking about the add user command. So just type user add Nick. And then, what we can do is we can now change the ownership. Change ownership. That's what that means right there. And we're going to change the ownership of an entire directory. Well, first a file. So first this r1.txt. So we're going to type chown. The user is going to be Nick. And we're going to say r1.txt. Now if I lsl again, you're going to see that r1.txt, the user owner, changed to Nick. You can also change the group. So okay, so the group Nick already exists. So what we can do is we can change ownership to Nick : Nick. So that's the user that owns it, and that's the group that owns it. r1.txt. I'm going to list again. Now you're going to see that user owns it is Nick, and the group that owns this file is Nick as well. That's how to change ownership of a file. And this is going to modify the permissions. Basically, as root right now, we have access to all files on our computer. But another user logged in would not have permission to this file. They wouldn't be able to read it or write to it because it's not owned by them, and the permissions don't explicitly say they can. Now, talking about permissions, we can change these permissions, and there's numerical codes that we're going to use to represent read, write, execute access. So how we do that, if we want to make a file, basically what this means is the first section is, if it's a directory or not, and then it has RWX. This means read, this means write, and this means execute. It has permission to execute. This is the owner of the file. These are the permissions they have. The second set here can be read, write, execute. This is for the group that owns it. And then this is for the general public or any other user. Right now, the group and the public only have read access to this file. So what we can do is we can give the public the ability to write to it as well. And how we do that, where it's a file, it's 6 is going to mean all permissions, read, write, and 4 means read. So we can change that file using chmod. We're going to say 646. So the first numerical value relates to the owner's permissions. The second digit refers to the group's permissions, and the third digit refers to the general public's permissions. So by changing this to 6, it's going to now allow read-write access on that file. So r1.txt, that's the file that I'm performing this on. Now if I type ls-l again, you're going to see that we now have read-write access, or the general public now has read-write access to that file. Now, to make it executable, you can type chmod-x r1.txt. No, that was wrong. In order to mark it as executable, that's going to be 7. I believe. One sec. Is it 7? Read access. 5 is read and execute, so 7 would be read, write, execute. So if I were to change chmod 6, let's say 747 on r1.txt, and then list again, you'll see that now the owner has the ability to execute. The group still only has read access, and then the general public also has read, write, execute. And you'll see that the file has changed to green. It's executable. So in Kali Linux, green means you can execute the file. So similarly, if we wanted to give the group the same permissions, you can type chmod 777 on r1.txt. This is a really, really, really bad idea. Never do this, because now anybody will actually never give full permissions on any file. Typically, on like web servers and stuff, you'll see directories have 755 and files will have 644. So as you can see here, this has 755, and this means that anybody can read and execute. This means they can navigate into the folder. So that's what execute means on a directory. And that's why these are 5 and 5, and then 7 for the owner of the file will give it read, write, and execute permissions. I understand that's a little bit complicated, but it's quite simple. You might just have to play around with it a little bit and play around with the numerical values and see, see about that. Now, to remove a file, you just type rm and then the file name. This is a command that you're going to have to be very careful with, because I'm going to show you guys the easiest malware to write in Linux. But first, let's remove that file, and as you can see, it's gone. We've removed it. Now, if you want to remove an entire directory, you now need to also pass that recursive flag. So rm-r or f, rmf, f, secret. No, it is r, rmr. I'm thinking of rmrf. That's a different flag. RF would mean recursive enforce. So that's how to remove a directory. You can remove a file simply by typing rm space and then the file name, and you can remove an entire installation of Linux. I'm not going to do this, and I recommend you guys don't either, but just to show you guys how careful you have to be in here, especially as root, you can actually delete every single file from a hard drive by typing this. So again, don't do this unless you want to reinstall Kali Linux in a VirtualBox. If you want to reset everything up, go for it. If you want to just see what happens, rm rf /. This will essentially destroy the entire installation of Linux unless they've created some some program that'll say, hey, are you really sure you want to do this? So I'm not even going to hit enter because I really don't want to have to go and set everything up again. But this command is very devastating. So be very careful when you're working as root in Linux. Make sure that you type the commands correctly. One last thing, man pages. So if you type man into terminal and then type the name of the program that you want help with, it's going to return a manual for that program. So let's say I want to see man grep. This is the manual for the program grep. It gives you a description. It describes in great detail each of the flags you can pass it, and just in general how to use it. And you can scroll down. There's a lot of these. This is a big file. If you ever want to know anything about a program that's installed on your Linux installation, use the man pages. They are very, very detailed. You will definitely be able to find what you want. Secondarily, if you want to know something about a program in general, Google is a really great resource to jump to, and if you guys haven't yet, get in the habit of trying to, if you have a problem, check on Google, because chances are you're not the first person to have the problem. I used to moderate a Facebook group for Python programming, and you wouldn't believe the amount of questions that people would ask on that group without even opening a Google search. And when I'd go and open a Google search, I found the answer within 5 seconds. It's on the first page of the results. And these people, post in a Facebook group and they're waiting for hours to get a response when they could have got a response in like 5 seconds. So resourcefulness is definitely important. But also, you've got manuals that are installed right on your Linux machine. So even if you have no internet access within Linux, you can access these man pages, and they're very, very detailed. So I'm going to hit Control C. Now we're going to just hit Q to quit. All right, and the clear command, remember, just type in the word clear, hit enter, it will clear out the console, and you'll have a fresh start. So let's continue. We've finished with this set of Linux terminal programs. It was quite long, actually, but now you guys practice them. You know, take a half hour, play around in a directory, move it around. Get really used to using these commands because we're going to be using them a lot in the future. And if you're used to them, then you're going to be able to keep up. I'm not going to slow down to explain these commands again, unless we use them in a different way or a way that's very drastically different from how I've explained them here. So thank you guys for watching, and I will see you guys in the next video. Alright guys, in this video we're going to be adding a user account that is not the root user, just because this is really good practice to get into, and it's never recommended to use a root account as a regular account. Too many problems could arise from this, so to prevent that we create a new user, but we give it root privileges in certain scenarios. And so I'm going to open up a terminal here. And I'm going to go ahead and run a command called add user, and this is going to create a user account. So I'm going to say add user, and the username that I'm going to use is Nick, so just my name. User Nick already exists. Let's go ahead and just create a test one then. Add user test. And now when you're creating a new user using the add user program or software or command, it's going to ask you to set a password, so I'm just going to use password. You won't see it as you type it in the terminal, so don't worry about that. None of that information has to be set, the full name, the room number, etc. You can set it if you'd like to, but I'm not going to at this point. Now, what we're going to do at this point is we're going to add this user to a group called sudo. So sudo, as I understand, and I've never really looked it up, but this is just what I've always thought it meant, and I'm pretty sure it does. Sudo means super user do, where su would mean super user. So you can switch to the super user, which is root, by typing in su into the command. We're already root. Now that also means switch user. So I can switch user and use my other account, and I'll show you how to do that. But first we're going to use a command called usermod. We're going to pass the flags A and capital G, and we're going to add the user to the sudo group, and then the username we're going to add is test. So a rundown of this command, you first type in the command usermod, pass the flags, tell it what group you're going to add it to, and then the name, well, the username of that account. Now what this means is I can switch to my test user and still have root access, and I'll show you guys how this works. So in order to switch a user, type su space, and then the username of the user account you want to switch to. So in my case, it's test. Now, from a root user, you won't be required to enter a password or anything. It's just going to switch you to whatever user account you tell it to. To switch back to root, you're going to type su. Now you're going to have to enter the root's password, which in this case is password. And as you can see, I'm logged in now as the root user. Now, I'm going to go ahead and log out entirely. And I'm going to log in as that test user. So our entire environment will be the test users. So we're just waiting for this login here to happen. There we go. And now, if I drop down this right-hand menu, you'll see I'm logged in as test. Now this means that I cannot go ahead and modify system files or anything outside of my home directory. So I'm going to type in pwd here, and we're going to see we're in home/test. So I'm going to list this. If you're in the home directory and you have multiple user accounts, this is where all of their home directories will be stored. So let's go up to the etc directory. which is a location on this machine that we don't have write access to. So if I tried to run touch f.txt, it's going to tell me that the permission is denied. And that's because we just don't have permission. Let's LSL, one level up. If we look at etc, where is that? Up here. It's owned by the root user, and the permissions for everyone else is just read and execute, right? So we can read the directory, but we can't create files. So I'm going to cd. Oh, I still am in that directory. So what I'm going to do, if I want to do something as administrative, if I want this single command to have administrative access, I'll type sudo and then whatever I typed before. So touch f.txt. And now the first time you ever run sudo, you're going to be presented with this message. And you need to enter your sudo password. So it's just your regular user account's password. Now, if I type find f.txt, you'll see right here it found the file. So it did create it. Now, if I want to touch c.txt, I'm not running as sudo anymore. So I'm back to my regular account. So sudo is single instance super user access. Now, if you wanted to get permanent super user access, so you wanted all the commands you're going to run for the next little while to be sudo, you would just type su, and you would switch, type in the password there, you would switch to the root account. So that is how to use sudo and su. I think I've explained that well enough. I'm going to switch back to my test account here. Now, in this video, what we're getting to is Tor. So actually, we'll do that in the next video. First, I'm going to show you guys around the package manager because we're going to be using this quite a bit. So we're going to be talking about the package manager apt. This is the package manager for Kali Linux as well as Ubuntu and Debian and a ton of other distributions. So how you're going to use this is there's a few common tasks that we're going to go through right now. The first is going to be installing software. So I'm going to type apt-get space install and then whatever the name of the program is I want to install. So in this case, I want to install Tor. Now this is not going to work yet because we need to do this as sudo. This is a command that administrators can run. So as you can see, standard users on a system would not typically be able to install software unless they had sudo access. So we're going to type sudo and then that command. Now, instead of retyping that entire command, what you can do in terminal is you can put two bang signs or exclamation points, and that's going to type in the previous command again. So it's going to become sudo apt-get install Tor. So I'm going to hit enter here. Now it's going to say that these will be installed. We may want these, and we're actually going to install this one in a moment. So when you review the packages that the package manager wants you to, just hit Y and then enter. Now it's going to connect to the mirror, and this is why it's important to choose a region when you installed Kali Linux, to choose a region for well, that's closest to you, because that's going to set this to use the package manager servers that are closest to you. So you'll get quicker internet speeds. So that's how to install programs. Now we're going to talk about two ways to remove programs. You're going to type sudo apt-get. So again, sudo just means run the following as super user. This is the program we're using, apt-get. If you went into the bin directory from the root of the hard drive, you would see apt-get is a program in there. And then we're going to say remove, and we're going to say Tor. So that's how to remove a program. Now this is going to leave configuration files. So if you just need to reinstall a program and you want to keep all your configurations, you could do it this way, or you could do reinstall. In order to remove a program and all of its config files, you're going to use purge instead. So I'm going to hit enter there. We're going to hit yes. There we go. Just waiting on this to complete. All right. Now, the other thing with apt-get is right now, what happens is when I installed this system, it provided package versions from the mirror, from the actual package server. And when those package versions get updated, we don't get notified of that automatically. So let's say we have TorSox, for instance, TorSox 2.2. That's the package version that we have in an index file here on our machine, which just tells us programs and their versions. What we can do to make sure that we've always got the latest references is run sudo apt-get update. And this doesn't do anything to the machine. It just makes sure that it has an updated list of packages from the repositories. All right, so that's done. Now, another thing that it's good to do every once in a while is an upgrade. So let's say we've had Linux installed for a few months and new package versions have come out all across the board. You can update all of them to the newest available version immediately. You're going to want to run sudo apt-get update first. But once you've run that, then we can use sudo apt-get upgrade. And this is going to upgrade, wow, a lot of stuff. Look at that. This is actually recommended to do as soon as you install Linux as well, because the ISO file that ships, package versions may have been updated since it was released. I'm not sure exactly. I mean, I know this version of Kali was released sometime this year, but I mean, it's June, so it may be months out of date. So we're going to upgrade all this. This might take a few minutes. So yeah, let's just wait it out, and then we're going to finish up this part of the package manager with how to search through the repositories. And it's worth noting that if I were to open up another terminal, I can't run apt at the same time it's already running because it locks it just to make sure I don't try and install two different things at the same time that, would mess each other up. So let me see if we can run this one. We're going to try and search through the repositories to find a program. So how we're going to do this is apt cache policy. What is this? There. I don't think that's important. All right, so apt cache policy and then Tor. So as you can see, we've got none installed, but this is the current version that's available. We're going to go ahead back over to this upgrade process. Should non-super users be able to, we're going to leave everything to default if it's going to try and update things and ask for certain configurations and stuff like that. So back over here to our apt cache policy command. This basically shows you what version of a program you've got installed, what version you have available to you to install. So this will also show if there's an upgrade available for it. And then also the mirror that it's coming from. So you can also search with regex here to a certain degree. You can use wildcard symbols at least. So let's go ahead and type apt-cache space policy tor with a asterisk after the word and hit enter. Why is it only finding that one? Let me try with GNOME. There we go. Something with a lot of GNOME 3 in it as a keyword. So, all right, what we get here is when I use the asterisks, it tells it that basically I want anything with GNOME 3 in it, you know, is with anything else as well, as long as it has GNOME 3 in it. So that's how to search through packages. Now, another thing is if I type in apt-cache policy tor, we'll see that we do have it installed. Well, we don't have it installed. Let me look for, do we have Firefox? Yeah, all right. Apt-cache Firefox. No, apt-cache policy Firefox. We don't have one installed from. Okay. Yeah, so the Firefox we have here hasn't been installed from the package manager. I'm going to type in GNOME 3 again. So as you can see, when we just run apt-cache policy GNOME 3, it doesn't find anything, and that's when the wildcard there is useful. So as you can see, we have an application called GNOME Menus. Now let's say I want to know where it's installed to. This is one more Linux command that we're going to get into this video, and that's going to be which. There. Which, and then the program name. And this should tell you where it's installed to, but that is not going to appear to do it. Let's which Nautilus. We know we've got that installed. There we go. So when you run the command which, it checks for application's location. So now you can see that that is stored there. And if I type in which, it's going to say that this program that I'm currently running is there. So that's how you find where your program is installed to, and how to find if you've got a package installed, or if you just want to make sure you get the correct name, you can do apt-cache policy and then the name that you think it is, maybe with an asterisk just in case you're a little bit wrong. And we've also learned how to upgrade the system and update it. This has taken a while, so we're going to end this video here, and then in the next video we're going to get Tor set up and installed, and we're going to learn a bit more about that. Alright guys, so I'm just going to log into the system here. And today we're going to be talking about Tor, or the onion router. Now I've already explained what Tor is, but I haven't really explained how to use it yet. So jump into Terminal. It should be on the left-hand side on this dock here. Just open up Terminal. And what we need to do is we need to install the Tor browser. And so let's go ahead and use apt-cache policy to find out exactly what package we need to install. So I'm going to type in apt-cache policy Tor, and I'm going to add an asterisk at the end. Now this is going to give me a big list of packages, but I'm looking for the Tor browser right here. So we can see that the program I need to install is Tor browser-launcher. This says candidate is none. So let me try that. Apt get install Tor browser-launcher. And it's not able to find it because it has no installation candidate. So alternatively, what we can do is jump over to our web browser, which is Firefox, and we're going to go to Tor's website in order to download the Tor browser. So as soon as this pops up here. All right, there we go. So I'm just going to type in Tor browser and hit enter. Now Google will find the necessary page for me. It's on torproject.org. And then we're just going to click download Tor browser. Now we're going to download for Linux, which is 32-bit. I've installed a 32-bit Linux installation here. And I'm going to save the file. Now this is 68 megabytes, so it might take you guys a few minutes to download it, depending on your connection speed. I'm going to minimize the browser there, and that should have downloaded to our downloads directory. So if I ls right here, we can see we are in our root directory. So I'm going to change directory into downloads, and I'm going to list the directory there. Now, we have a tar file. It's just one file, it's not a directory. If I open up the file manager here, you'll be able to see, as soon as it opens up, it's a tar file, which is the Linux equivalent of a zip file. It's an archive. So what we need to do is get this untarred or unzipped. Now, you could right-click, click extract here. This is very much the graphical way to do it. But I feel like it's time to learn another Linux command, and that is tar. So to untar a file or an archive, you're going to type in tar, and then space. You're going to put a dash. We're going to pass some options in here. We're going to pass xvf. And then we're going to say space. Now we're going to type in the name of that file. So this is quite long, so bear with me. Tor-browser-linux 32-7.0.1 underscore n dash us in capital .tar.xz. So hit enter, and we start unarchiving the extraction process. So this might take a few minutes as well, because there's a lot of resources. Again, it's a 68 megabyte archive, so just going to wait it out. All right. So now that that's untarred, I'm going to make this easier. I'm going to rename that directory just to Tor. Actually, the name actually got quite a bit smaller in there, so that's unnecessary at this point. So what we're going to do is we're going to change directory into tor-browser_n-us. Now, if I list the things in here, we see that we have a .desktop file and then a browser directory. And we can tell this is executable because it's green. If we ls-l, should tell us that this is executable. And we see that the browser is, a directory. It's got the D permission there. So what we should be able to do is just go right into that directory and double click this. In Linux, .desktop files shouldn't be running as root. All right. So what we got to do is we got to add that user here. We got to add another user. Where this is my virtual box on Windows, I haven't yet done that. So just give me a sec. Add user. All right, let's switch to Nick. do I have sudo access by default? Yes, we do. Cool. No, we don't have sudo access. So, yeah, when you create a new user, you don't get sudo access to by default. So we actually have to go ahead and add a new entry for this user to the sudo file. So let me clear this out here. All right, so now we're just going to add the user to the group, which is just the add user command again. So sudo add, actually we can't do it as this user, so we need to switch up to the root. All right, so add user nick sudo. So now we switch user to nick and just confirm that by sudo ls. And there we go. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to log out from the root account and I'm going to log into my account. We're going to have to download that file again. Unless, no we won't, we can just copy it over. So I'm going to drop down here, click root, and we're going to log out. We just want the environment to be running as our user so everything's consistent. Yes, log out root. There we go. Awesome. Progress, I think. Oh, that's weird. It's like it did it, but it didn't update it. See how I'm moving my mouse there? That's neat. All right, so we're going to go ahead, unlock it. We're going to type in the username Nick and then the password, which is literally just password. And then what we're going to have to do is, as sudo, we're going to have to copy that, that file over and change the ownership on the file so that our regular user account owns it. So I'm going to go ahead and open up terminal here. And let's change directory into root and downloads. I'm going to list that. So what we're going to do is we're going to sudo cp tor-linux32-701n-us.tar.xz. We're going to copy that into our downloads directory. Now we're going to change directories back over to ours. We're going to go into downloads and just list that. All right, so now I'm going to change the ownership of it. So sudo change ownership nick and tor browser linux 32-7.0.1 _n us.tar.xz. Now we're going to list that, and we see that we do own it now. So again, as we did with the root user, we're going to need to use tar to untar this file. We're going to pass the flags exit vf. And it's going to be, we need to type this out one more time. There we go. And we're just going to wait for it to complete. So now I should be able to list that. I can jump into my files program here, go into downloads, into the Tor directory, and open up the setup. Looks like it did it, so let's open up the browser now. All right, so this says it's already running. All right. I think it automatically ran when we first clicked the setup file, but it didn't start right away, so I just started a second instance. Now, the first thing that you're going to see when you start the Tor browser, it's going to ask for your network settings. We're just going to assume that we're going to directly connect to the Tor network from our public IP, so we're going to click Connect. And then we get the browser. So what we're going to do at this point, we're going to check our IP address. And how we're going to do that is, what is myip.com? Okay, so so there's another one. ICANN has IP, and let's search for that. And it doesn't look like that's happening. Let me minimize this. Open up our regular Firefox browser here. All right. I think it's .com, but yes, all right. So as you can see, this is my IP address for the moment anyway. And I have a dynamic IP. And then this one, let me minimize this, and we'll go to, let's open up another tab and go to icanhasip.com. And there you go. This is replying with two different IP addresses. Not only two different IP addresses, but this is an IPv6, so it looks a lot different than an IPv4. And apparently the connection that I've made here represents an IPv6 to the server. And so, yeah, that we can see that we have different IP addresses using Tor. And so this basically, I showed you guys the infographic before. What happens is when you make requests, your IP address is going to use the onion router. So it's not directly your machine or your public IP that's going to the server and saying, hey, we need this page. It's going through multiple different servers, 3 generally, which the last server then goes to the server you're requesting and it says, hey, I need this page. So it looks like it's coming from a different IP address. Now, this can, sites can block IP addresses that are known Tor nodes, as they're called. I had a situation recently where I had to scrape a big website. It's a website that if I said it, you guys would know, what the website is, but I'm not going to say it. I had to scrape it, and they didn't like scraping. So I used Tor to get around that. Now, how did I use Tor as a programmer to get around that, web scraping detection of a huge website? Well, I used the package Tor as a SOCKS 5 proxy on my server, and I wrote an application in Python that uses Tor to make network requests. And that's what we're going to get into in the next video. Hi guys, welcome back. In this video, we're going to be using Tor over Python or Python over Tor, whichever. What we're going to be doing is learning how to protect our identity while, performing network-related tasks in Python. So I actually had a pretty solid use case for this very recently. I'm not going to say the name of the site. It was a huge website who had bot detection, built into it, and I needed to scrape it for a client. And so what I did was I had built a backend API using Python, and I had decided to use Tor to protect the identity of the server while scraping the web page. So let's talk about socks. Socks are like a local proxy that you can implement into, Python, for example. So before we even get started, we need to install two things, probably three. I don't think we have pip3 installed by default, so we need to install it. So how we're going to do this, we're going to say sudo apt-get install python3-pip. Now, I believe I've already got this installed. If you guys don't, then that's fine. What pip is it's a package index for Python. It's essentially a package manager for Python. So you can install Python libraries directly through the command pip3. And so that's what we're going to be doing. The first thing we need is an actual network library where we can send requests out from Python. So we're going to be using a package called requests. So go ahead and type in pip3 install requests. Should install it. If it doesn't, then just post in the discussion on the side what the error is, but it should install it fine. The next thing we need to do is install socks for Python. Now you can't install this through pip, so we need to use the apt package manager here. So go ahead and type in sudo apt-get install python3-socks. Now I've already got this installed as well, but it should install for you guys, and at this point we're good to go. So let's go ahead and let's jump into a Python 3 shell, and how we do this is just type Python 3 in the terminal, and we're going to import socks, we're going to import socket, and then we're going to set the default proxy to Tor. Actually, before we do this, let's make sure that Tor is running. So let's go ahead and write netstat-tupln, and we've got this running on port 9050. So Tor is currently running, which is awesome. Let's go ahead and open up that Python shell again. Let's import socks and socket. Now for socks, we need to set the default proxy to the Tor instance. So let's go ahead and write socks.set default proxy. And now this is a method, so we're going to open up brackets here. We're going to say socks.socks5. This is a capital socks5. And then what we need to do is add the host. So this is going to be our local host, 127.0.0.1. And then we need to add the port, which is 9050. So as you can see, we're setting the default proxy to Tor here. I'm going to hit enter. Now we need to set the socket to the socks socket. So go ahead and type socket.socket equals socks.socksocket. Oh, that's funny. All right, let's go ahead and hit enter. Now we've just set the socket of this Python instance to the socks proxy that we just set up there. Now all we need to do is import requests. and we can run a command here. So let's print out, let's actually set R equal to requests.get, and we're going to be getting http icanhasip.com. And it's going to take a moment because Tor, with the multiple jumps, it does take a few seconds. But now we should be able to type r.content, and we can see we've got this IP address right here. I'm going to open up another shell here. It's Python 3. I'm going to import requests, and then we're going to make the same request without Tor involved, and we're going to see our IP address then. So r equals requests.get icanhasip.com, and then we're going to print our content. And you'll see this is a lot faster because it's not going through Tor. Now, when I run this again and get the new page, you're going to see that the IP address is the same. And this is true because what happens is with Tor, once you establish a route from server A to server B through the Tor router, that route is going to stay the same while you're browsing, so during this instance. So, but we do have a protected identity because now they can't see, the server can't see our IP address. They're going to see the Tor exit node of the route that we're using. So that's how to use Tor in Python. All right, guys, I'm just restarting my machine right here. So we're in the boot process right now. What we're doing in this video is we're going to be discussing proxy chains and how to use this and how to configure it, and basically what it can do for you. So first off, what is proxy chains? So it allows you to create a series of proxies through which to go with your network traffic. So if you want to use a web browser or even a certain terminal tool, you can use a set of proxies with that tool to protect your identity. So I'm going to go ahead and log in here and show you guys exactly how to get started with this. So the first thing we're going to have to do is to start the Tor service. So I'm going to go ahead and open up terminal here. And I'm going to go netstat tupln, make sure that Tor is running, and it's not. So I'm going to type no hup Tor and. Now I can cancel out of this and run the netstat again, and we do have Tor running on port 9050. So that's exactly what we want. Now proxy chain allows us to use a set of proxies in order to perform network tasks. So with Tor, the only thing that's going to affect is basically whatever we tell it to through proxy chain. If I go ahead and open up Firefox right now, Tor is not going to be configured for the as a proxy for Firefox, and there's a few other ways that we can get to that. But for this video, we're going to be using proxy chains. So we need to configure proxy chains. How you do this? I'm going to open up. Well, I'm going to go sudo nano. From the root directory, it's in the etc directory, which generally houses configuration files. And the file we're looking for is proxychains.conf. Now I need to enter my password here. And this is a configuration file, and a lot of configuration files in Linux use the same basic format. So we're going to go over this before we actually get into the configuration itself. So basically, these can supply settings for the program to use. Now, when a line is preceded by a hash symbol, it treats it as a comment, and so the system does not parse this line, it just ignores it. Now, alternatively, this line down here, the system is going to process this, and we're going to be using a strict chain when using proxy chains. Now, the difference between dynamic and strict is that dynamic, I think Tor requires a dynamic chain, so we're going to have to be using a dynamic chain with that. But what it means is that when you're using a strict chain, each connection will be done using a strict set of servers. So you'd have to go through like server 1, 2, and then 3. And then when you do something else, when you go to when you open another connection, it's going to use servers 1, 2, and 3. So with dynamic chain, it's going to be a little safer because if something is not available, if one of the servers is not available, then we'll be able to use the next one in the list. So I'm going to uncomment this, and now we need to go ahead and comment the strict chain. So just add a hash symbol there. Now, when talking about proxies, there's different kinds of proxies, which are listed up here at the top. So we're going to talk a little bit about each one of these. Basically, an HTTP proxy is a proxy that only works with HTTP. So if you're using an HTTP proxy with a web browser, all your web traffic is going to be jumbled up through the proxy, or not jumbled up, but rather the server that you're requesting data from is going to get the IP address of the HTTP proxy and not your IP address. Alternatively, SOCKS 4 covers a lot of different protocols. As does SOCKS 5. SOCKS 5 is the most secure way to go. It covers basically, any usable protocols that we're going to be using. SOCKS 4 does not do UDP, and there was another one, I can't remember it, but it's essentially the same as SOCKS 5 in the fact that it covers multiple protocols. So we're always going to be using SOCKS 5, and we might go into that further. Now, looking at random chain, what this means is each connection will be done via a random proxy or proxy chain. We're not going to enable that, though. That's fine how it is. Quiet mode, no output from library. That's pretty self-explanatory. The proxy DNS requests no leak for DNS data. So DNS data is data about your domain name servers that are used in requests to specific, web resources like a website. And DNS data can, reduce your anonymity. Anonymity. That's a difficult word. I'm going to stumble through that word through this whole course. Basically, it makes you less anonymous because certain information about your DNS is revealed to the server. So by using a proxy DNS setting here, that's going to make no leaks from the DNS server settings. So as with this, with the SOCKS 5 proxy, these are some examples. So you can use, a proxy. This is the address of the proxy. So if you're using an external proxy, one that's not on the local machine, and then this would be the port number through which that proxy runs. And then sometimes you need a username and a password for web proxies. Especially if it's a paid service, you're going to have an account with them, and you're going to have to use the username and password of that account. Not sure what I just did. Whoa, that's not what I want to do. It's being edited. Continue. Yes. All right. Let's go ahead and redo this. enable the dynamic chain, disable the strict chain, and then go all the way down to the bottom. We were talking about these. So what we have right here is a SOCKS 4 proxy. That's it's a default to Tor. We're going to be adding another one, which is just SOCKS 5. And then we're going to type in the local host address, which is always 127.0.0.1. And then the port number, which is 9050. Now, there's a joke, actually, that this reminds me of 127.0.0.1. That means whatever machine you're using. So if you ping that address, you're pinging yourself. And the joke is there's no place like 127.0.0.1. It's a lame IT joke, I guess. So once we've got this added, we're going to go ahead and hit Control-O. And we're going to overwrite the file. And then we're going to click Control-X to get out of there. Now, I think I still have an instance of Nano running. So FG is going to return to that instance. I'm going to hit Control-X. Segmentation fault. Whoa, that's not good. Let's clear this. I'm going to go ps-aux. We're going to grep for Nano, see if that's running, and it is. So I'm going to end that by the process ID, which is 1367. So how you end processes in Linux is you go sudo kill 9 and then the process ID, which is 1367. Is it 4664? Eight 44. All right, that's weird. Oh, that's just the grep. Okay, that's all right, so the process ID is the second column here with the number. But what happened there is I didn't realize that it was just, showing its own process. So by the time I get back to the prompt, this grep command has already run, and I try and end it, and it says no such process because it doesn't exist. So let's clear that away. Now, what I'm going to do right now is just show you guys how to use proxy chains with Firefox. So we need to go ahead and say proxy chains and then just Firefox. Now what should happen is all the network activity for Firefox should route through the proxy chain that we've configured, which uses Tor. As you can see, all that right there. So I'm going to go ahead and close that, and I'm going to go to icanhasip.com. Proxy setting is, I think I had this configured for something else. Let me go into preferences here. Advanced settings, yeah. Use system proxy settings. Now let's reload this. And there we do have an IP address that is most definitely not mine. If I were to cancel out of here, and just open up Firefox, I'm going to go to icanhasip.com, and here I'm going to see my real IP address. So you no longer have to use the Tor browser, but also the implications is that proxy chains, so the Tor browser obviously is just a browser. If you're obviously going to be using Tor and a browser and you don't mind, the Tor browser itself, then go for that. But with proxy chains, we can run different programs, so we can do all sorts of network activity that's being protected by the Tor router and also, through proxy chains. So I'm going to go ahead and try this. I've never tried this before, so I'm not sure if it's going to work. But we have curl on the system. And so I'm going to go proxy chains curl http icanhasip.com. And as you can see, it did work because I get the response right here, which is the IP address. So you guys can now see why proxy chains can be useful for different network activity and protocols. We can use it with certain programs even right from terminal, where if I just run curl http icanhasip.com, I'm just going to get my regular old IP address, and this means it is not using the onion router or Tor. So that's how to set up proxy chains, and we're probably going to cover it a little bit more before we move on to other stuff. There's a lot to it that we can do with it, so let's continue. All right, hey guys, let's jump back into this. It locked me out after a few moments, so I'm going to log back in. And what we're going to do is we're going to continue on with proxy chains, but we're going to create something that possibly, if you want the kind of identity protection that Edward Snowden would use, we're going to make something ridiculous and simple. Now, he would never use something like this. This is very basic stuff. However, it will protect your identity a little more. So let's go ahead and open up Firefox. And I'm just going to search free proxy list and delete the rest of this URL. I don't like when that happens, when you start typing before something gets loaded. So freeproxylist.net, those words are separated by dashes. If you go here, hopefully this gives us what we want. I just want a list of proxies and their types because we're going to be using these, and this is what we want. All right, so this is the IP address, the port, and the code. So this would be the country code. And then the anonymity. Oh, I told you guys, I'm gonna mess up that word every single time I try and say it. And HTTPS. This tells you if it supports the HTTPS protocol. So let's go ahead. All we're going to do is add some of these to our existing proxy chains. So let's go ahead and sudo nano. This file is in etc. It's proxychains.conf. All we need to do is literally add. It doesn't tell if it's SOX 4 or SOX 5. Let me jump back here. SOX 5. There we go. We've got a version right there, SOX 5. All right, so all we need to do is literally copy these into terminal. There you are. This one is SOX 5. The address, and then the port is 13790. I'm going to drop down again, and SOX 5 is 101.78. This is the second one there. I can read through the terminal because it's transparent. 62303. And then we're going to add one more just for the sake of it. We're going to add that one from, I believe the country code YE is Yemen. Not sure. Let's go ahead and add SOX 5. Oh, that's SOX 4. SOX 4. 134.35. 192.168.160.11, and the port for that is 1080. So I'm going to overwrite that. We're going to save it and close it. Clear this away. And now I'm going to use proxy chains curl icanhasip.com. Now this is going to take a bit longer because we're using different proxy chains or different proxy addresses to create a longer route from point A to point B. That's essentially all we're doing. So if people were trying to investigate, from point B and trying to trace us back to point A, just by adding more and more layers of protection, yeah. So this says, yes, next gen, referrer detect. Let's click that. There we go. For some reason, it sent us, I think one of these proxies is not working. That goes to 13790, goes to 62. Oh, I spelled icanhasip wrong. I spelled it with an S instead of a Z. See, because it looked like that chain worked flawlessly, right? You can see here which is returning to which one, or which IP is connected to the next one, kind of. And you can see how it's going through the chain. There we go. Now, if I do that again, I wonder if I'll get a different IP address. 134. Where's that 134? I know I added a 134 address in there. There it is. And that, the DNS response was, it does not exist. So it wasn't able to find it in that route. Let me try once again. Again, adding this many different layers is complete overkill. I feel safe using, just the Tor proxy that we've set up. And it does take quite a while when you're using multiple different proxy chains, especially free proxies. They tend to be slow just because they're free, and so they probably get a lot of use. I think we're on the final one here. All right, and again, it was not able to find icanhasip. So there's definitely a problem with one of the proxies that we've added. But that's how you can just add, multiple chains or multiple links in the chain, to do your network activity with. And that's what we were learning in this video. Let me close this. All right. In the next video, I want to jump into, actual hacking and how we can scan vulnerable websites and find vulnerabilities. So I'll probably do an introduction to that first. All right, guys, we're going to get on to talking about MacChanger, which can improve your anonymity online. Nailed it. All right, so I'm probably still going to screw up that word. So what MacChanger can do is, if I run ifconfig, if-config, okay, that's strange. apt cache policy ifconfig. What is going on here? Okay, so ifconfig is a package you're supposed to have. ipconfig. Wow. ifconfig was pre-installed on every other Linux installation that I've ever had. So that's weird that it's not here. NetTools package. We need the NetTools package. Okay, so sudo apt-get install net-tools. This should install it, hopefully. Now it's the newest version. If config still not found. Oh man, that's strange. Let's figure this out and then we'll get into Mac Changer. Okay, so apparently it's in the sbin directory, so let's type sbin/ifconfig. There we go. Oh wow, that's I don't even know why that's not part of this environment for this user. Let me run sudo ifconfig. Okay, so for sudo it recognizes it. All right. Anyway, this will show your MAC address. Let's find the hardware address listed in here on Ethernet 1. INET 6. This is an IP6 address. Ethernet looks like the hardware address. So what we can do is we can use Mac Changer. So basically what a MAC address is it's this little hexadecimal string which is an ID of the hardware you're using, and it can be used to identify you based on network traffic. You know, servers can get your hardware address and you know, use it in sessions or something to kind of tag you. So if you come up again not using Tor network or something, you can say, well, hey, these have the same MAC address, and this one is looks like a legitimate IP address. So we now know that this user, you know, is at this IP address. So that's not good. So you can use Mac Changer, which is a built-in tool to Kali Linux, to change your MAC address. You can just set it to a random one. So for a list of examples, I'm going to write Mac Changer --help, and it will show you that the R flag right here sets the MAC address to a random value. So let's we can just show the current MAC address. So I'm going to type Mac Changer -s. I think that was ETH0. All right. So it also uses the name of the network as well. So in this, not the name of the network, but the name of the network configuration within the machine. And so ETH0 is the default name for an Ethernet connection. If you have multiple network cards with multiple network adapters, it might show ETH0, ETH1, and then WLO, I believe, is the Wi-Fi address. It might just be listed as Wi-Fi 1, Wi-Fi 0, I'm not sure. And then the loopback device is always shown as LO. We can safely ignore that. That's just so that we can ping our own machine while we're on it. That's 127.0.0.1 as shown here. So back to this. This is our current MAC address listed right here, and this is what will be revealed to web servers that we interact with using the network. So we're going to set a random MAC address for this. So let's go ahead and write MAC changer -r on the ETH0 device. We actually need a sudo that. So sudo MAC changer -r. We're going to set a random one on the ETH0 device. There we go. And as you can see, the current MAC it shows, and then the permanent MAC address, and then it shows the new MAC address. So now if I just run MAC changer show on the ETH0 device, we're getting our new MAC address, which is displayed to the servers. Now you can also set your own. So something to note here is there's 6 segments of hexadecimal character. Now in hexadecimal, it can range from 00 all the way up to FF and everything in between. The only letters that are available is A through F, and then numbers 1 through 0. Or 1 through 9 and 0, or 0 through 9, however you want to say that. So we can actually set our own MAC address here. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to go sudo MAC changer m equals 00 colon 1f colon 2a colon 80 colon 02 colon fe, and that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. And I need to add the on the Ethernet 0 device. MAC length should be 27 or 17, and mine. Oh, it's because I added that equal sign there. It's just a space after the flag. So now, as you can see, I've set my own MAC address. From the format, of a MAC address. And this is going to basically, you can make it whatever you want. You can assign it to a random one. But if you assign a MAC address, basically, a web server is going to have a false identification of that MAC address. And that helps in protecting your identity. Now, in the next video, we're going to finally get into some ways to hack things. I know this was a lot leading up to it, but first, it's important to know the system you're working on, and that's why we covered Linux kind of in depth. Secondly, it's very important when doing this kind of stuff to know how to protect yourself from the internet, how to protect your online activity. And so we needed to cover those. Now I'm pretty sure we're ready to jump right into this. All right, guys. So the first thing we're going to get into is hacking we're going to hack SQL servers through a technology or through a technique called SQL injection. And so I'm going to show you guys a little bit about how that, I think I actually already did in one of the earlier videos. So you guys already have like a very rough idea of what it is. So we're actually going to set up PHP, MySQL, and in an Apache server on this machine right here. And we're going to write a very, very small amount of code. So it should be pretty easy to follow. And then we're going to we're actually going to hack the system. So in the first part, we're just going to install everything we need and get things set up. So the first thing we're going to need is an Apache server, which is an actual web server that tells this machine to listen on its IP address on port 80, which is HTTP, so that we can now access certain files from this machine in our web browser. And that's how we're going to set up a website. So let's go ahead and write sudo apt-get install Apache 2. And Apache 2 is already installed. So let's go ahead and search for PHP 7.0, I believe it is. So apt cache policy PHP 7.0. And that's already installed too. So let's look at PHP 7.0 MySQL. And that's installed. All right, so we actually have everything we need installed. So all we need to do at this point, and I'm pretty sure you guys should have it installed as well, but if not, those are the things you need to install. What we need to do is we need to just start the Apache server, and then we're also going to have to get into setting up MySQL. We'll set up a database. We'll actually install phpMyAdmin, which allows us to do that with a graphical tool, so that we can actually have a database that we can attempt to hack. So let's go ahead and start the Apache server. So to do this, all you need to write is sudo systemcontrol or systemctl start Apache 2. And it looks like it has started. Let me just confirm this by opening up my web browser and going to localhost. And hit enter. Doesn't want to do that. 127.0.0.1. Okay. It's stuck looking up localhost, so let's let it look it up. What I'm going to do is I'm going to jump into the Apache 2 directory, and we're going to go make sure everything's set up. So we're going to cd into etc/Apache2. And I'm going to list the directories here and the files. Conf available, sites available. Let's list. Okay, so that worked, but it took a while. And I'm almost thinking this proxy we have has something to do with it. So I'm going to go into Preferences, into Advanced, over to the Network tab, into Settings, and I'm going to say No Proxy, and I'm going to hit OK. I'm going to try refreshing this, and it does work a lot faster. So we were still running through a proxy there. I'm not sure which one it was, but we're good now. Oh, that's right. I had set it to Tor, I think. But what we're going to do at this point is we just need to find out where the files are being stored, and they're supposed to be in var.www.html. And there we go. If I touch ab.html as sudo, I go to localhost/ab.html, we get that page. There's nothing in it, but we've got the page. Now, this brings up an important part of setting up this server is we're getting permission denied in there. And this is going to be annoying to be writing everything as sudo in here. So what we're going to do is we're just going to change the ownership. We're going to update the Apache 2 configuration, specifically the envars file, and we're going to set the server to run as our user account. So I'm going to change directory up one, going to list it, and here I'm going to change, I actually need to run this as sudo. We're going to chown to nick HTML, and it's going to be recursive. So as you can see, now Nick owns it. So what happens if I try to just access this now is it should still work. We also haven't restarted the server, so we're going to need to do that. But first, let's go ahead and update that envars file. So sudo nano etc apache 2 envars. And here, up near the top, you're going to see export Apache run user is set to www data. I'm going to update that value to Nick, which is my user account's name. And then also the group is going to be set to Nick, which is also my user account's name. So Now, when you create a user in Linux, it creates a group of the same name. So just set both of these variables to your username that you're logged in with, and then Control O and Control X. Now what we need to do before any of this starts to take effect is we need to restart the server. So basically I'm going to explain system control to you right now. And this is a new technology that has replaced the old service technology. So if you see something on the internet somewhere that says run this command and it says server or service Apache 2 restart, that's perfectly valid and it will probably work if you run it as sudo. But for right now, we're going to run sudo system control restart Apache 2. Now, if I refresh this, we should still have access there. But now we also have write access in this directory. So that's awesome. Now, in the next video, we're actually going to install phpMyAdmin and go through setting up a database. All right, guys. So now that we've got a web server set up, I got to log in. It looks like this restarted. I don't recall if I restarted it. Let's see. But anyway, now that we've got the web server set up, what we got to do is we got to start coding a little bit. We're going to be using PHP and the MySQL library, which is MySQLi. And we're going to be writing a very simple web page that connects to a database. And we're going to basically hack it. Now, we're not going to be building in a lot of security or anything because, you know, the whole idea is to show you guys concepts of hacking. So it's going to be a very, very insecure site. You guys can do the same. Follow along. If you have a programming background, that's awesome. If not, that's not a problem. Just copy what I do. So the first thing we need to do is make sure that PHP is configured to run in Apache. So how we're going to do that is I'm going to change directory to var www html. And once in here, I'm going to nano test.php. And in here, we're going to open up PHP. So the way we do that, when you're starting to write PHP code, you put the left angle bracket, question mark, and then PHP. And this is opening the PHP. So we can type HTML above this, we can type PHP here. So in order to make sure that this is working, we're going to print hello world. So print is a method, and when you call a method in PHP, you put the regular brackets there, and the one parameter that it takes, we're passing this string of text into the print function. And then we're going to end the PHP with a question mark and a right angle bracket. Now I'm going to Control O, Control X, and we should be able to access this in our browser. And if PHP is configured for Apache, we should be able to, actually see the words "Hello World." Otherwise, we're going to see all the code of the thing. So let's go to http://localhost test.php. And it wasn't able to connect to test.php. Let's figure out why. Is ABHTML still accessible? No. All right. So it's LSL. Okay, everything can read these files. The index.html is working. No, even that's not working. but localhost at the root is serving up our configuration page. So what I'm going to do at this point is we're going to just restart the Apache server. So sudo system control restart Apache 2. Password goes in there. Okay, we're able to access ab.html, which is just a blank file. And test.php, we do see hello world printed out, and we don't see the code. So PHP is configured to work here. So what we need to do is we need to set up a database. So I'm going to install PHP myadmin. And again, I mentioned this in the last video. What PHP myadmin is, it's a graphical tool that we can access through the web browser to build databases. So go ahead and write sudo apt-get install php myadmin, and yes, and we're going to let it install here. There are a few things that we will need to do once we get this installed. So web server to configure automatically is Apache 2, so just hit enter. We just got to wait it out here. So we're going to configure databases for PHP myadmin. Yes, just hit enter. The MySQL application password, this is going to be the password we'll use to log in to PHP myadmin. So I'm just going to type password. Hit OK. There we go. An error occurred while installing the database. Can't connect to local MySQL server. So let's abort this. Okay, get out of there. All right. So let's have a look here. Can't connect to local MySQL server. So MySQL is now running. We can check the status by typing sudo system control status MySQL. And it's running, so this is good. Let's go ahead and try and reinstall PHP myadmin. So I'm going to hit up on my keyboard till I get to that aptitude or apt-get command, and I'm going to run it again. We're just going to hit enter. And we're going to go through the same settings here. So just keep hitting enter. I have to plan for dpkg to do more. So let's reconfigure. So sudo dpkg-reconfigure php myadmin. Can I select this in any way? There we go. Took a tab a few times to get to that. So tab in here switches which option it is. We haven't had to do that yet. Hit enter. We're going to just say yes. MySQL database name for PHP myadmin. Okay. Okay. Localhost. And now we need to enter in the password again, which is going to be password and password. The name of the administrative user is going to be root. This is fine. Everything's good there. So now what we have to do is we need to tell Apache 2 that well, basically about phpMyAdmin. So what we're going to do is we're going to cd into etc/apache2. I'm going to list this directory here, and we should see apache2.conf, which we do. So we need to edit this. So run sudo nano apache2.conf. And down at the bottom, we need to add a new line. So if you just hit page down, it'll probably go a lot quicker. We're going to include a file, and the file is going to be located at /etc/apache/apache. Is it apache.conf? So we're going to Control O. This is going to overwrite the file. Then we're going to Control X to exit, and now we need to restart the Apache 2 server. So again, sudo system control restart Apache 2. Now we should be able to access localhost /phpMyAdmin. And now we're going to log in with the username root and the password that we set up as the application password, which for me is password. Click remember. Okay, let's try with phpMyAdmin at localhost and password. We don't need to append at localhost, so just phpMyAdmin password. There we go. We are now inside phpMyAdmin. Now I'm going to give you guys a rundown of the interface here a little bit, just so that we can work more efficiently moving forward. So on the left-hand side, you have these right here, which I don't even think we're going to be touching at all. It's kind of like generic links. Down on the left-hand side, we have databases. So right now there's two databases. There's information schema, and then there's phpMyAdmin. Let me drop that down. You've got these little plus symbols, which you can expand and collapse. And so this is the database, phpMyAdmin, and these are the tables in the database. So picture this like an Excel spreadsheet, essentially. So I'm going to select this right here, and there's nothing in it. So let me go see if I can find a table with something in it. User config, maybe. There we go. So I select the user config table, and in here, these are the columns: username, time value, and config data. And then each one of these rows is an entry into this database or spreadsheet, essentially. And you can see the SQL command that was run in order to generate these results. So it's saying select all from, and then the database that it's grabbing it from. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a new database. So I'm going to go to the home, databases. I'm going to create a database. It says no privileges. So I can't create a database. So let's figure this out here. Okay. All right, so let me look this up because this is strange. We don't have the permissions. So phpMyAdmin or myadmin. And what was that error that we saw? Let's go to localhost, databases. no privileges. No privileges, can't create database. Let's go through here. All right, let's have a look. So this is the same error. Okay, so it just says log out and then log in with root without a password. Allow no password. All right, one sec. Okay, so we got to go allow no password in the configuration. That's what we're going to have to do. So let's cd into etc php myadmin ls. There's the config.inc.php. Let's go ahead and modify that. So sudo nano config.inc.php. And then we're going to click Control W and search for allow no password. So we're going to uncomment this, going to overwrite, going to exit, and then we're going to restart the Apache server again. Sudo system control restart Apache 2. Now I'm going to come over here and refresh this page. We're going to attempt to log in with root with no password. Still says it's not going to happen. So I'm looking for the area where it has the server's password. We're just going to uncomment that. Let's try with this. No, that wouldn't be set. That's okay. I'm gonna overwrite this. We're gonna exit. I'm gonna restart the server again. Gonna reload this. We're gonna try logging in without a password. Access denied. Okay. So let's see where sudo no let's not do that. Something has gone wrong when we set this up, and I'm not sure what I did wrong exactly. It's a username password thing. Maybe I typed the password wrong. So let's go ahead and run sudo dpkg-reconfigure phpMyAdmin. Yes, Unix, MySQL database name for phpMyAdmin. All right, please provide MySQL username for. Okay. Let's type password. Name of the database is administrative user. Is going to be root. Apache 2. And it didn't ask for the password on that. So let's try again. I might have to, I'm not exactly sure what I might have to do. Sudo. No, it didn't have a service associated with it. Let me refresh. Let's try with root. Let's try with root with our password that we wrote. Okay. All right, we're going to look how to update this because I'm just completely missing it here. Okay, so we're just going to manually change the password, I guess. So sudo nano config.inc.php. We're going to go down to where it has the passwords and stuff, which is around here. Just going to type in password. Control O, Control X. We're going to restart the server. Oh, come on, let's do this. No, that's not the right one. What file am I? I'm going to pause this and investigate this a little further, and I'll come back when I've got it. All right, guys. So I actually tried to troubleshoot this in from a few different angles, and I'm not exactly sure what I've done, but what I suspect that I've done is that I set the root password to something that's different from what I intended to set the root password to. So what we need to do, and that's why you see these errors here being printed out on my screen. We have MySQL running. As you can see, I've restarted it using the system control call. I'm going to clear this, and what happens is when I attempt to access MySQL with the flag -u, which stands for user, and then we follow that with the username of the user account we want to use the MySQL shell with, and we hit enter, It's telling us access is denied for user root at localhost. And then if we type MySQL u root and then -p, this tells it that we want to enter a password. I'm going to enter the password that I think I set it to, which is PASSWORD, and it still tells me that the access is denied. So at this point, what we have is an issue not with phpMyAdmin, not even with MySQL, just with the user account that we've set up. So what we need to do is reset that password. And you guys probably managed to get everything with phpMyAdmin set up correctly, and it's probably working for you because when we got to that stage where we set up the password, you guys probably typed it correctly, which I did not. Now, if you are having a problem, then awesome, we get to talk about it and go through the solution. What we need to do is we need to stop the MySQL process. So how we're going to do that is running sudo systemcontrol stop MySQL. And now I want to check if we have a file. ls-l. It's going to be in user/sbin/mysqld, and it is there. So what we're going to do is we're going to run this with a few extra flags, and we're not going to be checking user privileges so that we can update the password. So let's go ahead and run sudo/usr/sbin/mysqld, and then we add --skip-grant-table or tables. And then we're also going to skip networking because we're using MySQL with without checking permissions. So it's safest to do this. So --skip-networking space and then put the ampersand sign there. And hit enter. Now, in another terminal, what I'm going to do is I'm going to type MySQL-u root. And as you can see, we've now made a connection to the database, which is exactly what we want, because now we can actually update the user's password. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to flush privileges. So in all caps, type flush space privileges. I did not spell that right. Privileges. All right. And we're going to put a semicolon there. And then hit enter. Try that again. Semicolon. There we go. Now we're going to set the password. So this is a MySQL syntax that we're going to be writing. We're using a shell. So when you're using a shell of something, it's essentially typing in that language. You know, you can open up a Python shell and you can type in Python. So what we've done here is we've opened up a MySQL shell so we can type in MySQL. So all the keywords basically are going to be uppercase. I don't think it matters, actually. You could write it in lowercase, but traditionally it's written in uppercase. So what we're going to do is we're going to update the password for root at localhost. So go ahead and type set space password for space. Now go lowercase, type in root at, and then put a single quotation and type local host, and then another single quotation, space, equals, and now it's back in all caps, password, and this is a function. So wrap it in quotations, and then wrap it in brackets, and then put the quotations in there, and now type your password that you want to use. So in this case, it's literally just password in lowercase. Then put a semicolon. Now this is a MySQL statement that's going to run. So it says we're not allowed to, actually. So let's go ahead and try in another way. It's an anonymous user. All right. Let's go ahead and try this way. Let's use the MySQL database. So just type use in capital and then MySQL. Hit enter. And now we're going to update user set password equals. Now we're going to have to use a call the password function again. So set password equals, so back in all caps, password, and then the password we want to use, which is all lowercase password, and hopefully it'll let us do it this time. And we're going to say where host with a capital H equals localhost and user with a capital U equals root. Semicolon, hit enter, and there we go. So we've got this updated now. So what we need to do after we've done this is we've got to flush the privileges again. So back in all caps, flush privileges. There we go. And then we just need to stop. Exit. We need to stop the process here. And then we need to start it traditionally. So sudo system control restart MySQL. And now hopefully what happens is we will be able to enter MySQL with the user root with the password. I'm going to enter password, and it still says access denied. Oh my God. All right, I'm going to completely. Oh, I figured it out. Wow. All right. Let's log out here. I'll show you guys what the problem is. So I found, well, I thought that, I discovered that logging in using sudo worked. So sudo MySQL, and then I could log in with root with the password. That worked, but running it without sudo didn't work. And I think this is because when I ran the secure installation for MySQL, I ran it as sudo, and then sudo was required, for everything after that. So what I had done was I jumped in here, I created a new user, which is Nick at localhost. and then identified by, and then the password. And then I granted all privileges on all tables to Nick at localhost, essentially creating a second root user. And then I confirmed the login without sudo, and it worked. So I'll have these commands on the side of the video in case you guys need them. But basically what happened at this point is when you restart Apache and reinstall phpMyAdmin, or if you already have it installed, what should happen is you will be able to jump over here and log in with that new user you just created using the password that you set for the user. And then we jump in here and get essentially root access. We can create new databases, for example. And so this is what we're going to be doing in the next video. I apologize that this took so long. I didn't expect it to, but if you guys have any problems, let me know. Hopefully you guys had a much easier time than I did setting this up. This was definitely different for me. Never had problems setting up phpMyAdmin before, but it gave us a chance to troubleshoot some common problems that people probably have. So what we're going to do is in the next video, we're going to jump in, we're going to create a database, then we're going to start creating a simple web application which is tied to the database, and then we're going to start using some built-in Kali tools to hack the website that we create. So thank you guys for watching. Again, I apologize about all the trouble that we had here setting this up, but we should be good to go now. So I'll see you guys in the next video. All right, guys. So what we're going to do is we're going to jump in and create a database right now with the users table that we're going to be using to authenticate a user in the web application we're about to build. And then we're also going to build a few other tables with content, and we're going to see if we were able to hack it. So let's go ahead and create a new database. I have to log in again, which now is not a problem because it works. Let's create a new database called My App and hit enter. Now we're going to create a table called users, and it's going to have these columns: ID, and I'm counting them on my fingers at the same time: ID, username, password, email, and I think that's good. So that's 4. So let's go OK. It's going to be an ID. The type is going to be an integer. It can be a maximum of 255 characters long, which is total overkill. That's a billion to the, well, I don't even know. That's a big number anyway, higher than I can count. Username, its type is going to be varchar, and this just means variable length characters. Password is going to be, we're just going to leave this as varchar as well. And then what's the other one that I said? Email. And this one again is going to be varchar. So when we think about a username, think about the length of it. I'm going to limit this to 99 characters, although that's total overkill. Same for the password, and same for the email address. Now scrolling over here, we've set the ID column to type int. We're going to make it auto increment. What this means is each time something is inserted, we don't need to supply a number. It's automatically going to count up 1 from the last item entered. So the index name is primary. This is going to be the primary key of this table. So that looks good. Let's go ahead and enter this table. Hit go. Nothing's happening. Let me press it again. Does it save? All right. So as you can see now, when we're looking at this table's structure, we see extra. It says auto increment, and that's exactly what we want. You can see a key here, which means it's the primary column. And this is going to be the users table. Now I'm going to go ahead and create another table. So on the left-hand side under My App, we should see New right here. So we're going to go ahead and create a new table, and this is going to be Blogs. So again, we're going to have an ID. We're going to have a user ID. This is going to be the user ID of the owner of whatever post we put in. It's also going to have a title and then a content column. So the types for these, the ID is going to be int, the user ID is going to be int, the title is going to be a varchar with a maximum length of 99, and then the content is going to be text. You don't need to add any length for this. This can be essentially an infinite length. Go ahead and update the length of these two to 255 because they're integers, and that's typically what I set for integers. We're going to create the first column as an auto increment. And generally when you're setting IDs, you're going to be doing that. So I'm going to go down here and click Save. There we go. So now we've got blogs and users. If I click into users, we can actually add a user right now. And that's what we're going to be doing to play around with in our web application. So I'm going to go ahead and insert a user. I'm going to leave the ID field blank. You guys will see why. The username is going to be Nick. The password is going to be password. And the email is going to be nick@nick.nick. I'm going to come down here and hit save, wherever that is. Say go, it's on the right-hand side. And then what happens is it takes the data that we've entered and it puts it into a SQL statement, and then it runs that SQL statement. And then it returns us here. And you can see we've got a confirmation, one row inserted. So if we go to Browse, we can now see that the ID is 1, even though we didn't put anything in. And now the next thing that gets inserted, if we leave the ID null, or if we don't put anything in there, it's going to be entered as 2. And so each ID for each row in this table is going to be unique. And that's very important. So what we're going to do is we're going to jump over to blogs, and I'm going to enter 2 blogs in here. So I'm going to go ahead and go over to insert. The user ID is going to be 1. The title is going to be my first post. And the content is going to be, this is some generic content. I'm going to scroll down. And now we're going to do a second one. So the user ID again is 1. And the title is going to be another blog. ... And then the content of this one is just going to be a bunch of random, characters. And then we're going to jump down to the very bottom and click Go. So it inserted 2 rows, and if I go to Browse, right here, you'll see the ID of the first one is 1, the ID of the second one is 2, the user ID for both of them is 1, which means they belong to my user account, and we can use this relationally within the database. We can grab all where the user ID equals, and then, capture the variable of whoever we're logged in as, or whoever we're viewing through the variables on the page itself. And this is going to make a lot more sense here soon. But you guys just need to follow what I've done here. And once you've got some stuff in your database, we're good to actually start getting programming on the site itself. So I'm going to close this. We're going to open a text editor, and I'm not sure what text editors we've got on here, so let's have a look. This is all Kali stuff. We've got, gedit or gedit, however you pronounce it, but I wanted to use something a little more syntax highlighty. So I'm going to go ahead and install Bluefish, which is a text editor that I've used in the past, and it's really simple to set up here. So just go ahead and type sudo apt-get install Bluefish, enter password, and hit enter. All right, so we've got Bluefish now. So let's go ahead and open up Bluefish. I'm going to open up my apps dashboard thing and click Bluefish editor. So when thinking about the very simple nature of this application we're building, what we need is one page where we can log in and create a session. And then we need a page that will print out a post. So what we're going to do first is we're going to create the page that's going to print out a post. So let's go ahead, and this is just so we can have like an immediate result by the end of this video. What we need to do is we need to open up a PHP tag. And now I'm going to save this in other locations, going into the computer, down to var, www, html, and I'm going to save this file as post.php. And now we can get syntax highlighting here, which is exactly what we want. So let's go ahead and get a post. So how we do this is when we're thinking about URLs, and I'm going to switch to Firefox here, what we want to be able to do is go to localhost/post.php and then put a question mark here. We're going to say ID equals 1. We want to be able to get this number inside of the application. And so what we're going to do is go back to Bluefish. We're going to set a variable here called post ID, and it's going to be equal to the get parameter in the URL. Now, in URLs, if you see a question mark and then a word, ID equals, that's the property name, and then this is going to be the value. So I have one of those in the URL, so I'm going to type $_get in capitals. Now this is an array, so in PHP, when you're working with an array, to specify a specific item in the list of items, which have a key and a value, you open up square brackets, and we're going to type ID. Now, essentially, if we visit the page in the URL, the ID is set to 1. This becomes the number 1. If it's set to 2 in the URL, that becomes number 2. And now we have a variable we can use throughout our script that has the post ID in there. So what we're going to do at this point, we need to create a new MySQL connection. And how we do that is we use the MySQLi package within Python, or PHP. So we're going to go ahead and create a connection. We're going to create a new variable called MySQLi, and it's going to be equal to new MySQLi. And then we're going to open up brackets. Now, this is going to take 4 parameters. The first one is the host, your username, your password, and the database name. So in this case, the host is going to be localhost. The user is the same when I logged in with phpMyAdmin. It's the MySQL user, which is going to be Nick. The password, as we set, was password. And then the database was called MyApp. And end that line with a semicolon. In PHP, you've got to end lines with semicolons. So what we're going to do now is we're going to create an if statement that basically says if there's an error, disconnect and handle it. Else, we can continue. So in PHP, you're going to say if and then put brackets there. And now you're going to state your condition. So if my SQLI, which is the variable, and then we use a dash and a right angle to specify a variable within this object, connect error, no, rather, connect error no, that's connection error. If this exists, it means we failed. So we can just say echo. And when you echo in PHP, it just means put something, you print a line onto the web page itself. So we're just going to echo cannot connect. Else, here's where our main program logic is going to go. If we can connect to the database, we know that everything is fine and we're good to go. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a we're just going to create a SQL statement that will get everything from the posts table where the post ID equals the post ID. So this is going to be a little bit of PHP and a little bit of SQL. The only PHP bit is going to be creating a variable. So we're going to create one called SQL. You can name this whatever you want. You've just got to refer to it in your code consistently. And then some quotations and ending the line with a semicolon, which is standard here. It's really going to help if you guys have a little bit of experience with programming. Even if not in PHP, this is probably going to seem really familiar to you if you've worked with programming. If not, try and follow along. Let me know if you have any trouble. What we got to do is we got to tell the database what we want from it. So we say select asterisks, which means everything. Select everything from, what did I call that table? Hold on. Select everything from blogs. Where ID equals, and then what we got to do here is we got to say where it equals, the post ID. So post ID. There we go. That's underlined for some reason. So this in and of itself is not going to do anything yet. We've actually got to get the data from it. So we got to query the MySQL, and how we do that is jump down a line here and say if exclamation mark result equals my SQLI. And then we're going to say, the dash and the right angle, query, and we're going to query the SQL statement that we've just created. So what this is going to try and do is it's going to try and set the variable result equal to, whatever returns from the database. If it doesn't, though, so there's an exclamation mark preceding it. This means not in programming. So if this can't happen, we're just going to echo could not get posts from DB. We end it with a semicolon. But if we are able to do it, we can fetch the rows. So else We're going to say row equals, got to drop down a few lines. The row is going to equal result. We get a property from it, or rather we run a method on the object. So we're going to say fetch associated array, which basically means we're fetching the row, the MySQL row as a PHP array, so we can use the variables within it. So we can echo in bold title, and we're going to print out row. Actually, it's going to make it easier if we use concatenation. So in PHP, how you concatenate is you just end the string with the quotation and put a dot, and then you just continue printing stuff out. So we're going to print out row. We open up the square brackets, and we put title in there. Then let's concatenate it again, skip a few lines. This is HTML code I'm writing. And we're going to echo in bold content. And we're going to concatenate it with row content. So I'm going to save this, and then I'm going to switch over to my web browser, and we're going to hit enter. So it says it could not get posts from database. So something is wrong. So we've got to look at what exactly is wrong. Let's print out the ID, make sure we're getting a correct, well, hold on, I set it to there. Yeah, ID equals 1. So let's go in here and echo post ID just to make sure we're getting it. Whoa. Control S, we're going to save it. I'm going to jump back over here and refresh. So we're getting the post ID, so that's good. And then we create the connection. We know we can connect, so we can pass through this. We say select all from blog. Let me remove the quotations around there. Switch back over here. Refresh. There we go. So we've got the post, and you'll see if I remove that ID 1 and switch it with 2, we get the item here, which is number 2. But it prints out kind of funny because we've got spaces in there and we don't have spaces when it prints out. And this is the difference between MySQL and HTML. So what we can do is we can use a function called NL2BR. And what this means is in MySQL, when we skip down a line, it's entered as a new line character. But in HTML, you skip lines by using a break, or BR. So to convert all those new lines to valid HTML line breaks, we're going to say NL2BR. And we're just calling that function on the row content. So you open it up with the brackets, which are highlighted in red, and then you pass something into it. And the thing we're passing into it is the row's content column. So I'm going to save this. I'm going to jump back over to the browser and refresh, and you'll see now that the line breaks are all there. So that's a very basic setup. We've now got a page that's actually actually this is perfectly injectable by MySQL. So what we're going to do is in the next video, I think what we're going to do is we're just going to jump straight into using SQL Map, which is a tool that's built into Kali Linux, and we're going to see if we can get data from the database without being supposed to get it. Because right now we haven't built a way in our application to get user data at all, but we should be able to hack this to make it do something other than we designed it to do and to provide user data. So thank you guys for watching. I will see you guys in the next video. Alright guys, so now we've got a very simple web application that actually doesn't even have a way to log in, but that's okay. We don't need it. to demonstrate what we can do with hacking. So this is going to be really fun. We've got a web application that just connects to the database, and it gets the blog post that it's told to get, and then it just prints out the blog post. That's all it does. It doesn't even connect to the users table. So what we're going to do is we're going to use a tool that's built into Kali Linux called SQL map. So I'm going to clear this up and type in SQL map. And this is the program we're going to be using. And we're going to run it with --help. And there, we can see the usage here. Basically, if I go up here, we're going to set the URL to the URL of our page. And it's good to include a URL that does have get variables. If it's using like permalinks or something, if it's a WordPress site, then you'd have to specify which fields could be used as a parameter. But we're just going to be using our site, which does take a parameter in the URL. And then we just tell it what we want to do. So first thing, let's go ahead and type SQL map -u. It's going to be http://localhost/post.php $ID = 1. So this is what we're going to scan the database on. So hit enter. It says it looks like the backend is MySQL. Do you want to skip test payloads specific for other databases? We're going to say yes. Hit enter. For the remaining tests, do you want to include all tests for MySQL? Just hit enter. We're going to test that. And it's going to scan the MySQL backend, basically. It's not going to scan the database yet. Get parameter ID is vulnerable. This means the ID variable in the URL is vulnerable to SQL injection. That's what we're doing here. So do we want to keep testing? No. All right. So this is what we've learned about our database. Basically, the parameter ID, these are what it's vulnerable to. A union in SQL is kind of like concatenating MySQL calls. So you can union to other tables and stuff and get more data. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run the previous command with columns. -- columns. And here we get what the database, basically we were able to, hack into the database and find out the structure of our database. So we can see that we've got two tables, blogs and users. So what we can do is we can dump the users table. So how we're going to do that is I'm going to run the previous command again. We're going to set -t to users, and we're going to say --dump. And there we go. We've successfully hacked our website, and we've got, now normally you would not see a password stored in plain text. You would see it in like MD5 or some other hash. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump into the database, and I'm going to edit this. And the password, I'm going to drop this function down. We're going to find MD5, if it's still in here. There we go. And then we're going to hit go. So now this is my password, right? So what happens is when I use SQL map, so I'm going to say SQL map -u, we're going to send the URL, which is localhost/post.php ID = 1. We're going to set the table to users by using the -T capital flag. This is the name of the data, or this is the name of the table that we want to do something to. And then what we want to do is dump. And this just means we're going to get the data from it, and it fetched data. One sec. So it looks like it cached it in some way. What I'm going to do is rmrf. This is going to recursively delete from my home directory .sql map. Now I'm going to run the command again. And just hit enter, enter. So this is built in a way that it produces text files that it can continue where it left off. So I've removed those by deleting that MySQL or the SQL map directory. What dictionary do you want to use? Let's just hit enter. Do you want to use common password suffixes? Let's hit no, just hit enter. And what it's going to do is it's actually going to try and hack that the password that it found. It found a hashed password. It knows it's a hash. It's going to attempt to crack it using a dictionary-based attack. And what this means is that it's going to use a dictionary list of words, and you can actually download some where you can create your own. Basically, there's, I'm not going to say where, but there are lists out there that have lists of most commonly used passwords that you can use to crack passwords. So there you go. We've just hacked our own web application. We've accessed a table that the web app was not specifically designed to be able to access. We've printed out the information, and we've cracked this password. As you can see right here in brackets, this is what it is. So if we had a login page, we could then use this information to go and log into that account. Now, we have created a web app that is vulnerable, and we did that intentionally because we've allowed SQL injections to happen. And so basically, by not preparing the SQL statements that we've used in our application, we have allowed these vulnerabilities to exist so that we could see how this app works. What we're going to do in the next video is going to try and patch up those vulnerabilities. So the most simple approach we can take at this point and to secure this web page is simply to jump back over here, and everything is using, well, we're using this variable. This is the vulnerable variable that we set and use in the SQL statement. So basically what happens is if post ID was equal to say 0, and then we continue this SQL call. So post ID equal to 0, and then let's say union select all from users, for example. Let's save this, and then that won't work, but basically this is just an example of what we're doing is so we can pass. Let me do this. Let's just do it through the URL. So I'm going to save this, jump over to our web browser. We're going to say 0 union select all from users. So as you can see, this is being sent through the variable, and that's how it's injectable. The SQL map What this was doing was using that variable that it found, and it was, let me see if I can find this here. There. Let's copy this, and then pass that in. I can't copy it, I guess. Let me try again. Copy. Just delete that and paste and hit enter. There we go. So it was running that command. As you can see, it was not able to find any data from it. Or for that post, rather, because we don't have a post with that ID. And you can also, it also uses time-based blind, which is adding, and sleep 5. And where or having. So SQL map identified the following injection points with a total of 65 requests. So basically, that's how we hacked this. So what we need to do in this case, where our application is expecting that to be an integer, we can just check if it's a numeric. And if it's not, then we just, escape from this. So right here at the top, let's just type if is set post ID. So if this is set and this is the PHP or programming method to specify another condition as well. So if it is set and is numeric, post ID, we're going to do this. Else, we're going to echo stop trying to hack this. So I'm going to save this now. And now we're going to go back over to our browser. And what happens when I try to run this now is it says stop trying to hack this, But if I select the number 1, we get the correct data. And even if we just pass in letters, it's going to say stop trying to hack this. So now if I run SQL map, I'm going to remove the SQL map directory in there. I'm going to rerun this, and we're going to see if we can hack it now. So as you can see, we are not able to. It's that easy to close up a gap in an application. Here's the thing though, our application is very simple. They do get a lot bigger, and the bigger they get, the more difficult they get to make sure that you're covering all bases in terms of protecting variables and stuff like that. Now there are other methods as well. Here we're assuming that the ID is going to be a number, and that works fine with our current setup. But what if we had a variable that had to use characters? We're going to cover that in the next video, but it's equally as simple. Alright guys, so what we're going to do now is we're going to create another page, and we're going to, instead of using ID, we're going to use a variable called username. So what we need to do is we need to jump into our code, and I'm just going to have it in the same page. So what we're going to do is, if this is set, okay, so I'm going to indent this, whoa. Okay, I guess I didn't like that. Undo. So normally you can highlight text and just hit the tab key and it will just indent it, but in Bluefish I guess it will replace it all with a tab string. So what we're going to do is we're going to intercept this if statement. So if the post ID is set, then it's going to be wanting the post. Else if, and we're going to provide a new condition. So else if, let's jump up here, set username equal to get user and let's stop printing that out. So else if is set username, then we're going to want to do something different. And then we can re-add that else statement down at the bottom. So here what we're going to do here is we're going to assume that the username is going to be a string of text. And so we can't use the isNumeric check to check if this is a valid variable. So what we need to do, I don't know why this is underlining some things. That's annoying. Anyway, we're going to create the MySQLi variable again. We're going to name it more appropriately this time to con for connection. I'm going to say new MySQLi. We're going to pass in the host, the user, the password, and the database, which is my app. What we're going to do very first, we're going to, well, let's just like make the call and then we'll talk about securing the variable after. So let's go ahead and create a SQL variable, and this is going to say select everything from users where username equals username. Then we're going to create a results variable, which is equal to connection query, and this is going to be our SQL variable in there that we're passing into that method. And then we're just going to try and fetch the row. And yeah, so row equals result fetch associated array. And then we're just going to echo username. It's going to be row username. And then we're going to skip down a line and echo email is row email. So I'm going to save this. What we should be able to do now is in our browser, instead of passing an ID variable, we're going to pass a username variable, and this is going to be equal to Nick. Switch back over and look at why this is not working. So if, I'm doing the isNumeric check there, so both of these are not returning true. Let me try this again. Back over to our browser. Refresh, it's not working. So I've got something wrong in here. Oh, because I'm just passing user there as the variable. So instead of passing username in here, I'm just going to pass the word user equals Nick. And then we've got something happening down here. So let's go ahead and check what's going on. Just going to look through the code and see if I can find out where I made the error. Here somewhere. Oh, it's result. Doesn't exist, so I've called it results. So save. Let's switch back over to the browser, refresh. We still don't have anything printing out. So let's, I think it's, let me look at the structure of this. Username is Nick. Yeah, that is username. Switch back over here. Select all from users where username equals, and then whatever we pass in. Results equals the connection query. We pass in SQL. Let's echo here. Well, let's actually print R. And this would allow us to print an array to the screen. So I'm going to save this, come back here, and I've just made an error, that's all. In the code, and it's been a while since I wrote PHP, so I'm sure it's something simple that I'm just not seeing. It doesn't even get down to that point. Let's echo, got a username. See if we can get at least something printing out on the screen so we can know that it reaches this point. All right, so that condition is checking the username is set, so we're successfully getting that. Let's go ahead and add in a connect error number. So if not con connect error no, we're going to continue with the rest of this code. So I'm going to hit save, jump back over to Firefox and refresh. That didn't fix it. Okay. See if we aren't getting connected for some reason. No, that's working. All right. So we're not even getting down to that point. Oh, this is terrible. SQL equals select all from users. Results equals connection query SQL. Let's put this in an if statement as well. So if results equal this, I'm going to drop down and do that, which can't see that fixing the problem. There's something else here. Okay, So let's print out the username that we're getting just to make sure it's coming through correctly. Got a username Nick. All right. Where is that exactly? Closes there. Let me just move this up one level and get that out of there. Replace this with my SQLi, that variable there. Like this. save, refresh. No, something terrible is happening here that I cannot. So yeah, something terrible is happening here. So I'm going to go ahead and just delete all this and try this again. Let me just remove all of this. So if, okay, let's do this. Let's move this call. Let's try and connect first outside of the check. And then if post ID, everything here is matching up. Post ID, else if username, echo username. Save, refresh. Not getting anything. If post ID. Let's check if the get variable is set. Instead of the variable we set. No. All right. Here's what we're going to do. Delete all this. Save, refresh, still nothing. Can't set ID, is that the whole problem? No? There's a rogue else statement here. It has no close. There we go. There we go. And that's part of why I don't like Bluefish. All right, so what we got to do is we've got to now make that SQL call. So SQL is going to be equal to select all from users where username equals user name. And then we need to set a results for that we can actually attempt to get the query. So if not result equals my SQLi query, we're going to pass SQL into that. So if not, let's echo there was a problem. Else, we now have access to the result variable. So we can just set the row equals to or equal to result, fetch assoc fetch the associated array. So row equals result fetch source and that, and let's echo username row username. Save it, refresh. So there was a problem. All right. Select all from users where username equals user. So now let's go ahead and check in our database here. So the username is Nick. Where it's text, we've actually got so we're going to have to concatenate it. So just do that. Remove the other one there. Let's jump back over to Firefox. Refresh. That wasn't the problem. Let's add single quotes before we concatenate. Concatenate it again. Open up two quotes and put a single quote in there. Let's save this. Jump back over to Firefox, and there we go. So where we're passing text as a variable into the SQL statement, what we've got to do is put it kind of like, this. We're going to have to pass the value through quoted. So how we do that with a variable is after you open up the single quotes, you end the statement and begin the statement again and concatenate it with the username. Now, this is going to be vulnerable to an SQL injection because it is text and there's no way to check if it's valid really without using the MySQL real escape string. So what we're going to do is just that. First thing, let's jump over to terminal. We can confirm that we can hack this. So let's delete the SQL map directory. Let's run SQL map with you http localhost post.php with the variable user equals Nick. We're going to select users and we're going to try and dump everything. And this should work. We're just going to hit enter to keep all these options defaulted and just let it run. And we see that it is vulnerable. There we go. And it's going to hack our password. As you can see, it's found the email, it's found the user account, so we can tell that this page is, I'm going to cancel out of here, this page is vulnerable to attack. So I'm going to remove that, and then we're going to use, we're going to set username equal to MySQLi real escape string. Now this function takes two parameters. The first one is the connection. So this is stored in a variable called MySQLi. And the second one is the variable, which is username. So I'm going to save this, return to our page, make sure it still works, and it does. So then we're going to come back to SQL map and attempt to hack it with this string being escaped, and it doesn't work. So that's how to secure strings for SQL injections, and I think that's really important. Now we're going to go over some SQL map in depth in the next video. I'm going to just tell you guys, what options will do what, and then we're going to move on from this. All right, guys. So we learned how to hack something that's been designed to be hacked. And this is good, and you will actually find old, possibly even abandoned websites out there that are written in PHP from before a time when SQL injection was really a security threat. I mean, I can't think of any time when that was. Maybe there just weren't a lot of hackers hacking websites back in the day. I'm not really sure. I actually remember there was a time when I was learning PHP that I would never escape strings and stuff, and I'm sure if I still had some of my old projects, like just hobby projects up right now, that a lot of them would be vulnerable to SQL injections. And I'm talking about like 10 years, 10 years ago, things I wrote 10. In fact, just a little aside, I had a project that I wrote when I started professionally programming, and this was about 5 years ago. And I last year I had a job with the same guy where I had to go in and do some more stuff on this thing that I had written many years ago. And I jumped into it and I looked at my code and I was like, what? Why did I do this? It was a mess. But anyway, I mean, there's a lot of old abandoned websites that SQL Map will work with, and I'm not going to show you guys how to hack those. We're not interested in hacking other people's stuff, but I am going to show you guys something interesting about Google. If you go to google.com, you can actually use, so Google's search is smart. It doesn't just take in text. You can actually modify the search parameters. And there's one really, really awesome one called in URL. So you can type in URL, not in URL, and then a colon, and then you can just, type in, like if you wanted to find pages that have Facebook.com in the URL, this is going to return all of those. So even if it's, some other website that's not Facebook.com, as long as that text is in the URL. So you could do awesome stuff like in URL index.php. So if you want to find a bunch of websites that have index.php in the URL, this is going to do that for you. And then also another one would be ID equals. So if you wanted to find all URLs that have ID equals, whatever, and let's make that a question mark. Scroll down a bit. So yeah, as you can see, this one, ID equals, etc. Yeah, you can, and there's a lot of other things you can do with Google searches, by the way. So that's a little aside. What I'm going to do right now is we're going to go through SQL Map. I'm first going to show you guys a lot of the options. Then we're going to do one scan of my own website, which it runs on WordPress. And I don't have a lot of plugins installed. So generally, right now, the state of things, WordPress, it used to have this reputation of being incredibly easy to hack. And that's true to an extent. I'm not exactly sure how true that is now. I don't believe it's very true still for WordPress itself. However, a lot of plugins, vulnerabilities are detected in. So even though you have updated your WordPress site to the newest version, you're going to be protected on that front. However, if you have other plugins that you've downloaded, maybe those are vulnerable to an extent. And there's actually a website that you can check for vulnerable WordPress plugins, I believe. Let me search that. Vulnerable WordPress plugins. I was looking at a website before. Okay. Select all the squares with a street sign. squares that match the label snowboard. All right. No unusual traffic, Google. This was just me. So here's a website that has a list of plugins that may be vulnerable. Should also provide the version numbers. Hacked, dangerous, and vulnerable. And it also tells you the vulnerability type. So the two-click social media button plugin, since version 0.34 to NA, this means it's currently vulnerable to cross-site scripting. We're going to discuss that more in the future as well. There's a lot of plugins here, as you can see. A lot of them have been patched. You know, if it shows a maximum number, you would have to luck out on finding a WordPress site that has, you know, something between these two numbers. But if it shows NA as the max version number, then I mean, they're pretty much, you know, vulnerable. So that's good to know. However, my website, it doesn't run a lot of plugins, so it's not vulnerable to a lot of stuff. I don't believe. I mean, if you guys hack my website, I'm going to be pretty mad. Not mad. I'll find it comical, actually. Even ironic. All right, so in looking at the different options here for SQL map, you need to add a URL. You're going to have to. These are all options that, I mean, you can even use Tor, you know, and you can set proxy to a SOCKS 5 proxy, I believe. The level and risk, this from 1 to 5, you know, the default is 1, and it's going to tell the scan how risky you want to get. Now, under enumeration, this is going to be the most part that modifies your scan. In the previous videos, we've used the T table to target a specific table that we want to scan, and then we tell it that we want to dump it. Now, alternatively, you could dump all. You could specify table columns that you want to scan. So if you're only interested in, you know, the existence of one column, perhaps. This tells it to just enumerate the tables, tell you what tables are involved. This will tell you to also to enumerate the columns, so you can get a structure of the database itself. You can enumerate passwords and hashes, and you can also enumerate the schema. And there's not a whole lot. Oh, yeah, instead of removing the directory like I did, you can just flush the session. And there's a wizard interface for beginner users, which I've never looked at, but if you guys want to, feel free. That might actually be really simple to use. So now what we're going to do is we're going to attempt right now to scan my website. So I'm going to go ahead and type SQL map. U is going to be HTTP nickgermain.com. It's actually HTTPS. And S does stand for secure, but it doesn't mean that, you know, it secures it against vulnerabilities. Let me just go to my website. I'm going to see if I can find a page with a variable in there. So nickgermain.com. And by the way, this is like right in the middle of a new design, so it's gonna look messy. Now we see that I've got permalinks enabled, so what you could do is you can do it like this, and let's just do it because we know how to do it with the you know, the actual get variables in the URL. So what we're gonna do is I'm just gonna copy this. We're going to jump over to terminal. And I'm just going to type this in. New dash music. And then what we're going to do is we're going to tell SQL map that this is a variable that it should be able to use by adding an asterisk there. Let's attempt to enumerate tables, columns, and hit enter. Do you want it? Yes. Hit enter. Now, again, this is taking quite a bit longer than when we used SQL map against our own website, the PHP application that we built there. This is because it's doing it over the network, and it's not doing it here on our local machine, so it's going to take a little longer. Now, all tested parameters appear to not be injectable, and this is the current state of just running a generic scan against a WordPress site. However, if I had plugins, and I mean, I have one plugin here. It's just a contact form. I'm not exactly sure how we'd scan that. Probably not able to. But yeah, I mean, basically, also we have search. So if you want to check the search variable, just copy this, jump over here, and paste that in. We need to type SQL map. We need to precede this URL with -u. And then we're going to say tables, columns. We want everything that we can get. It's going to do a scan here, and I believe this is not injectable either. If it is, I'll jump in there and patch it up. And again, most of the time, the vulnerable websites, specifically for SQL injection, which is what SQL map does, it's a tool to check whether a website is vulnerable to SQL injections. For the most part, they're going to be old sites or custom-coded websites by programmers that don't think about security when they write their code, or who forgot to add something somewhere in the code. So again, guys, that was SQL map. It's a really simple and basic application. It took us far longer to set up an application to hack than it did to actually hack it. Now, I did look beforehand to see if there were any like test hack sites up there that were allowed to scan, and it didn't look like there was. At least I was not able to find any. So that's kind of why we had to build something. But moving forward, we are able to start hacking, I believe, without having to write any more code. I hope, anyway. We'll find out. In the next video, we're going to start with scanning, different servers using a tool called Nmap, which can just provide more information about a server and possibly, provide us with information that would help us choose how to target a server. All right, guys. Something I noticed from a previous video, VirtualBox editions in Kali Linux appears to be virtually useless at this point. So even though you've installed them, they probably won't work. So just a heads up. That's actually why we haven't been able to get a bigger screen size. So I just went and zoomed it just now before starting this video. What we're going to talk about right now is a tool called Nmap. And basically what it does is it's going to scan IP addresses that you provide it. You can either provide one IP address or you can provide, a list of IP addresses. And it's going to scan them for open ports, closed ports, different stuff like that. And then you can test if a condition exists that tells you that it would be an easy target. And we're going to go through the results as well. We're going to scan first, actually. I didn't know this page existed until very recently, but basically Nmap itself hosts a page that that you guys can scan, and you're allowed to. You get permission to scan this. It's called scanme.nmap.org. All right. And this thing reminds me. There's this huge. You guys have probably heard about it, depending on if you're watching this course way in the future. There was this huge ransomware virus called WannaCry that they're trying to pin on North Korea. I'm not really sure how valid that accusation is. It's not my job to know. I just know what the media spits out. But anyway, this WannaCry ransomware has hit hundreds of thousands of machines, and if they're demanding like 50 bitcoins which is the equivalent to like $1 million to decrypt files. So what this virus does is it gets installed on a machine stealthily, of course, and then it takes all the files and it encrypts them, making them virtually unusable, and then demands that the user of the computer pays them X amount of Bitcoin, and they'll provide decryption keys and instructions how to decrypt these things. This is something that I will look at adding in the course too. I think writing a ransomware program or even just experimenting with one would be really fun. So yeah, that just reminded me of that. There's a new one as well that's based on the same exploit. So basically, WannaCry has run its course, I believe. Now there's this new ransomware that uses the same exploit that WannaCry did, and it's an exploit that targets a vulnerability in Windows. I'm not sure what the vulnerability is. All I know is that the NSA designed it like 5 years ago. And then somehow that information leaked from the NSA about that vulnerability. And now you've got, this happening. And it's so big, actually, that Microsoft went ahead and patched Windows XP. And I believe Windows XP was retired 4 or 5 years ago. Yeah, it's been a while. But anyway, this website, we can scan scanme.nmap.org here, and we can, just don't do it 100 times a day, and don't overload their server. Be courteous while scanning their website. So I'm going to type in nmap --help. We're going to get a list of all of these options that we can pass it and flags. There's a lot. And we're not going to go over all of them. We may go more advanced in a second video, but for this video right here, I'm just going to show you guys how to use this. And so we're going to stick to the examples down here. It shows nmap v and then -sn, and then after that flag, you pass in IP addresses or IP address ranges. So you guys probably know what an IP address looks like, and the different components to it. This specifies ranges to scan. And you can also type it like this, like if you had an IP address 000 dot 0 to 255. So you all know that the range of an IP address octet, or between the dots, each little bit between the dots here is called an octet. It can go from 0 to 255, so you can actually scan using ranges here using Nmap. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the IP address of scanme.nmap.org, and we're going to use NSLOOKUP. And it's going to provide you with the address right here. It's the name and the address. Now you can also do the reverse of this and run nslookup 45.33.32.156, and this is going to look up that IP address. And if it's able to find a domain name that's associated with it, it's going to print that up. So you can do both ways. You know, if you have an IP address or domain name and you want to find out the other part of that, you can do that using nslookup. For the sake of this video, we're just going to be using the domain name. It's easier to type. So what we're going to do is I'm going to type nmap -v. This means verbose. This is going to actually print stuff out to the console. And then we're going to use the flag A, scanme.nmap.org. And the capital A is what we use to define the domain there that we want to scan. So hit enter and watch it scan. And you guys can see it opened ports, or you can see it found open ports. I think the most use case for this is going to be something like if you're on a public network and you kind of want to see what open ports are on that network. You're going to be doing things a little bit differently. So let's let this run. It's about 43% done. It's taking a little while. And it's going to if we're using a machine that's elsewhere on the internet because of, you know, all the server hops that it has to do in order to get there. All right. So that took 79.74 seconds. And what we found is all this information about the server. I had to step away for a moment. I'm not really sure where I left off, but I know I was going through the results here. And what you can see is that we've got a lot of information about the server. You can see the SSH host keys. You can see the ports. Even the operating system that's running. You can see the HTTP title, the server headers. You can see the open ports, well, the filtered ports. And basically the way this reads is the port number, the type of port it is, so UDP, TCP, stuff like that, the different protocols. You can see the state, which here is filtered, and then here is the exact function, I guess, of the protocol. If I scroll up here, it'll say service. This is the exact service that is maintaining that protocol. So as you can see on port 80, they've got it open, which is standard, and it's for HTTP traffic. You can see that it's running Apache 2.4.7. Port 25 is also open. This is an outgoing mail port. It's filtered, actually, and the service is SMTP, Send Mail Transfer Protocol. And moving down, we can see they've also got other interesting ports. They've got this port right here, which is fully open. And this would be good for like attacking ports, you know, open ports on a network and making it do things that it shouldn't do. And we are going to come full circle to that. But before we do that, we're going to have to, you know, go through some other stuff. So we will come back to hacking ports. For right now, though, this is that's how to use Nmap basically to scan a server. All right, guys, returning to the Nmap subseries. Let me click in here and just clear that away. We're going to do a little more advanced usage using Nmap. So let me go ahead and get the IP address of scanme.nmap.org. These are my local addresses, so this is the IP address we're going to be using. So I'm just going to copy this. Now at this point, what we can do is I'm going to open up Chrome here on my host machine, and I'm not exactly sure how to get to this page from in the site. It doesn't really seem very logical, but just go to nmap.org/nsedoc. And it's going to get you to this page right here, and this is a page full of scripts that you can use in Nmap to do different sorts of things. So if we wanted to find out if something was, vulnerable to a certain exploit, we can check it through any of these. So if we're looking for specifically an issue or a vulnerability in VSFTP, it's using version 3.4. This is the script that we're going to run. So just click on it here, and when you scroll down, it's going to show example usage, and this is all you have to do. The host is going to be the IP address, but just literally like type that command as is, and it's going to do what you want it to do. So let's do that. So the script is FTP VSFTPD backdoor. All right. So let's go ahead and run nmap script, which is a flag, so 2 dashes, and then what was that? It's long. FTP dash VSFTPD dot or slash dash backdoor. And then we need to set the port and the host. So dash P, it's going to be 21. 21 is the default port for FTP access. And then the host is that right there. So let's paste here and hit enter. And now it's going to scan and host is up. It's filtered. Let's check this right here. Okay, so it is not vulnerable. It does not show the vulnerability here. Yeah, you can just like look through these and find things that you want to check for, and then you can check whether a specific server is vulnerable to certain types of attacks. So if we wanted to check, DOS attacks, let's go ahead and target machines vulnerable to. This kind of depends on the operating system, so you can actually get the operating system from Nmap as well, just by scanning, as you recall, using Nmap. Let's check this one, IPv6. So it's IPv6-raw-flood.nsc. So nmap IPv6 flood.nsc, and I think there was another parameter I had to send over. Oh yeah, the timeout, which is -6. So no targets. So let's add that in. Tag target. Okay, that's not working. Let me try like this. Put that flag over there. Okay, I failed to resolve. Oh, because it's not an IPv6. All right. It says try scanning without -6. So let's try that. Now, alternatively, if the server did have an IPv6, we would be able to, use that instead of the IPv4, and we would be able to use that flag. I'm not sure if this is going to complete or not, but basically, the point of this video is that if you guys go to this website and click on, a category and then find, for instance, this right here. We can scan that. Is bidirectional copy paste on shared clipboard, bidirectional, awesome. So let's cancel out of here, paste that here, and then the host, which is 45.33.32.156. And now this is going to scan to see if the FTP server allows anonymous logins. And I'm not sure if it's ever going to complete. I don't think this should take that long. Okay, there it goes. It's telling me it's about 33% done. So if you guys hit enter, actually, it'll print out, the status, so that, you're not just waiting around at a blank screen forever. You can actually see that it's doing something. And it actually tells you how much time is remaining as well, which is pretty neat. So you can kind of, assess that. Oh, this is taking a while. I'm not going to wait for the output. But this is how you guys can get more information about a server, what vulnerabilities exist within that server, and then you can, investigate how to exploit those vulnerabilities. Hey guys, welcome back. In this video, we're going to get into one of the most traditional, I'd say, hacking methods. And this, maybe not traditional, but definitely what you think of when you think of hacking is brute forcing passwords. Running a script to repeatedly try a different set of passwords until one of them is returned as valid, and then you get notified which one the password is. Now, I've set up a temporary user account on my own WordPress site so that we can learn how to specifically hack WordPress sites. And then we're going to get into hacking different protocols and just basic web forms for any custom written PHP website or even FTP. And you guys are going to be able to hack into hopefully your own servers that run FTP or friends' servers if they ask you to do some testing. Now, in regards to passwords, it really is, it can be time intensive and it can be also very, it may not yield results. And this is because you literally have to supply a file with passwords in it. Now, there are a lot of these on the internet, and I'm not going to tell you where to find them, but there are password lists that you can download, and they're text files with just one password on each line. And some of these come from, successful hacks that have managed to dump a database with passwords and determine, what the passwords are, if it can unhash them, and then, provide a list of actually most used passwords on the internet. So that's really neat. Now, the password that I created for this account is very simple. It's literally just password 1. And now I'm going to go ahead in my terminal here, and I'm going to create a file with a list of passwords so you guys can follow along and learn how to make your own password lists, or you can download them. One of the biggest ones, I think it's the most popular one, I'm not sure how accurate it is, or rather how successful it is, it's called rocku.txt. So if you go ahead and download that, there's thousands upon thousands of potential passwords in there, and this is used for brute forcing. That's going to take a while though, if we were to use that. Because again, it is time consuming because it goes one by one, password by password, and attempts to log in. What we're going to do instead, we're going to create a small password list that just happens to contain the password that we're using. Now the username of this account is hacked, and the password is password1. So let's go ahead, and I'm going to type nano passwords.txt. This is going to create a text file in the current directory, which is my home directory. And I'm just going to start out by typing some passwords that I'm sure some people use. This third one is actually the password that I've created. So there we go. That's simple enough. I'm going to save it by hitting Control-O and then just confirming the name of the file, and then Control-X to cancel out of it. Now we're going to be using a program called WP-Scan, and I think we actually did use this program before to scan WordPress databases and to get information from them. However, we're going to be using it explicitly this time to hack passwords or to brute force the website. So how we're going to do this is we're just going to type WP-Scan -u lowercase. It's going to be the URL of the website, so just my website. -U, this is going to be the username we want to attack, so this is going to be hacked. And then -w lowercase, this is going to be the passwords list or the file. So I'm going to type passwords.txt and hit enter. File passwords does not exist, and this is right. It doesn't exist within the location that WP-Scan runs from, so we have to specify it's in my home directory. And then permission denied. So we need to actually run this as root. So sudo bang bang, it's going to run the previous command as sudo. I messed up on that. There we go. And the first time you run this, it's been a while, so I think that, just the amount of time, it told me the database was out of date, and so you need to manually type Y if you get that message and hit enter. I'm not getting that message this time. I'm getting a remote host tried to redirect, so we just click Y, yes, and hit enter. And then it's going to start attempting to brute force the passwords. It's going to scan the website too, see what versions of plugins and stuff. Apparently, some of mine are out of date. I should go ahead and update them, but I will at some point. So we've successfully hacked this user. Here's the password and here's the username. It's literally that simple. The biggest thing is going to be the amount of time it takes, so it needs to be worth your time. And then the next thing is that also it really comes down to luck. If you just happen to have a password in your passwords file. So if I just Google rocku.txt, this is the file. From Skull Security. I'm going to show you guys the file. There's a lot here. There's Facebook hacks. These are likely from phishing attacks, and we're going to go over phishing in the future. I think that's going to be fun too. Let's just download this one. It's huge. It's a text file that's 57 megabytes when it's compressed. That's absolutely gigantic. And this is why it's time intensive to run this password list. But let's actually use that password list and attempt to hack the same account and see if it works. At the same time, you see there's MySpace passwords, Hotmail passwords. You can see notes on each file. So MySpace, it's captured via phishing, finished passwords, etc. Facebook, some porn websites with passwords, Facebook phished, and download that as well. We'll have a look at that after. So I'm going to open up my home directory and go to my downloads directory where those passwords should have been downloaded. I'm going to extract this file. That's strange. It's empty. Did it download? It says it downloaded. Oh, there it is. Interesting. So it opened from Firefox, but it didn't open from my home directory, and I'm not sure why that was the case. Now, as soon as we try to open these with a text editor, the size is going, well, this one's only 45 kilobytes. That's pretty good. So this will show you passwords that people actually use, that these passwords were phished. So chances are, I mean, some of these passwords are going to be used by different people, more than one person. Unblock one, for instance, that seems pretty generic. Voodoo 101. So yeah, I mean, these, that's really generic. So these passwords are going to be used by multiple people across multiple websites, and that's why it's going to work. Let's go ahead and use this rockyou.txt file to attempt to hack this password. So I'm going to hit up. I'm going to erase everything at the end of this line. Oh, there's nothing at the end of that line. We're going to type in downloads rockyou.txt. And it's probably going to take a little while. We'll sit and wait for a few minutes. Now, the password that I've created is a very simple one. So I'm assuming at some point in this file, it is going to find the correct password. I mean, I can't possibly see how password 1 would not be in this file. As you can see, there's actually a count. There's 14 million passwords in here, and we're at almost 2,000. So this would take a while. I think what I'm going to do is pause this video right here, actually, and I'm going to let it go through, and then I'll come back if it finds it. And I'll come back no matter what. If it doesn't find it, I'll let you guys know, and if it does, I'll show you guys that. Well, that was neat. The password was at position 3508. So, yeah, as you can see, you can actually, although it is very generic, right? We did use a very generic password, but it did find it within the rockyou.txt. And it only actually took a few seconds. After I paused the video, basically immediately this came back that it found the password. So that is how to hack WordPress sites using word lists, and it tells you the estimated time of completion. I'm not sure if this is 62 hours. It probably is, because it's 0.02% complete. So it's probably 62 hours. If I go this way a bit, we don't. Maybe it's minutes. I'm not too sure. But yeah, that's how we can hack passwords in WordPress. Now, in the next video, we're going to be going over using a similar technique. Well, it's essentially the exact same technique, brute forcing. We're going to attempt to brute force FTP, possibly SSH, different protocols to show you guys a more complete idea of what you can do with just a basic password list and a recursive function to continue trying something until it finds the correct password. So thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Hello guys, welcome back. So hopefully you guys managed to get a WordPress site hacked. That'd be pretty cool. If you haven't tried setting one up and hacking it, seriously go do it. It's a lot of fun. Seeing something happen, or rather doing something yourself, even following instructions or a video, but doing something yourself will help you retain the information and the concepts, although it is pretty simple, but still pretty fun. So hopefully you guys had a chance to do that. What we're going to do in this video is hack an SSH server. And so for this, I've got my own server. I've added a user named Hacked that will be removed after this video. And basically, it's the same sort of technique or concept where we're going to brute force the SSH server using that Rocky list, because I used the same password. So let's go ahead and get started. For this, we're going to be using a program called Hydra. So if I just hit enter, it'll actually show us all the flags it needs. Basically, the only two that we really need are the login and the password. And then we're going to add the server and then the service. So it kind of gives you an order of flags here. So let's go ahead. It actually gives you an example right here too. So yeah, let's go ahead and actually do this. What we need to do is just type the command Hydra -L and then the username. So in this case, it's hacked. And then the password list. So again, in this instance, I used downloads.rocku.txt. And then we put the either IP address or the server name or the domain name that points to the server. So in my case, it's just my website's name. And then the service that we're going to attack. So you can type in either, well, actually, it shows you a list up here. You can, any of these right here, FTP, FTPS, SSH, SOX5, you can just pass anyone in here and it's going to do the same thing just to that service. So I'm going to type in SSH and hit enter. Now this is going to take a few minutes to get started. I'm not sure why it takes so long. Maybe it's just where it's running in a virtual machine, but it does take a few minutes. So while we let this run, and again the password is going to be at position 3500 or so. Because I used the same password one. So while this is running, I wanted to take a moment and again talk about why secure passwords are important. And also it's important to make sure you're always putting in the password on the correct site. For instance, phishing, we're going to go over this more probably in the next set of videos once we get done with brute forcing, because I'd like to actually do this with you guys. So soon as well. So basically what phishing is it's a way, like, let's say you get an email from Facebook and it says your account, somebody just tried to access your account, they got the password wrong, etc., etc. We wanted to let you guys, or we wanted to let you know, click this link to confirm your password, or click this link to review logins or something. And then when they click the link, what happens is you need to copy the website files for Facebook, and this is easy to do. And you need to essentially trick the user into believing they're on Facebook. So there's a few things that come into play here, and we'll go over more in the next video. Or the video after that. But yeah, I think actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause this video until this completes. It should find the password. It should be at relatively the same position or the same amount of time. as the last video, except it doesn't show an output. If I hit enter, yeah, it doesn't update it. All right. So, and it actually tells you it's going to take 926 hours to do the entire list if it had to do that entire list. So yeah, I'm going to pause this video and I'll be back when it successfully hacks it. All right, guys, this was taking too long. I'm really not sure why. It's most likely because it's in a virtual machine with one core of the processor allocated to it. So what we're going to do is, instead of using the RockU list, which I thought would be a better example to give you guys a realistic expectation for the amount of time it's going to take, but really, I mean, it's running in a virtual machine, so that's not too realistic at all. What I'm going to do is just use my passwords file. So I'm going to go up 1 on my keyboard, and I'm going to replace this password location with my passwords.txt, and then hit enter. There we go. And as you see, we've successfully found the password for the user and the host. It also says the service and the port number as well. So it has found the password. That was a lot easier, well, a lot quicker than the RockU file. So if you have your own smaller password lists, this is going to make more sense. You're also going to have to know the username. A lot of people will just attempt to hack the root account because we're pretty sure, you know, every server has a root account. So that's going to be the use case for this. The password list is going to need to be, you know, a bigger list, just because it really comes down to luck whether or not you have that password in any given file. And then this just automates the task of repeatedly trying passwords until you get a hit. Now, that's not all this can do. In the next video, we're actually going to talk about hacking generic web forms with Hydra. So if I'll have to check if I have a, I think I wrote a very simple web page in PHP in the initial, in one of the initial videos that we did here. What I can do is update that to have a login form, and then actually write a little bit of login logic, and then attempt to attempt to hack that using Hydra as well. So it will be similar to hacking a WordPress site, except WP Scan already does everything we need to really well for a WordPress site. So if you're going to be working with WordPress, you're going to be using WP Scan. But if you're working with anything else, there might be other tools, you know, if it's something big like Joomla, or there's another one, but I don't think it's quite as big. But if you're going to be using things like that, there are probably tools for those as well, similar to how there's tools for WordPress hacking. But for everything else, for older PHP sites and whatnot, we're just going to be using Hydra. So join me in the next video where we actually build a login page and then hack it. Alright guys, what we're going to do in this video is learn how to hack just a generic web form or a login form on a PHP site, for example. So to do this, we actually need to build out a bit of a website. So let's go into other locations and the root of the computer. If we go into var www html, our site files that we used quite a few videos ago should still be here. So let's go ahead and open up a text editor, and we're going to be using this bit of code because this connects to the database already, and I figure it'll save a bit of time, so I'm just going to copy and paste a bit. So what we need to do is we're going to create a login form. The script is going to be called login.php, and it's going to redirect to itself through the action of the form, and it's going to check on that page if the username is valid or not, and if it's not, it's going to return with a with an incorrect password. If it's correct, it's actually going to log in. So let's go ahead and copy some stuff here just to top it. So I'm going to hit Control N. I should have hit Control T, I believe. Control T will open a new tab. I can paste this in there. So let's do one if condition at the top. So if get user is set, then we're going to assume that the form has been submitted. So if is set, get, actually let's use post, user, we're going to run this bit of code. So I'm going to save this as login.php. I'm going to save it in var www.html. So now if I open up a browser, go to localhost/login.php. I shouldn't see anything yet. But I shouldn't get an error either. Let me see if the server is running. So let's open up terminal here. Sudo system control restart Apache 2. Just in case it's not started. Let's refresh. There we go. So it's just the server was not running. So make sure that your server is running. Now all we need to do on this page is create a simple form. So we're going to end the PHP there, and I'm going to go ahead and create a form. The action is going to be login.php. The type is going to be post. Actually, that's method. Method is going to be post. I'm going to end that form there. Now we need two inputs and a button to submit. So the first input is going to be username. So input name user, actually, because that's how we're referencing it in the script. Placeholder is going to say username. Going to end that element, break a line, break another line. Now I'm only using line breaks here because I'm not going to style this page at all. This is going to be really basic stuff. We just need a working form. We don't need it to look pretty. So this is going to be password. The placeholder is going to be password ... And then we also need to set type here to password. And this will make it so that when we type it in, it'll show those little dots instead of, the actual text we're typing. And this is how basically all login forms are set up. Then we're going to create a button. Type is going to be submit. And let's just leave it like that. And it's going to say login. So I'm going to save this and go over to my browser and refresh. And there we've got a login form. And now we actually need to do some programming logic. So let me see here. I have phpMyAdmin, I believe. Let's go to localhost, phpMyAdmin. And I don't remember the password or anything, so I hope it saved it. It did, I think. No. Server's not responding to the local server. Okay. Let's make sure my SQL is running. Sudo system control restart MySQL. Let's refresh this page. There we go. Awesome. So the database in question here is my app. We have a users table here, and we have a hashed password that is hashed through MD5. So what we can do is, I believe there's a built-in PHP MD5 method. Right, so it's right there. It's just MD5 and it's a function. So what we can do is we can jump into our text file, and if there's a user posted, what we're going to do is we're going to set password equals MD5 get password. And then we're simply just going to echo password. And I'm just doing this so we can see if it's going to print out the password we're putting in. And I really don't remember, but I think it was just the word password. I kind of hope it was. So let's go ahead and jump into our browser now. We can jump over here and refresh this to make sure it has the most up-to-date file. And I'm going to say Nick is the username. Password is the password. Let's hit login. And we get this, which does not look like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set it to that, because I don't have the time. Well, I don't want to, take the time to actually compare the passwords completely accurately. We'll get to that in the next video, actually. So let's just finish off this with a little bit of logic. So what we need to do is we need to query this, basically. What we're going to do is attempt to get from the users table the user where that matches. And as you can see here, we've already essentially written the code. This was when we were talking about SQL injections. So yeah, let's go ahead and write the SQL query, which is going to be select all from users where username, I believe it is. Let me go over here. Yeah, it's username equals, and then we put quotations there, and then other quotations, and then we concatenate it. But then we also pass an AND argument. And password equals, and we also need to concatenate it again. Password. And then we're going to simply end the statement just like that. And I'm just going to make sure that I've got, yes, it is username. Okay. So now all we need to do is we need to check if there's a result. And if there's a result, we're going to print the result out. And if there's not a result, we're just going to return an error, as we've done here. So if not result equals MySQLi query SQL, we're going to echo incorrect password, else we're going to set row equal to result.fetch source, and then we're going to print, let's echo actually, row username. So let's save this now and attempt to run this and see what happens. going to refresh. We're going to resend the data. Don't get anything. There we go. So Nick and password, and there we go. It prints that out, but it doesn't do much of anything else. So let's have a look why. Where's my text editor? Are we referencing that as password? Get username and password in here. Let's look at this. It looks like it should be working. It's not printing out the error. User. So it did get that. Did I mess up on that fetch assoc call? Row equals result fetch assoc. Was it something like I had to use double quotes here? I don't work in PHP a lot. I used to, but it's the little things like this. If that's the problem, then it's going to be pretty funny. No, it's not. Okay. Let's print out the entire array. So print our row. Save, refresh, resend the data. Okay, so it is a problem with that, I think. Let's print out result. See what we get there. Save, refresh. Okay. So we get result, fetch. So save this and refresh. See, the password is being set correctly. This is what I don't get. The password's getting set because we're printing it out here. And then we're selecting all from users where username equals the username, which is Nick. And the password, which equals the password, which it should. Now, we're sending that along. But it's not getting the data from it. I'm going to pause this and see if I can find what I'm missing, because I'm sure it's something small. Again, I don't really work in PHP a lot, so I'm not sure exactly what I'm missing here, but I'm going to figure it out and I'll be right back. All right, guys, I think I figured it out. It was literally 2 seconds. So here's what happened. I was using get parameters here when they should have been post. So I've updated both this to post and this to post. The MD5 that we were hashing was essentially an empty string. So this matches an empty string, where the actual hash of this was correct the first time in the database before I changed it. So I'm going to copy that back over. So now what should happen is we should successfully make contact to the database. So to recap, if we have a post variable called user, we're going to capture both the username and the password. Now the password is just a regular MD5 hash, which are extremely simple to crack. So if you're ever running a live environment for somebody and you're developing a login structure or subsystem, you never just want to use MD5 to hash a password. That's really bad practice, but it's good enough for what we're doing here. We can get that out of there now. Then we're connecting to the database and we're saying select all from users where username equals the username and password equals password. Now, if there's no result, it's incorrect. It's going to always return incorrect. But if there is a result, we need to be able to count through it. So how we're going to do that is you can just, I believe, call a function on either the row or the result, and we'll check that. And that's how we can tell if there is a match. And if there is a match, we're going to print out a username and actually the entire row. So I'm going to save this. We're going to jump back over here. I'm going to hit enter. And then I'm going to put my username and my password and hit login. And now you see that we do actually have the password printing out as well as the entire array for the user. So we can now set some session variables and log in. To do this, we need to run a function called session_start. And then down here, let me print out, I believe it's result.count, or not dot, count. So I'm going to save this, refresh, and we're just going to send the same information. It's not count. Let's print out row count. Save, refresh. It's not that either. Is it length? Man, it's been a long time since I worked in PHP. Save it, refresh. No, it's not that either. Okay, so what we can do, I'm actually going to search this. PHP check length of array. And I feel really stupid having to do this. It's a count function. Okay, so you literally just run count on the result, or on the row. And if this returns a number that is not 0 or less, then that means it is the correct user that we have there. So let's refresh. There we go. The length is 4. Let me just print out result again and see what we get, because it should actually have a parameter in there that will tell us num rows. That's what it is. It's num rows. So result num_rows. That doesn't look like a function. There we go. So you can see it prints out 1 here. I should have put some spaces there. That means there is 1 row. So let's erase where it's printing other stuff out here. And what we're going to do is if result num rows is more than or equal to 1, there's a user, so we can successfully set some session variables for that user. So in order to do this, what you're going to do is you're going to set _session username equals row username. I'm going to set session ID Let's say user ID, and we're going to set this to row ID. And one more, we're going to print out, or we're going to set the session email equal to row email. And then we're going to print out a success message. So echo login success. User so let's print it right from the session. There we go. So if there's more than one row, or one row, it's going to do this. Else, what we need to do is we're going to say there's no user. So what we can do actually is refresh this page with a get variable called login set to failed. So the header location equals login.php login equals failed. I believe this is how you do this still. Let's see. Okay. So it says login failed. So what we'll do at this point is we'll add a message here within the page right at the top. So if is set get login, we're going to print out that the login failed. And a line break. A couple actually. Save. So refresh. Forgot a bracket there. There we go. Login failed. And then if the session is set, we're going to print logged in as. So if is set session username, we're going to say logged in as, and then the username. So let's save it. Let's refresh. So let's go ahead and log in. And this says login success. So now if I refresh this, it'll say login or logged in as Nick. In the next video, what we're going to do is we're going to work on destroying the session to log out, and then we're just going to get straight into attempting to brute force this password. All right, guys, so we're ready to actually jump in and start hacking this very simple PHP script that we've made. And so I'm going to show you guys how to do that in Hydra. Now, again, when you're using WordPress, there are already tools built to do that, and they do it in a really efficient, clean way. And so Hydra is especially useful if you're trying to hack other ports, like, again, FTP, as we did in the last video. But you can also hack forms, specifically login forms, using Hydra. And so we're going to talk about that in this video. What we need to do is, if I run Hydra in terminal here, without any parameters, it's going to show us an example usage, which for the most part is going to work pretty well. So we need to change the end of it, but we also need to supply a parameter list, which is essentially just get variables. So let's go ahead and jump into that. The syntax is a little bit different. It's not just writing a get variable string. It's a little bit different, but not too much. So let's go ahead and write Hydra. the username we're trying is Nick, and the passwords we're trying is going to be passwords.txt. Now we're going to supply the host, which is 127.0.0.1. This is always localhost, and then the protocol we're going to attack is going to be http-post-form. This is what we're going to be using as the protocol, as you can see right here. HTTP get or post and then form. So if you've set yours up with get variables, this is going to change to get. Otherwise it's going to be form. And then what we need to do is we need to supply the resource that we're going to attack. So in this case it's login.php, and then put a colon here, and now we're going to start supplying the data for what we're going to be doing. So the first variable is username, although I think we've just called it user. And this is going to be equal to a little carré, whatever that's called. In capitals, type user and another carré. And then I believe it's just an and symbol. Password equals pass. This is specifying the variables to use. And then we go and submit equals submit and a colon incorrect. This is what it's going to print back if it's incorrect. Now let's hit enter and let it go, and you'll see that it found 5 valid passwords. So I think we missed something. Let me go up here to the previous command. Oh, because it's failed. That's what the get variable is set to when it failed. It's not incorrect. It's failed. Let's hit enter, and there we go. So in the previous attempt, it never got incorrect back as a parameter, and so it thought everything was correct. So what we did was we fixed this and changed it to failed, because when we log in incorrectly, it returns login equals failed. And we've got that in the response here so that the program can know when it fails, and then if it doesn't fail, we know that it has successfully completed. And so, as you can imagine, this is really simple to set up, actually, and you can use it on any website. Now, in mitigating this, the part of the white hat we're going to cover now, what you want to do is you want to limit login attempts. So how you're going to do that is you would always instantiate a session, and you could set the session's username that they tried to log into and how many times they've tried to log into it. So let's go ahead and actually implement this so that I can show you guys what I mean. But we do also need to destroy the session at some point. I don't think it's really important right now, just to demonstrate this though. So if the login failed, what we're going to do is we're going to set session username is equal to username, and then session login underscore attempts, and I don't think we can do like a plus equal here, but I'm going to try. We can just do plus plus, I believe. I believe you can do this in PHP. I work a lot in Python and C++, and yeah, so I'm really not too sure. If it doesn't work, we will attempt to fix it up. And then what we'll do is if is set session login attempts, we know that they failed at least once. If, let's say we're going to limit it to 5. If session login underscore attempts is greater than or equal to 5, we're going to say stop trying to log in. There we go. And then we're probably also going to need to set another variable right here. So we're going to check if login attempts exists. Actually, let's set this globally on the first attempt. No, right here. So what we're going to do is if session login attempts, and this is going to be an is set. So if is set, actually if not is set, we're going to set it to 0. Whoops, equals 0. There we go. So I'm going to save it. And here we're going to echo tried to log in session login attempts times. We're going to line break that. And also right here, some line breaks. So save. Now I'm going to refresh, and something has failed. So let me have a look and see what I'm missing. If it's, again, I'm missing the bracket around that. Save, refresh, there we go. So let's try this. Tried to log in 1 times. Try to log in 2 times. And if we continue to do this, when we hit 5, which should be the next one, it'll say stop trying to log in. So at this point, we could actually prevent the form from showing, or we could show one of those CAPTCHAs under it. Yeah, I mean, you guys could add some logic to it, but that's just a basic, you know, it's just an attempt to show it as, you know, what you can do to try and prevent these kind of attacks. You would have to like disable the form or add a CAPTCHA so that it couldn't submit without the CAPTCHA, and then that would be a way to protect the login form from further attempts to log in. And you see this done on some websites as well. I can't think of any off the top of my head, but I have seen it done before. Blizzard, that's what it is. If you go to battle.net and you try to log into an account, it's been a long time since I did that, but what happens is if you get the password wrong 1 time, they will actually initiate a system where you have to verify your account either through an email security code or SMS, and it's really ridiculous because it's 1 attempt. But I guess a lot of battle accounts do get hacked, so I can see why they would do that. So there, we've just learned a whole lot about brute forcing. That was fun. Let's move on to some other fun stuff. Hey guys, welcome back. So in this video, it's probably going to be split into a few videos. What we're going to be doing is learning how phishing happens. So first I'm going to give you guys an example, and then I'm going to give you guys a demonstration. And it would be really cool if you guys could follow along. The only thing is, I'm going to be working with an email that I received from Facebook. So if you guys have received any emails from Facebook, you should be able to do the same thing. What you want to do is you want to view the source of the email. So on Inbox, if you use Google's Inbox, there's 3 little dots to the right-hand top corner. of the email message. If you click that, it should say Show Original. When you click that, you will get a screen like this. If I scroll up here, you're going to see this is all the information, but really all we're interested in is where it starts the actual HTML right here. So we're going to be copying this, and we're going to be using it to replicate the look and feel of a Facebook message. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to say have a list of email addresses that we want to send this to. And we're going to basically put it in a for loop. We're going to say, or a while loop, while emails, and we're going to send a message to each one that says something to the effect of your account was tried, somebody tried to access your account from a device we didn't recognize. If this was you, please click here and confirm your password. And what's going to happen is we're actually going to direct them to a page we own that looks like Facebook, and we're going to see if we can manage to store the information that somebody puts in. Now, here's the really tricky part. Once they put in their email address and password and we collect it on our page that looks like Facebook, what we want to do then is then redirect them to the actual Facebook. So if they're already logged in, it looks like the login was successful. If they're not already logged in, maybe they'll think, well, maybe I typed the password wrong, and so they'll try again. So let's jump into it. In the first part of the video, we're going to have to learn about sending emails with PHP. So I'm going to jump back over to my virtual box here, and I'm going to use gedit here, and this is the part I don't like. I don't like using gedit, but it's a virtual machine, and I don't really want to put another IDE that's heavier on the machine. So in gedit, make sure you're working in a new document. And we're just going to write some PHP code, and this is going to handle actually sending the emails. So let's go ahead and open this up in PHP. And to get syntax highlighting, I'm going to save it straight away as sendmail.php. There we go. Now, what we're going to do is we are going to create an array of email addresses. So emails equals array, and then we're just going to put in email addresses. So I'm going to put in, and info. And doing it this way, you have what you would want to do if you were a black hat hacker. In fact, what the hackers would like to do is have a database full of email addresses and then pull those email addresses from there and then send the email. That's what that's chances are what they would be doing. So we're just going to use an array because it's simple. We don't need a database for this part. So what we're going to do is while emails, going to open up a while loop here. Actually, it's going to be a for each. I believe PHP has a for each. No? Is it just each? See, and here's where working in PHP, I'm rusty. Oh, it's for each without a capital. And then what's the order? For each something as something. Okay, so for each emails as email. So now we're going to be able to reference each of these items within this loop as just the variable email. So at this point, what we're going to do is actually start building the the message. So I'm going to say to equals email. That's what we're going to set that to. This is the email address it's going to go to. Subject, we need to make it look kind of legitimate. So somebody, let's just say Facebook login from unrecognized device. That looks legitimate. All right, and now we're going to set a from email. This can be anything you want. So admin@facebook.com. So this is, we need to set the MIME types here in order to get an actual HTML message to send. And so here's also where we're going to have to create an HTML file and modify it to make it look like how we want so that we can send the email in HTML format that looks as though it's actually from Facebook. So we're going to go ahead and create a variable called headers, and it's going to be equal to MIME version 1.0. And then we're going to put \r\n. It's going to create a new line. And we're going to we're going to append. So headers dot equals, and this is going to concatenate it with the previous variable headers. We're going to say content dash type. Actually, it's a lowercase type. Content type is going to be text/HTML. And then the char set, it's going to be the character set used in the email, is going to be ISO-889 or 885. Yeah, it's 8859-1. Then we're going to concatenate this again with a line break. I didn't. There. That looks better. All right, now those are the headers that we actually have to set in order to send the email. And now we just need to add the message. So again, I'm going to create a new document here, and I'm going to jump back over to the original message, and I'm going to copy everywhere from the doc type way down to the end of that long string of text to where it closes the HTML. I'm going to copy this and jump into my virtual machine and paste it here. Now this does look like there's going to be a problem. We're going to need to see if we can replace every equal sign there, because that's definitely going to interfere with the how can we do that? Let me have a look at the original. Yeah, there definitely is a line break there. So let me see if gedit is smart enough to do this. I'm going to copy down to the start of the next line. I'm going to copy this and hit Control R, which isn't going to do anything. So let's see if we can do find and replace. Yep. Let's replace all. There we go. This might look a little better. I see a lot of these, but that's part of the actual message, so I should be able to remove that. Let's Control S to save. It's going to be email.html. And then we can actually go in our browser to localhost/email.html and see exactly what's wrong with it at this point. So that's pretty bad. Let's try and find out what happened there. Let me see. This might be easier here. I think it was the format there. Just somehow in the original message we can't copy it over. Let's search for Facebook email template. No, that's not the page we want. We could just create our own, actually, if we can't find any, and we're going to have to. All right. So the first thing I want to do is grab the link to that, but also this color. So I'm going to go ahead and inspect the element. And we should get a color dropper here somewhere. Do that. I should be able to take this up here. Oh, there, it's different on Firefox. Take that color and copy this. All right. Now what we're going to do is in our file right here, this is just terrible. I'm going to actually go ahead and delete all this. We're going to create an HTML document. We're going to create the head element. And then we're going to create a style element. And in here, we're going to say header background is going to be that color right there. We're going to have to do a little more. I'm going to try and make this as slim as possible just to get it done as quickly as possible. We might actually have to split it after we get something complete here. So let's go ahead and display is going to be block, which is probably already going to be because I'm going to use a div. Let's say padding is going to be 20 pixels. And yeah, that should be fine. So let's go ahead in the body and let's create a div class header. And in this header, we're going to create an image. And it's actually going to be Facebook's logo. We're going to draw it right from there. So inspect element. Oh, yeah. Okay. Gonna have to look elsewhere for that Facebook logo. We need a white one. Is that one? No, that's just completely white. All right, let's go up and refine our search. This will do. Oh no, that's just, it's not a PNG. Here we go. Is that it? Nope. Well, they're just using a font there. I think that's actually text. No, that's an image. Okay, so I'm not going to spend too much time on this part. If you guys can find the correct image, that would be cool. Is that it? Is it actually? Oh, it's right there on the top. Okay, so we could take that and use it. Let me just try one more search here. Could download that and then invert it if it's a PNG and it's not. There we go. So let's save this. In computer, var, www, there we go. And I'm going to rename it FB. PNG. I'm going to come back over here and actually set that now. So you would want to use the entire host name so that, you know, you'd be hosting this file on a server somewhere which is publicly accessible, and you'd want to add the URL to the image in an absolute way so that it actually displays in the email, because it'll go externally and grab that image. So localhost fb.png, and class is going to be header image. So let's end that, save it. Let's have a look at our email here. It's not what I want to do. Localhost/email.html. There we go. So now what we need to do is we need to set that header image to a height of 50 pixels. Let's check that. There we go. That looks a little it looks a bit legitimate. And that's exactly what we're going here for. So under the header, we're going to create a container. And in this container, we're going to create an H1 element that says Facebook login from unrecognized device. Recently, an attempt was made to log into your account from an unrecognized device. If this was, hold on one sec, let's make this a little scarier. No, this is fine. Please click the link below to verify your account. Save it, refresh. We're going to change that font too. So first thing we need to do is container, well, it's class. Container, we're We're going to set a max width to 500 pixels, and we're going to set the margin to auto. This is going to make it float center kind of. Font family is going to be sans serif. We could actually use a web font, but I don't think that's really necessary right now. And let's save and refresh again, have another look. That looks a bit better, but that H1 element needs to change in size. So H1 is going to font size is going to be 18 pixels. Let's try that. That looks about right. All right. I'm going to add a line break here just to put a little bit of extra space, and then we're going to have to cover that the button. So if I look for an email template, you see the button there. It's very basic. I'm going to use the blue color though. I'm going to jump down here and create another paragraph. I hate writing code in gedit. It's terrible. All right, button. It's going to be an A element. That's right. href. It's going to link to localhost.com. Well, actually not .com. /facebook.com/login.php. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a directory named facebook.com, and in that directory, login.php is going to, yeah. All right, so let's go ahead and start styling the button. So the A element in this email, since there's only one, I can just target it by the A element. I'm going to say display is going to be inline block. Padding is going to be 10 pixels. Background is going to be the same as the header. We could make it that green color, but I think this is going to work well enough. And the border is going to be 1 pixel solid, and it's going to be a little bit darker than that color. So do I have that still open? All right. I'm going to do, I'm going to get that color. I'm just going to make it a little bit darker. I'm going to copy it. There we go. So let's go ahead and save this, have another look at our email. And we need to change the color and stuff. So, right. Color is going to be white, and text decoration is going to be none, and that's going to be important. Which means when you hover over it, it's not going to change. And there, that looks a little bit realistic, you know. And somebody would click that, and now there's no page here waiting for them, but that's what we're going to be creating in the next video. So we got our email done. What we'd have to do is minify this and then copy this into the send mail and actually send that. And we're going to continue from this point in the next video. So once we actually have the HTML document written that we want to send through email, it's pretty simple now to continue on and actually get this into that email. And how we're going to do that is first we need to minify the HTML. So minify HTML. We're just going to search that on Google, and there's a lot of online tools that will allow you to do this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the email's HTML file. So select all and copy. And then I'm going to paste it in here and hit minify. What I get is a minified version of this, which removes unnecessary space and line breaks, and that's the important part. I'm going to copy that over to my send mail, and what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create a message variable that's equal to, I'm going to open up single quotes, and the reason I'm using single quotes here, I'm going to paste this in there, is because in the HTML I use double quotes. So I'm going to paste that there, and there is our message. This is going to be sent in the email. And from this point, it's really simple. All you have to do is call the mail function. So if mail, and this is going to mean it's sent. So we're going to echo sent. Now, in the mail function, you need to pass to subject, message, and then headers. So, to subject, message, and headers. And I'm going to save it. Now, what this is going to do is it's going to send an email to these email addresses that looks like this, which is pretty scary. A lot of people will believe this is from Facebook. It looks legitimate. And so they will click this. Now what we have to do is actually create the login page. Now this is a really simple part as well. All we have to do is go to Facebook's actual login page. I'm going to refresh. Get rid of that styling there that I accidentally did. Now I'm going to right click and I'm going to save page as. And I'm just going to call it login.php. And I'm going to go to other locations, computer. We're going to go into var, www, html. I'm going to create a new folder called facebook.com. And then in this folder, I save this as login.php. And hit enter. Now, what happens is when we're in the email, we're like, oh no, somebody tried to log into our account. Let's go verify it, whatever that means. You know, I guess Facebook is going to do something if I verify it. So I click this. It goes over to this login page. That looks like Facebook. This is actually our site. And here's the important part. If facebook.com is in the URL, I mean, a lot of people, when they click over to a site from an email, they don't even verify the URL. And this is how phishing works. If everybody, when they click the link from an email, looked at the URL, they'd see something doesn't quite look right here. Now, maybe it's where I'm a developer and I worked with domain names for years. I actually worked with a hosting company and a domain name registrar for half a year before. I'm familiar with the structure of URLs. For the average person, I'm not exactly sure if they are. Definitely for people who are less capable with using the internet, they wouldn't know what to look for up here. They'd see facebook.com. They would completely probably ignore anything before this. So this would be yourhost.com/facebook.com. They'd see Facebook, log in, it looks legit enough. So they're going to put in their information here. So what we need to do at this point is two things. We need to get the logo in there, and we need to get these set up to actually put the information somewhere. So let's go ahead, and we're going to be using our database in here to actually store users. We're going to put all the users into a database. So where is that? I've got too many tabs open now. Let's close some of these. That one is mine. Yes, so let's close the original. And let's get that logo up there. So I'm going to, where is that? Let's go ahead and open it. I didn't open it yet. Go to facebook.com, login. We're going to open with text editor. And it's a lot of junk that we don't need to worry about. And this maybe obfuscated quite a bit. Yep. All right. See if we can figure this out here. What we're looking for here is an H1 element with that URL. So in here, I'm just going to search for facebook.com. Completely froze up. Let's just wait for this to go through. If it does, I mean, this isn't that large of a file, so I wouldn't assume we'd get an issue right here. But we do. It completely crashed, so I'm going to go ahead and close it. Force quit there. I don't think we need to worry about the logo. I'm pretty sure you guys would know how to just put the image that we downloaded in the previous video. Just put that Facebook logo right there and make it look right. What we're going to focus on in this video, I guess, is just the form itself. So I'm going to go ahead and open this again. Let's inspect what we're looking for on the page. So it's this form right here, form ID login form. Now this is doing something else again. It's all right. Here's the form. The action is going to have to be one of our own, and so I'm just going to make it login.php. We're just going to redirect back to this page. Actually, I don't feel safe working further in this file. Check login.php. I'm going to save this, and then we're going to create that other file. So Control T. I'm going to open it up with PHP. Let's check what we get there. Is that a post? Let's remove that on submit. And it is post. All right, save. Let's jump over here and let's print our, it's an underscore there, I think. There. Let's save this as other locations, computer, var, www. There we go. There we go. So let's refresh this page right here. Let's put in an email and a random password, hit enter. There we go. We get sent back over to this check login page. Now this is where we're going to actually do all our logic. All we need to do is get the pass and email from here, and we need to stuff those into a database. So it's literally that simple. What I'm going to do is just to make this a little bit quicker, I'm going to copy from my post PHP file. Let's go ahead and open that. Just going to copy this little bit of code right here. So in this else statement here, we have connected to the database. And so what I'm going to do is write an SQL statement. It's going to be equal to insert into users, email, password, values. We need to concatenate this. Post, and what was that referred to as? Email. Cool, good enough. And we need to put the password as well, which is just referred to as pass. Save it. And then we're going to say if my SQLi query SQL we're going to echo you've got fished. So let's save this. Now let's go back. Let's refresh this. We didn't make any changes to this file, so that doesn't really need to be refreshed. Hit enter. That didn't work. Let's try again. Hit enter. All right, I'm going to refresh this. Okay, now this is not working. So is something going on here? Bad document domain. Okay, yeah, so it's a lot of the JavaScript in this page. What I gotta do is I gotta strip that file, the Facebook login page. It has caught on to what we're doing. Let's remove all this. A lot of JavaScript. Okay, gonna delete that, hit save, refresh. Still doesn't work. So there's some script right here. Let's remove that. They've got just too much script in there. We're going to have to remove quite a bit. Here's another one. And that ends. These are all links. There. That script ends right there. Let's save it, refresh, and we're going to keep doing this until we get it right. Whoops. There. There's a script right there. Let's search for scripts. It's going to start getting funny again. All right, let's close that. And we're going to have to force quit it. This isn't a very big file. I think that maybe it's gedit actually that's, and the fact that we're running this in a virtual machine, that is the problem. Let me see if I can go back to the email.html and click over. So now we have a referrer maybe. Yep, there we go. All right, so if that worked, what we should have here is another entry here. And we don't. So let me just make sure I've got the syntax correct for that. PHP MySQLi insert into. Insert into table name values. Yeah, that should be the case. I'm gonna have to close that file again. Oh, this is frustrating, guys. Let's open up check login. Let's jump in here. Insert into users. Email, password. Is that the values? Email, password, yeah. Values, email, and pass. It looks correct. And all right, so let's go ahead over here and just refresh this page. Let's resend all the data. It's not doing what we need it to do. So let's print out SQL. See what it's actually getting. Let's refresh. Insert into users, values. Yeah, that's should be working. Let me refresh this. Maybe we're the table structure? No, because none of these are required. Let me try a static one first. So let's save. Let's jump back into the login or check login. Let's refresh. Okay, so that one worked. So it's something to do with how I concatenated this, I think. So let's, because I didn't put the single quotes. See, this is another example of how I haven't worked in PHP in a while. So post is user, no, it's email that we're putting in. And then this one is, that was kind of anticlimactic. All right, so let's refresh this, hit resend. Now, if I refresh this database, we should have new entries, one which was static, this one right here, and then also we've actually got one that was submitted from the login page when the login page was working. And I'm not sure why this is not working now. Hit enter. Oh, there, it worked again. I guess what I did worked. Awesome. So now we have a working login page, but the thing is, it redirects to this ugly page that obviously does not look too legitimate. So what we need to do at this point is, instead of printing all this stuff out, we just need to redirect to the actual Facebook. And this is pretty it's pretty easy to do. So let's remove these print statements. Let's go ahead and say header location https facebook.com. So save. Let's go back to the login page. Let's type in nick@nick.com, a real password, and hit enter. And then it's like, hold on a sec, did I not type that in correctly? And so then we come back in here and we're on the actual Facebook, and when somebody logs in, it will actually log in. They will not think twice about it. So that is phishing. That took a little bit longer than I expected. But that's the concept of phishing. And the key points to remember here is that this can be really devastating, because when you get tricked by a phishing scam, you've just given hackers your email addresses, passwords, and potentially other information. A lot of people use the same passwords for every account. So if they think they're signing into Facebook, what they don't know is maybe they've just given away the key to their email address as well, or banking information, or PayPal or something. And so that's why this can be such a devastating type of attack. It's not necessarily hacking, or it is, actually. It's hacking the human mind. It's tricking the human mind into doing something that they wouldn't normally do, that can be used then to perform other hacking techniques. So that is how to phish. I don't expect you guys will do it, but I expect that you guys will write up the project that I've just created and attempt to do this as well. It's really good for learning, for getting into the mind of a hacker, and to see how things actually get done. So from now on, if you haven't before, I recommend, if you get an email from Facebook and you click a link, always look up at the address bar, make sure you are where you think you are. Thank you guys for watching, and let's move on to some other stuff.